game called Labyrinth Abyss was one of the most popular RPGs worldwide. Caleb, our protagonist, wasn't just some noob, but a true pro gamer who could conquer any challenge. Over the course of gameplay, he leveled up his character to the strongest mage in the game, investing tons of skill and farming. During another epic battle, the final boss charged his ultimate, but Caleb skillfully blocked the attack with perfect timing. Having smashed the Labyrinth Master to smithereens, MC announced that it was game over for the enemy, but a win for him. After a hardcore raid, he saw a system notification that it was game over. Caleb wasn't at all surprised by this, as this event was easy for his highly skilled NPC, and the new achievement was already visible on his profile. The monitor's light suddenly burned into his eyes when the offer to switch to the developer's hardcore difficulty level popped up. On top of all this, they gave him a rare, practically legendary skill, step-by-step hourglass, which allowed him to freeze time. However, Caleb, without a second thought, spent all 10 free skill points on the wisdom of his already unbalanced magical character. Disregarding sleep and routine, the pro gamer started a new game. Suddenly, the monitor sparked as if a whole swarm of viruses had flown into the system, and the distraught Caleb couldn't understand where he had been teleported. The creepy bandit started yelling at the guy and pushed him so hard that he fell. But MC just smirked, not believing he was no longer in his room. To Caleb, what was happening seemed unreal, even though he felt pain. Suddenly, a magical portal opened right on the stage. An old wizard emerged from the portal and said that whoever could escape the virtual labyrinth, using all available perks, buffs, and skills, could become a student at the Magic Academy. Caleb suddenly became alarmed, because the surroundings were identical to his favorite game, Labyrinth Abyss. As it turned out, the labyrinth had appeared several years ago. Monsters emerged from the crevice and filled the surrounding area. It all ended with countless seekers and mages burning to ashes. In the world of the Abyss Labyrinth, the developers wanted to cultivate the survivors' exploration skills. That's why they sent the children like slaves into dark testing rooms. Only Caleb knew that here they would meet death in the form of vicious creatures. However, the protagonist decided to test the stats of those with whom he would be traveling through the labyrinth, as well as his own. Before he can take control, one man tries to calm the group but only spreads panic by babbling about a divine prophecy. That prophecy turns out to be a hysterical claim that everyone is going to die. Watching the others unravel, Caleb realizes panic will kill them faster than monsters. He forcefully urges everyone to stay calm and move carefully so they can search for an exit alive. A fat man breaks first and bolts down the corridor screaming to be let out. Caleb curses the sudden madness, sensing disaster. His sharpened gaze catches the danger a split second too late. A hidden spear trap fires from the wall toward the fleeing man. At the same moment, goblins emerge from the darkness to capitalize on the chaos. The hysterical prophet laughs that his warning was right while the elf girl screams at the sight of the spear piercing the runner from behind. The prophet's triumph lasts only an instant before a goblin cuts him down as well. More goblins close in, grinning as the group collapses into helpless prey. The elf girl falls back in terror while Caleb is left exposed between the monsters and the corpses. He freezes as the attack converges on him. Two goblins leap in from both sides, ready to butcher him before he can react. Faced with sudden death, he refuses to accept ending like this. The goblin's blades descend toward his defenseless body. Just as he is certain he will die, the special ability activates automatically and freezes time for 60 seconds with 4 action points. A clockwork symbol fills his vision, and the system informs him that it is now his turn. Staring at the impossible interface while the countdown begins, he struggles to understand what has happened. He confirms that everything around him has truly stopped, including the goblins and the terrified elf. Remembering the hidden skill, he realizes this is the hourglass of turns in action. With only a minute to think, he recognizes the ability's value and forces himself to plan. His first thought is to raise his wand and block the incoming blade. The system immediately consumes 1 action point for that single movement. He realizes too late that moving physically is expensive, and he cannot afford to waste points on ordinary defense. A frustrated sigh slips out as he searches for another loophole. That tiny sound makes him notice that although his body is mostly fixed, he can still speak. The action gauge stays unchanged, proving speech costs nothing. Recalling how the game logs commands, he understands that spoken words may function like chat inputs that trigger actions. That insight gives him a way to act without spending points on movement. He tests it by lifting his wand only enough to prepare a verbal command, using another point. With the goblin still frozen in midair, he commits to offense instead of defense. He positions himself just enough to line up both attackers and the surviving elf behind him. As his remaining points run out, he shouts fireball and the system ends his turn while the hourglass flips into cooldown. A spark ignites at his wand tip. The instant time resumes. A fireball blooms between him and the charging goblins at point-blank range. The spell erupts down the corridor in a roaring column of flame that engulfs the attackers. The elf can only stare in stunned disbelief at the sudden reversal. When the blast clears, Caleb stands alive with the elf behind him and the dead men at his feet. Shaken by how close he came to dying, he bitterly wonders why he was dragged into this hell. Looking at the corpse skewered by the trap, he refuses to die meaninglessly like the others. If this world truly follows the game's rules, he decides his knowledge as a mage player is his greatest weapon. He remembers that survival depends on enduring the labyrinth long enough to find an exit gate. With the corridor briefly safe, he and the elf stand beside the bodies and reassess. He decides to start by farming what he can and then securing at least one dependable teammate. A faint smile appears as he settles on the elf as his first recruit. He asks what spell is embedded in her wand, and after panicking she answers that it is lightning shock. She admits with embarrassment that she has never actually used a wand before. Caleb accepts that inexperience is still better than having no ally at all. He bluntly tells her she will have to use it anyway and to fire immediately if a monster charges. Having given her the bare minimum instruction, he moves on and tells her they need to find the exit gate. As she begs to come with him, he silently vows that whoever forced him into this world will not stop him from surviving. He recalls the game's backstory in which the labyrinth erupted years ago and monsters flooded the surface. That catastrophe killed countless adventurers and mages, proving how merciless this world is. The official justification was to train labyrinth exploration mages by throwing slaves into the maze and raising only the survivors. Even with his game knowledge, he warns himself that nothing guarantees reality will match the story perfectly, so caution is essential. The elf timidly thanks him, introduces herself as Yahello, and he gives his name as Caleb. They continue down the corridor together in uneasy silence. Yahello eventually remarks that he is much calmer and quieter than he was on the slave ship, where he talked with others a lot. Her comment jolts him because it suggests this body had a life and personality before he arrived. He realizes people may know the original Caleb, so he must be more careful not to expose himself. Yahello explains that she came from the fairy forest and took what she thought was a simple errand job. It was actually a drug distribution front, and after being framed and unable to pay the fine, she was enslaved. Understanding that she talks to manage her fear, Caleb still asks her to stay quiet so they can survive. The hourglass suddenly activates again, signaling another critical situation. The system declares his turn and he realizes he has stepped on a hidden trap. A close look confirms the danger is triggered beneath his foot. He calms himself and begins analyzing the surroundings, recalling that first-floor traps usually attack from walls or floor. Since there are no openings on Yahello's side, he rules out a wall projectile aimed at her. He checks his own side next and decides to spend action points to inspect rather than guess. The lack of holes nearby lets him eliminate wall mechanisms entirely. With the ceiling also clear, he concludes it must be one of 4 known floor traps from the first floor. The first possibility is a spike trap, but that would threaten only his foot and would not justify the hourglass activating. The second is a nail bomb trap whose blast radius would badly injure both of them. The third is poison or sleep gas, which would leave them helpless for monsters to devour. The fourth is a pit trap that collapses the floor and drops victims to the second floor, a disaster with no easy answer. Because the hourglass triggered for his safety too, he rules out the spike trap but lacks time to prepare for the others. Frustrated, he decides the only workable move is to commit and step fully onto the tile rather than hover indecisively. He shifts his weight and tests the trigger with one decisive motion. His action points run out just as he finishes the move and the turn ends. The instant time resumes, he jerks his foot away from the arm tile. Yahello cries out as he lunges and shoves her clear of the danger zone. Terrified by his sudden grab, she demands to know why he did that. He explains that she stepped on a trap that explodes the moment the foot is lifted, so he took it onto himself instead. Realizing he saved her, she apologizes and asks what they can do now. He asks whether she remembers the oak barrel they passed earlier and sends her to fetch it. She runs off obediently while he recalls that pressure traps like this can be neutralized by replacing the weight with a heavy object. 30 minutes pass with Caleb still pinned in place, and Yahello still has not returned. He starts fearing she was caught by another trap or by monsters, and wonders if stepping onto the trap for her was foolish. Regret creeps in and he curses himself for not being more selfish. Then Yahello finally returns dragging the barrel, apologizing for the delay, and he tells her she did well and to place it on his tile. Once she is far enough away, he switches first to a telekinesis wand so he can test the traps safely. He reminds himself that unexpected new traps may exist, so even a known solution must be checked carefully. Using the wand, he issues a move command to slide the barrel into position. The barrel settles onto the pressure tile and takes over the weight. A moment later the trap detonates anyway, blasting the corridor and proving the barrel was only bait. After the explosion, Caleb calmly tells Yahello to move on, relieved that the trap stayed within a manageable range. He reflects that monsters and traps are everywhere, but surviving them means there is still hope. The system offers 10 ability points, and with the hourglass giving him initiative he sees a path to dominate early fights. He decides that on the first floor, maxing wisdom for firepower should be enough, though he still needs to learn the exact limits of the hourglass. He also wants to confirm whether spellcasting itself consumes action points before relying on it completely. A goblin's foot suddenly scrapes against the wall nearby, announcing another ambush. Rather than panic, Caleb welcomes the timing as a perfect chance to test his theory. 2 goblins rush in with weapons raised, eager to attack. The hourglass activates again, and on his frozen turn he immediately casts Fireball. A cooldown display appears for the spell as the burning projectile forms and races toward the monsters. He casts a second Fireball in the same frozen turn to push the test further. The system confirms that each spell cast consumes exactly 1 action point, and he ends the turn with the result he wanted. When time resumes, the fireballs roar down the corridor in overlapping waves of flame. Both goblins are struck head-on and blown apart by the explosions. Their burning bodies crash to the floor while their weapons scatter uselessly. Caleb concludes that, in theory, he can unleash 4 fireballs in a single hourglass turn. Yurnal stares at him in awe and excitedly declares that he possesses both ultra-fast casting and chantless casting, talents any mage would envy. Her admiration quickly turns into self-consciousness as she admits she is weak and cannot use magic properly. As they walk on past the fading flames, Yurnal apologizes for being a burden while Caleb continues forward in silence, already planning how to survive the labyrinth. Caleb judges the elf girl useless in direct combat or magic, yet realizes that as an elf she may still have a hidden advantage. Testing that thought, he asks Yurnal how far she can jump. Yurnal, confused but honest, recalls that in the fairy forest she could leap about 4 meters. That answer shocks Caleb, because it means her agility is far higher than he expected. He immediately changes plans and offers her the goblin's bow to see if she can fight as an archer instead. Yurnal brightens and admits she is actually more comfortable with a bow, having used one in the fairy forest. Relieved, Caleb assigns her to rear support while he takes one of the party's wands for himself. Yurnal eagerly promises to buy him time for spell casting, while Caleb notes that he has somehow ended up carrying everyone's wands. Before they can settle into the new arrangement, Yurnal's sharp ears catch something unusual nearby. She urgently warns Caleb that someone is following them. Caleb tenses at once, taking her warning seriously despite seeing nothing himself. They stare down the empty corridor, where only darkness and faint echoes answer them. The silence makes the threat feel uncertain, but the sense of pursuit remains. When Caleb doubts what he can't see, Yurnal insists she heard movement from a specific direction. Realizing her hearing may reveal what sight cannot, Caleb tells her to close her eyes. Yurnal hesitates, not understanding why he wants her to blind herself in a dangerous moment. Then she catches on and accepts what he is trying to do. Caleb asks her to identify the number and location of fallen stones by sound alone. She pinpoints 3 stones a few steps away, confirming for Caleb that her hearing can map positions and movement with precision. Trusting that ability, he asks how many pursuers she sensed earlier, and she says about 4 are closing in fast. Assuming the worst, Caleb decides they cannot face an intact enemy party head-on and orders Yurnal to follow him to a hiding place. They break into a run through the corridor before the pursuers can catch them in the open. Caleb chooses an ambush point near a corner and tells Yurnal they will wait there for the enemies to arrive. The two press themselves into cover and listen for the approaching footsteps. Caleb's nerves tighten as the sounds draw closer than expected. Yurnal also stiffens, sensing the enemy party almost upon them. When Caleb spots the silhouettes, he abandons hiding and steps out to halt them before they gain the initiative. With wand and knife ready, he demands to know why they have been chasing them. The bald leader answers that they have no interest in Caleb himself. What they want is Yurnal, and he openly orders Caleb to hand over the elf girl. The group promises to spare Caleb if he surrenders her, exposing their predatory intent without shame. Their shield-bearing leader boasts that weak magic and Yurnal's arrows cannot break his defense anyway. He adds that Caleb will never finish chanting before an arrow reaches his forehead, trying to strip away every option. Confident in their advantage, the leader urges them to stop resisting and make things easy. He even mocks Caleb with a fake offer to join their party, while making it clear Yurnal would become their shared prize. The threat turns openly vile as he suggests they all take possession of her. Terrified, Yurnal clings to Caleb and silently looks to him for protection. Caleb rejects the offer outright and refuses to abandon her. He says he could trust Yurnal to keep watch while he slept, but never men like them. Then he drops all pretense and warns them to leave if they want to live. Yurnal is startled by how firmly he stands up for her. The bald man can hardly believe Caleb is serious. Caleb makes it clear that he is completely serious. Seeing negotiation fail, the leader decides there is only one answer left. He orders his men to kill Caleb while the archers prepare to act behind the shield. Caleb activates Hourglass, freezing the moment into a turn-based window and taking control of the battlefield. Within that slowed turn, he reveals that his dual wand stance was never defensive at all but the setup for a trap. He focuses on the puddle beneath the enemy's feet and the lightning wand in his hand. Knowing lightning normally strikes one target, he decides to use the water to spread the current through all of them at once. The enemy party remains unaware as the trap is already set around their legs. Caleb plans the follow-up in advance, intending to burn them down one by one after the shock makes them drop their guard. His first action is to launch a fireball into the puddle to manipulate the terrain and timing. He immediately lines up the next move with the bald leader as a priority target. Before the enemy can react, he spends another action on a second fireball. His turn ends with both spells committed, leaving the enemies only a heartbeat to realize something is wrong. The first effect reaches the water at their feet and begins to transform the battlefield. Lightning surges through the puddle and electrocutes the entire enemy party in one violent burst. Their weapons and shields slip as the shock wrecks their formation. The men stagger in confusion, suddenly trapped in the very terrain they ignored. At the same time, the fireball detonates against the wet floor and sends up a blinding cloud of steam. The bald leader loses sight completely and orders his men to scatter. Trying to recover, He hastily throws up a fireball of his own from inside the steam. The blast erupts down the corridor, but Calum and Yurnal stay outside its direct reach. Using the opening, Calum orders Yurnal to fire. Yurnal shuts out the steam and listens instead, relying on sound rather than sight. She releases her arrows with sudden confidence. The steam thickens, but Calum trusts her sound mapping to guide every shot. He tells her to shoot them all before his spell cooldown ends. Unable to cast again yet, Calum knows Yurnal must finish at least one enemy on her own. He assumes the bald leader was probably hit by the fireball and prepares to deal with the survivors. As the cooldown ticks painfully slowly, Calum can only wait and trust her. Then Yurnal blurts out that she got them all, interrupting his plan. Calum is baffled because he only heard 2 arrows leave the bow. When the steam parts, the answer lies in the bodies collapsed together ahead. One arrow has punched cleanly through a target and continued onward. The second shot completes a triple kill, leaving 3 men dead from only 2 arrows. Calum admits Yurnal is far scarier than he thought, and she shyly says she was terrified too and simply forced herself to make the shot. Their brief relief is cut short when blood suddenly sprays from a survivor. The bald leader, horribly wounded but still alive, drags himself upright in the water and gasps in disbelief. Calum coldly notes that the man is still alive. The leader stares at him in fear and asks what kind of person can cast magic without chanting. Broken by defeat, he wonders why someone so gifted is trapped in a place like this and calls the world unfair. Calum rejects that complaint and says the man lost the right to talk about fairness the moment he tried to prey on others in a dungeon. The bald man erupts, saying he never chose this life and was expelled for lacking magical talent before being sold into slavery. He bitterly confesses that if he had even half of Calum's talent, his life would never have fallen this low. Bleeding out among the corpses, he reduces his life to a miserable mess. Calum can only stare in silence at the ugly truth behind the man's cruelty. Yurnal nervously apologizes for earlier, still embarrassed that she claimed she had killed everyone. Calum reassures her that no apology is needed because her actions kept them alive. Yurnal admits this was the first time she ever aimed at a person or used her abilities to hurt one, but she accepts that survival left no choice. Calum suggests they search the dead men's belongings, while privately wondering why killing for the first time has left him so calm. As he loots a corpse, he reflects that in his old world he would have broken down, but here the violence still feels strangely unreal. He remembers how truly terrified he was against goblins and wonders whether he has grown mentally stronger since then. Even if he has, he cannot take comfort in it. Surrounded by blood and burnt flesh, he decides he may never get used to what survival in this world smells like. Yurnal calls him over after finding a backpack among the loot. Calum studies the pack, sensing it does not fit the dead men's rough style. Inside are ordinary adventuring supplies, suggesting it was stolen from someone else rather than packed by the bandits. Among the items, Calum finds an adventurer certificate belonging to a man named Bison. Since the face on the certificate matches none of the dead men, Calum concludes the backpack's real owner was another victim. He reasons that Bison either died and was looted or was abandoned and killed after being left behind. Thinking back on the fight, Calum realizes the bald leader understood basic tactics, but never imagined Calum would exploit his special ability and the terrain together. Calum admits that if their positions had been reversed, he would never have anticipated such a move either. That thought chills him, because without Hourglass he would have ended up just like the dead leader. He resolves that relying on luck and a single broken ability is not enough if he wants to stay alive. Putting the reflection aside, he tells Yurnal it is time to move on. Inside, he hardens his resolve to build flawless strategies with no room for chance because his life now depends on it. He finally accepts that this is not merely a game world anymore but a reality he must clear to survive. Yurnal, worn out from the ordeal, starts yawning as they walk. The two continue deeper into the dungeon, carrying their salvaged gear and exhaustion together. Calum notes that 12 straight hours of goblin hunting would wear anyone down. Seeing how drained she is, he asks Yurnal whether they should stop and rest. They set a small campfire in a safer corner of the corridor. Soon they are seated by the fire with their supplies spread out, finally allowing themselves a pause. Yurnal cheerfully offers Calum some bread from the stolen pack, and he accepts. After a quiet moment, Yurnal calls his name with unusual seriousness. She thanks him for saving her twice that day, and Calum deflects the praise by saying Yurnal did most of the work and even helped them gain plenty of magic stones. Still haunted by the threat, Yurnal admits she keeps imagining what would have happened if he had accepted the bandits' offer. Calum answers without hesitation that he would never abandon a trustworthy comrade, which moves Yurnal to tears and makes her insist on taking the first watch. Trusting her completely, Calum says he can rest without worry and enters the game's rest mode. During rest, Calum suddenly levels up from level 1 to level 3 and realizes progression is processed when sleep mode begins. A status screen grants him 2 stat points, and he notes that his intelligence was already high before reincarnation and boosted further by dual-wielding wands. Remembering that stronger shields require more intelligence to break, he decides to keep investing in INT just as he did in the game. He then checks Yurnal's status and sees she also jumped to level 3, with exceptional agility and decent dexterity for an elf archer. Calum is delighted by how naturally Yurnal's stats fit her race and role. Her special skill is confirmed as sound mapping, and Calum uses her points to push her agility even higher. When rest mode ends, Calum wakes to the same dungeon rather than his old world, confirming there is no easy return to reality. He tells Yurnal it is her turn to sleep, and she gratefully agrees. Yurnal dives into the blanket with childlike relief, clearly having waited all day for proper rest. While she settles down, Calum quietly drags the heavy goblin shield toward the wall. Half asleep, Yurnal asks what he is doing. Calum simply says he is testing something and chooses a spot he thinks will work. He grips a wand, preparing to measure the effect of his improved power against the shield. Without hesitation, he casts Fireball. The spell slams into the shield and explodes with far more force than before. Watching the result, Calum confirms that his Fireball has definitely grown stronger. The shattered shield proves to him that the system's growth is physically real, not dream logic. Yurnal stares in amazement at the shield broken apart by a single spell. Wrapped in her blanket, she can only call the result unbelievable. Calum starts to say they should next find the exit gate, but notices Yurnal has already fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. By the time the fire burns down to embers, their brief rest is over. Back on the move, Yurnal asks how long it will take to find the exit. Calum admits he cannot know, because exit gates are randomized and depend entirely on luck, which he believes he lacks. He grimly estimates that they may have to grind in the dungeon for a full week. Then something ahead makes him stop short. To his shock, they have already found the exit room, but a party of adventurers is standing guard in front of the gate. Judging from their equipment, Calum immediately recognizes them as veterans and warns Yurnal to be careful. One of the guards notices them and identifies them as the Magic University's slave team. Calum confirms it while inwardly realizing that a non-hostile encounter here may be even more awkward than a fight. As the guards discuss when the university last sent slaves into the dungeon, the encounter shifts from escape to a dangerous new social test. After surviving more than a day and a half to reach the exit, Calum and Yurnal are unexpectedly praised by the party waiting there. Their leader immediately notes that the elf wisely abandoned magic for a bow, reading her as practical rather than stubborn. Yurnal startles at being singled out so bluntly, realizing these strangers are sizing them up as assets. When Calum is asked whether he truly can fight as a dual wand mage, he answers without hesitation that he can. The dwarf approves of that confidence and presses him further, asking whether one of those wands can cast Fireball. Unsure what to do, the others turn to their dwarf leader Zykel for a decision. The beastman argues they cannot afford to sit idle any longer while trapped at the exit. The cleric suggests recruiting Calum on the spot, though someone objects that he is still only a slave mage. They admit he may fall short of their missing mage Avison, but with no better option available they still consider him. Calum catches the name Avison and calmly asks whether the backpack they carry belonged to a mage companion they lost. The dwarf confirms it, and explains that Avison was taken down by a black hornet on the first floor. He bitterly recalls Avison as the first comrade he had liked in years, despite his weak combat ability. The cleric quickly clarifies that Avison is not truly gone yet because she preserved his soul, meaning a revival scroll could still save him. But because leaving for a scroll would forfeit their chance to escape, the party is stuck arguing while Calum listens. Calum pieces together that they found the exit but cannot use it because a gate boss inside requires a mage to defeat. The others speculate on what kind of boss it could be, ruling out undead and listing monsters their current lineup could already handle. Calum's attention sharpens when they mention the real problem would be a flying-type boss. Yurnal anxiously waits for his conclusion as he reasons that such a boss would have targeted the archer first. Since the party desperately needs a fire mage and Yurnal was the likely target, Calum narrows the possibilities to one. He identifies the boss as a venomic spider, stunning the party with how accurately he read the situation. Zykel grudgingly acknowledges that Calum clearly knows dungeons far better than a random slave should. Calum downplays it, and explains that a venomic spider floods the room with deadly venom and webs. He adds that the exit chamber would already be webbed over if that monster were in control. He continues describing how it races along the ceiling and attacks mainly to slow and bind prey. One wrong step in its webs means death, and the only reliable counter is a fire mage who can burn them away. Calum lays out the standard tactic of burning the webs to force the spider down from the ceiling. Then, once grounded, the party finishes it off, which is exactly why he says they need him. The cleric and beastman immediately support bringing him in, impressed by how quickly he analyzed everything. Zykel finally relents enough to make an offer, though only on a temporary basis. He invites Calum and Yurnal to join them for this fight, but Calum flatly refuses. The rejection leaves the entire party staring at him in disbelief. Yurnal panics and asks why he would turn down what looks like their best chance to survive. Calum answers that yes, defeating the boss would open the exit gate, but he points out that escaping the dungeon alone is not the same as escaping slavery. He reveals the detail they conveniently ignored: the gate only allows 4 people through in total. Yurnal realizes the implication at once and begins to panic. Calum explains that each person passing through destabilizes the gate further. Once the gate shifts from green to yellow to red, it collapses within minutes, so only 4 can ever escape. Since the other party has 1 slot left, Calum states the obvious leverage this gives him. In plain terms, he tells Yurnal that they are asking her to abandon her fallen comrade to save themselves. Zykel admits Calum saw through them and addresses him more seriously now. He apologizes for not being upfront, and says he would prefer to save both Calum and Yurnal if he could. But with only one mage slot needed, he argues that at least Calum should take the chance to live. He even suggests leaving the elf behind, treating her as the expendable one. Yurnal is too shocked to speak properly, while Calum answers with a long, cold silence. Calum admits the offer was tempting for a moment, but only because freedom seemed close enough to touch. He then rejects it internally, knowing that even if he escaped the dungeon, he would simply be sold back into the labyrinth. What matters to him is whether he can keep traveling with people worth trusting, and he sees no future with this party. He thinks of Yurnal as a rare comrade he could never replace among the usual disposable slaves, so he declares aloud that he will never abandon her. The three adventurers are stunned that a slave would throw away freedom for loyalty. Yurnal can only stare at him, overwhelmed by what he just chose. Instead of accepting their terms, Calum makes a counter-proposal and demands that they hire him properly. Zykel scoffs at the audacity of a slave refusing escape unless he is paid, yet the dwarf is intrigued enough to ask what price Calum wants. Calum names 10,000 gold, shocking both Yurnal and the others with the scale of the demand. He insists he knows exactly what he is asking for. He calculates that the loot they gathered on the first floor would sell for around 2,000 gold. Adding the market value of himself and Yurnal as slaves brings the total to 6,000, still short of what he needs to buy freedom and survive afterward. The party bickers over whether they should simply pay him, revealing both their fatigue and their desperation to get out quickly. Calum notes that a group wealthy enough to hire an infamously expensive cleric should have the funds. He also reads from their exhaustion that they want this resolved immediately, which strengthens his bargaining position. Most importantly, he remembers Avison and realizes time pressure is crushing them from another direction. Because they must retrieve a revival scroll before the soul-preserved body deteriorates, they cannot afford delay. Calum concludes that, for now, they have no choice but to accept his terms. The Beastman tries to reassure Zykel that there are no other mages to choose from anyway. Calum adds one more condition, demanding that the cleric bind the deal with a sacred oath. The cleric agrees at once, explaining that a covenant sworn before the goddess cannot be broken. Zykel attempts to haggle him down to 9,000 gold. Calum counters with 9,500, refusing to bend further. After a few more irritated exchanges, the dwarf gives up fighting the price. He accepts the deal out of necessity, and Calum promises they will not regret it. The cleric smiles politely while Zykel, already annoyed, asks the two slaves to step forward for the oath. Standing before the exit, Emma invokes the goddess Nathaniel and begins forming the covenant. She formally states that Vertanen, Zykel, and Emma will hire Calum and Yurnal's party for 9,500 gold if the Vertanen party exits alive, with the contract void if either party is wiped out. When asked to swear as his party's representative, Calum accepts without hesitation. Zykel seals the agreement with his hand, committing them all to the contract. With the bargain settled, the group finally heads into the boss chamber together. They enter a vast hall already choked with webs stretching from floor to ceiling. Calum warns that the darkness favors the spider, and that it is probably hiding in the ceiling webs. He scans carefully, searching for anything in the room that can be turned into an advantage. His gaze lands on a cluster of barrels tucked in a corner, and marked as neutral objects. Recognizing the symbol, he realizes they are packed with explosives. As they advance, he warns everyone to avoid the sticky strands spread across the floor. He explains that stepping on those webs can pin them in place, but their real priority is locating the boss. Zykel impatiently tells him to stop overcomplicating things and just burn the ceiling webs. Calum immediately senses that this reckless attitude is about to trigger trouble. A storm of venomous projectiles suddenly rains down from above, proving the spider was waiting for exactly that mistake. One of the falling shots drops straight toward Zykel before he can react. The dwarf barely bats it aside with his axe, saving himself by instinct. He shouts for the mage to blast the ceiling immediately and force the monster down. More venom shots continue to pour through the webbed darkness as the spider keeps its distance. Calum realizes the spider has exposed itself enough for a burst attack, but only if he can strike hard and fast. Knowing there will not be many openings like this, he decides to unleash everything at once. A strange power activates within him like a game system granting him his turn. He fires 4 fireballs in rapid succession, shocking everyone by casting multiple spells at once without pause. As his action window closes, the system-like power marks the end of his turn. The fireballs spiral upward through the webs toward the spider's position. One of the blasts strikes the spider directly and knocks it out of hiding. The rest detonate through the web mass, tearing open the ceiling nest around it. The others are left speechless that he casts 4 spells at once and without any audible incantation. Calum snaps them out of it and orders everyone to capitalize on the opening before it is lost. He calls on Yurnal specifically, trusting her to follow through. The burning spider crashes down toward the floor, trailing fire and venom. Arrows immediately slam into the falling target, adding damage before it can recover. Calum stops Yurnal from relying on her weak goblin bow alone, knowing it will not be enough. The spider hits the ground in a violent impact that shakes the chamber. Calum orders Emma to raise a magic barrier before the monster's counterattack lands. He tells the frontliners to charge as soon as the barrier is up, though the beastman bristles at taking orders from him. The spider drives a leg into the ground and prepares a dangerous retaliation. Its body swells with venomous pressure, signaling an imminent area attack. The beastman launches himself in a lightning-fast rush, closing the distance before the spider can fully act. The spider tracks him and begins firing dark projectiles to intercept his approach. Rather than retreat, the beastman grins and commits to the attack. Using a leaping ambush, he carves into the spider in a blur of speed and steel. The spider shrieks as his strike lands and purple blood sprays from the wound. Forced back, the boss rears up and starts to bloat again, preparing to explode its poison sac. Zyko recognizes the danger and warns Emma to brace for the blast. Emma answers by invoking Constellation Shield. A golden barrier encloses the party just as the spider's swollen body threatens to burst. Caleb notices that these adventurers know the standard pattern and are ready for the poison explosion. But instead of merely blocking it, he decides the best move is to freeze the sac before it can detonate. He casts Ice Lance, switching elements in a way no one expected from the supposed fire mage. The ice spear punches into the spider's swollen abdomen and arrests the buildup. Frost rapidly spreads through the poison sac, locking it solid. Caleb immediately tells Emma to fall back and orders the dwarf to attack now while the opening lasts. When they hesitate, he loses patience and screams for the dwarf to unload all his burst damage at once. Frustrated that real people are slower than game commands, Caleb nearly explodes trying to force them to listen. Even as he complains about the beastman's temper, Zykel hurls himself forward with renewed force. The dwarf's charge slams into the battlefield like a falling hammer. He brings his axe down directly onto the frozen poison sac, exploiting the weakness Caleb created. With a roaring finishing blow, he cleaves deep through the spider's body. The impact drives the monster into the wall and tears it apart under the combined force. Seeing the spider split open and bleeding out, Caleb finally believes the fight is over. The others gather around the corpse in exhausted relief, while Caleb stays wary. He immediately suspects they are overlooking the one thing every venomic spider boss can still hide. Looking up, he remembers that there is a small but real chance of a second phase involving eggs. Before he can warn them properly, the others celebrate too soon, and Yurno notices his alarm. Caleb scolds them for saying they had one already and asks Yurno why she is still holding her wand ready. He tells her to look up at the ceiling for just a second. When she does, she screams in horror at the mass hanging above them. The others squint into the darkness, still unable to make out what she sees. The beastman finally understands from Caleb's expression that something far worse remains. The ceiling comes into view as a vast carpet of clustered spider eggs hidden among the webs. Caleb reveals the nightmare plainly. Hundreds of eggs cover the entire ceiling. The party erupts in disbelief and panic, none of them having expected or even heard of this second phase. Thinking fast, Caleb orders Yurno to roll one of the explosive orc ale barrels over with all her strength. She grabs the marked barrel and starts moving it into position. Straining, Yurno shoves the heavy explosive barrel across the floor toward where Caleb needs it. When the dwarf realizes Caleb wants him to throw the barrel, he agrees but admits he has no idea where to aim it. As the party searches the dark hall, they order the priest to enchant Yurno's arrow with weapon light so they can spot the target. The priest invokes a blessing to make the arrow shine, and Yurno is told to light up the ceiling with it. Yurno confidently raises her bow as the arrow tip flares with bright holy light. She fires the glowing arrow straight upward to illuminate what's hidden above them. The light reveals a webbed mass on the ceiling, pinpointing the spider's egg cluster. One of the party members confirms they've found the egg cluster and calls it out. With the target exposed, the dwarf hurls a barrel upward toward the cluster. The barrel spins through the air beneath the webbed ceiling, closing in on the eggs. Seeing the opening, Caleb activates the hourglass to take his turn and act immediately. Caleb casts a fireball, sending flames surging up toward the ceiling trap. The fireball engulfs the barrel and webbing, turning the ceiling area into a roaring blaze. The burning mass detonates, blasting apart the nest as the party watches the ceiling erupt. The others marvel that Caleb used another silent, ultra-fast cast and wonder if fights are always this easy with him. The dwarf admits Caleb may be a slave, but his talent is frightening, and he can't figure out who Caleb really is. Caleb stays quiet, his expression unreadable as the scrutiny lands on him. A glowing portal appears, and Caleb points out they've found the exit gate. Relieved, Caleb says it's finally over and notes how much easier raiding is with a skilled party. Even so, he confesses it's frustrating not being able to control everything like a game. The Beastman rogue confronts Caleb as a rookie and demands to know who he is. The rogue admits he initially thought Caleb's early poison spell meant he was trying to kill them, but now praises him. Caleb shrugs that he didn't consider how suspicious it looked and concedes he got outplayed by their caution. The dwarf says he's impressed and asks what Caleb used to be before becoming a slave. Caleb starts to answer by recalling he was addicted to a game, then loses his train of thought mid-explanation. He settles on a vague cover story, claiming he was just a slave at a magic academy. The dwarf accepts that Caleb isn't ready to talk and says he likely has his reasons. The dwarf admits he never expected them to beat the boss unscathed and confesses he only signed the contract assuming they'd die quickly. Caleb explains that's why the fee was calculated that way, and he's satisfied he got his money's worth. The dwarf agrees but warns the job still isn't truly over. Yurnal insists it's not finished yet, confusing the others who think the gate means they're done. Caleb clarifies the settlement must be completed back in the village, not inside the dungeon. The priestess explains the contract requires the party to pass through the exit gate to fulfill it. Yerno panics that the gate is right there and begs to just go through immediately. She points at the portal, pleading again for them to simply leave. The priestess warns that a contract sworn before the goddess of fairness must be followed exactly. Yerno realizes the terms also require both her and Calum to cross the gate, and fears they might not make it out. The priestess bluntly explains that if they fail, it counts as a party wipe and the contract becomes void. Calum notes no sane person brings 10,000 gold into a dungeon, implying the system punishes anyone who can't return. Yerno asks Calum if he knew this, and he confirms high-value dungeon contracts are always settled back in town. The rogue realizes the 9,500 gold offer makes sense now, while the dwarf insists he was just managing finances responsibly. The rogue tells Calum not to die and jokes he should rob the dwarf's wallet, prompting the priestess to correct him that it's their wallet. As they prepare to leave, Calum notices the backpack he's carrying belonged to one of their party members. He reveals it was Avison's backpack, shocking the dwarf, rogue, and priestess. The group erupts in alarm, repeating in disbelief that it's Avison's pack. The dwarf demands to know about Avison's body, but learns they never found it because the pack was looted from another slave team they fought. The priestess and rogue are stunned by the coincidence that Avison's belongings ended up here. The dwarf assumes Calum wants something in return for giving the backpack back. Calum says he only wants the backpack itself returned, excluding the deceased's personal belongings. The dwarf is baffled that Calum doesn't want money for it. Laughing, the dwarf offers all their food supplies in exchange for Avison's things, saying they're dead weight now anyway. Calum confirms he's taking all their food, and the elf's silence suggests she isn't heading back right away. The dwarf explains they're waiting because it takes time to receive a resurrection scroll, then reveals he already brought one. A flashback shows they used their scroll earlier because Avison had already died once, and Calum thinks Avison should retire from dungeon crawling. The dwarf agrees Calum is far more competent than Avison ever was. The dwarf laments they should have recruited Calum from the start as the party stands by the exit gate. Yerno bitterly warns the dwarf not to get cocky and says she'll be watching him. She hesitantly raises her hand, struggling to speak up. Yerno gathers courage, hand still raised, trying to ask for something important. She asks the dwarf party to take Calum back with them, implying she'll stay behind. The dwarf freezes, stunned by the request. The priestess and rogue react with shock at Yerno's sudden proposal. Calum is caught off guard, realizing the situation is changing fast. Yerno argues that as long as one party member makes it back to town, the contract still counts because the party wasn't annihilated. The group processes her logic in tense silence as she stands apart from them. Yerno lays out the plan. Calum can claim the 9,500 gold, become free, and officially join their party, even buying proper gear with what's left. The priestess anxiously asks what will happen to Yerno if Calum leaves. Yerno admits even Calum would struggle alone here, and she wouldn't last a single day by herself. She confesses she doubts they'll ever find the exit room again if they split up. Begging him not to stay because of her, Yerno warns Calum he'll die in the labyrinth at this rate. Yerno recalls how she would have died long ago alone, haunted by monsters and the cruelty of their world. She thanks Calum for getting her this far, and he softly calls her name as she prepares to sacrifice herself. Crying, Yerno promises she'll never forget him and urges him to live well for her share too. The dwarf addresses her formally as Miss Elf, trying to interrupt her fatalistic farewell. The dwarf says recruiting from another party in a dungeon is normally rude, but Yerno protests that this is the exit room. He apologizes for treating them as disposable criminal slaves meant only to kill the boss, admitting he never considered what came after. Now he insists it's different, and says he wants to treat them as a proper party, not as slaves. He officially offers to recruit Calum with a 25% profit share and the full 9,500 gold payment. Calum is surprised, recognizing the offer is unusually generous. Yerno clings to Calum and insists she'll manage alone, trying to push him toward freedom. She grips his hand and pleads that she doesn't want him to die because of her. As she asks to part with smiles, the hourglass presents an expansion opportunity. Stay by Yerno now to raise her trust to 100%. Calum's eyes widen as he realizes the system is reacting to this emotional moment. He reads the hourglass upgrade details and suspects it's a hidden ability he can unlock. Calum recalls that in the game, special abilities upgraded through different routes on level-ups, and concludes it works the same here. He identifies the skill expansion as the ability to command party members. Calum reasons that if he issues a command on his turn, Yerno will act immediately once his turn ends. He notes he likely can't order her beyond her limits, so commands must be simple actions. Testing the concept, he imagines ordering Yerno to drop her shield and shoot the spider as a low-cost action. He concludes that unlike the dwarf party, Yerno will actually follow orders as soon as his turn ends. Realizing how much even one action point matters in combat, Calum decides this upgrade is worth pursuing. The dwarf asks for Calum's answer, while Calum stalls, needing more time to think. Calum activates the hourglass again, taking his turn to make the decision. He weighs which option gives the greatest benefit, wary of unpredictable consequences. Calum compares immediate freedom and money against securing the hourglass upgrade through Yerno's trust. He acknowledges he could escape slavery now and join a seasoned dwarf party, but hesitates. As his turn ends, Calum commits to his choice. Caleb declines the dwarf's recruitment offer despite the generosity. He states he will escape together with Yahello, not abandon her to fulfill the contract alone. Yahello breaks down again, overwhelmed that Caleb chose to stay with her. The dwarf party reacts in disbelief, asking if Caleb is serious. Caleb confirms he is serious, and says he'd make the same choice even if this were a game. He admits raising Yahello is the smarter long-term move, and also that he isn't cold-hearted enough to leave her. Yahello calls him crazy, still unable to understand why he won't take the safe exit. She demands to know why he isn't leaving, while Caleb mutters that staying together sits better with his conscience. The dwarf party approaches Caleb again, calling him rookie as they close in by the gate. The rogue bursts into tears, praising Caleb as incredible and lamenting that he's the real rookie by comparison. The priestess says the academy truly scouted a good one, and admits she wants Caleb for herself even more now. She interrupts the sentiment to ask how Caleb and Yahello plan to defeat the next exit boss alone. Caleb bluntly asks to take the spider corpse, prompting the dwarf to complain about his lack of emotional awareness. Caleb offers to buy the corpse for 1,300 gold from the reward, and the dwarf counters at 1,500, which Caleb accepts. The dwarf asks the elf's name, and she hesitates, struggling to answer. When someone guesses her name might be Pretty Day, she snaps that her name is Yahello. The dwarf awkwardly continues calling her Pretty Day and compliments her sincerity as being cooler than Caleb's flashy fireball. He tells Caleb and Yahello to make sure they both return alive. As a token of support, the dwarf gives Yahello several healing potions, and she thanks him sincerely. The rogue says he'll buy Caleb a drink in town, while the dwarf tells Yahello to use the gift well. The priestess instructs them to find Priestess Emma at the Temple of Nathaniel in town, where she'll pay the reward directly. She blesses them with Nathaniel's protection and promises to pray for their safe return. Golden light surrounds Caleb and Yahello, and Caleb notes blessings in the game boosted stats and granted immunity to curses and decay. The dwarf party announces they'll head back to town first, leaving Caleb and Yahello behind in the exit hall. The rogue introduces himself as Zykel and wishes them luck as he steps through the portal with the priestess. The dwarf says farewell for now and prepares a final measure before leaving. He rolls an E-rank mana stone through the gate so it counts as one person passing and triggers the next gate faster. The portal shifts ominously to red as the dungeon prepares the next challenge. The dwarf introduces himself as Vertanen and promises he'll wait for them at the Adventurers Guild if they return alive. With the others gone, Caleb and Yahello turn away from the gate and head deeper into the dungeon. Yahello asks why Caleb did this, worried how the two of them can ever clear the exit room again. Caleb admits he knew it was too much to hope for an easy escape, but doesn't waver. He tells her not to worry, signaling he has a plan. Caleb claims his body has been steeped in this game for so long that he's already calculated everything in advance. He comforts Yahello, telling her not to cry and insisting they can do this together. Caleb orders their first step, rip out the spider fang, and Yahello agrees, as her trust hits 100% and command becomes available. Yahello tries to explain she isn't refusing to work, sounding anxious about how far her devotion is going. She declares she'll do anything Caleb asks, no matter what, as she works the fang loose. Even while offering herself as a shield, she timidly suggests it would be faster if they gathered materials together. Caleb tells her to trust him and focus on extracting the fang, refusing to explain yet. He insists there's a reason for everything and orders her to keep pulling, and she obediently answers yes, sir. Caleb considers that item extraction success depends on dexterity, and he wants to maximize their odds. Comparing their stats, he realizes Yahello's dexterity is higher than his, so she's better suited to extract the materials. Caleb decides to review the skill expansion system further and strategize for the battles ahead. The system reiterates that with Yahello's trust at 100%, Caleb can issue commands, though difficult or nature-opposed orders may fail. Caleb tests the limits by imagining absurd commands, and Yahello immediately kicks the dwarf in a hypothetical example while he tries an even crazier order. The imagined over-the-top command results in a chaotic, impossible flurry, showing how unreasonable orders break down. Caleb concludes he can already guess what kinds of commands won't work, and resolves to test what she can truly follow. He commits to testing the system in practice as Yahello finishes the extraction. Yahello proudly announces she got the fang out, and Caleb briskly tells her to move out. As they go, Yahello marvels at discovering this kind of talent in herself. Caleb notes she was crying moments ago, surprised by how quickly her mood has shifted. Yahello smiles while holding the dripping fang, and Caleb admits he's glad to see her smile despite the danger. Caleb instructs Yahello to combine the poison fang with a goblin arrow to craft poison arrows. He asks her to do another preparation step as well, while Yahello worries that even with new arrows, her limits may still matter. Yahello doubts she'll be useful in a fight, but Caleb starts explaining why her poor performance came down to equipment. Caleb stresses that an archer's gear matters and, since they can't replace the bow yet, they should at least upgrade the arrows. He introduces the idea of crafting special arrows by combining materials, unveiling a poison arrow made from a poison fang and a goblin arrow. Caleb claims a well-made special arrow can draw out serious power even with a lousy bow, leaving Yahello impressed. He tells Yahello he's counting on her and notes that in the game, item combination success depended heavily on dexterity. While Caleb assumes Yahello's low dexterity means she'll fail, she suddenly succeeds and proudly shows the finished arrow, stunning him. Caleb demands to know how she pulled it off, and Yernal insists she simply handled it carefully, and it worked. Caleb warns that it's normally dangerous. Messing up force control could burst the poison sac and kill the crafter, then checks the arrow's stats and effects. Calling the arrow too valuable to waste, Caleb orders Yernal to keep it safe and not use it until he says, then they move on. As they walk the corridor, Caleb considers testing the newly added hourglass extension feature. Caleb activates the hourglass, and a system message declares it is his turn with 60 seconds remaining. During the time turn, Caleb orders Yernal to take a water bottle from his bag and hand it to him. He realizes this command doesn't consume action points because it isn't him acting directly, then ends the turn. Yernal obediently passes Caleb the water bottle as instructed. Caleb questions why she suddenly offered water, and Yernal says she thought he might be thirsty in the heat. Caleb recognizes her innocent intent and wonders how this command-based mechanic will function in real combat. Sensing an opportunity, Caleb activates the hourglass again to take another 60-second turn. Caleb casts Fireball to open with an advantage and orders Yernal to shoot the back goblin's leg to disable it. As the turn ends, Yernal draws and releases her shot with focused determination. The fireball detonates among the goblins as Yernal's arrow strikes, throwing one into chaos. A goblin screams in pain as the arrow hits and blood sprays, confirming the disabling tactic worked. Caleb follows up with another fireball, keeping pressure on the panicking enemies. After the blast, Caleb asks why Yernal aimed for the leg instead of the head, and she admits the leg was easier to hit. Caleb concludes that orders given during his turn are carried out by Yernal of her own will afterward, making her a controllable support tool. He decides this mechanic will be invaluable for situations he can't handle alone, especially tasks only a woman can do. A system note clarifies that difficult commands or those against Yernal's disposition may fail, prompting Caleb to consider testing limits. Caleb activates the hourglass and orders Yernal to do a b-boying dance as a simple compliance test. When nothing happens, Caleb assumes the command failed as expected. He tries again with a broader command, any dance, curious whether a less specific instruction will trigger. Yernal's feet begin moving on their own, proving the command took hold. Yernal breaks into an enthusiastic dance, seemingly compelled yet oddly cheerful as she moves to imagined music. She abruptly stops, embarrassed and confused, while Caleb watches in silence. Caleb calmly notes he now understands how the hourglass command system truly works. Yernal apologizes for the strange outburst, and Caleb tells her to forget it and keep walking. They continue deeper through the labyrinth's long stone corridors. Caleb glances back at Yernal while handling the water bottle, preparing to shift the mood with a pointed question. He steels himself to ask something important, using the hourglass to force an honest answer. Caleb activates the hourglass and orders Yernal to tell him everything she knows about him from before they entered the labyrinth. Yernal recalls rumors from their time on the slave ship and begins explaining why Caleb became a slave. She blurts that she heard it was for murder, and Caleb chokes on his drink in shock. Caleb recovers and brusquely asks what her point is, while Yernal admits she'd feared he was terrifying but is relieved he isn't. Yernal adds that she believes Caleb must have had personal reasons, leaving him flustered by her trust. She mentions he once said he killed a foxkin woman who was his teammate, and Caleb internally recalls foxkin lore from the game. In his mind, foxkin are clever, magical, and charming, making the alleged victim seem significant. Yernal insists the woman must have committed a death-worthy crime and that Caleb wouldn't kill without reason, while Caleb apologizes for her extreme loyalty. As they walk, Yernal continues piecing together Caleb's past as a labyrinth adventurer in the Far East. She explains the Magic University deliberately assigns one experienced labyrinth person to each 4-person slave party. Yernal realizes that's why the teams are formed that way and privately feels grateful Caleb is with her. Caleb reflects on what he was like before being possessed, unsettled by the implications. Their footsteps echo as they press onward, tension building. Yernal's eyes widen as she notices something ahead. She spots a marked door and realizes they've found an exit room. Caleb is uneasy that they found an exit so quickly, suspecting the luck is ominous rather than comforting. Yernal excitedly calls Caleb over to look at something near the exit. They find a pale young man preserved as if sleeping, and Yernal recognizes him as Avison. Yernal guesses it's soul preservation magic and wonders if Avison was a wealthy young master. Caleb confirms soul preservation is extremely expensive and rare for slaves, and admits this is his first time seeing it in person too. Caleb notes that retrieving Avison's body could earn a reward, but he's more concerned about the missing leg and what it implies. He asks if Yernal hears the sound of rotting meat nearby, linking it to the severed limb. Yernal confirms she hears an unpleasant wet sound, disturbed by it. Caleb asks about wing beats, but Yernal can't hear any, deepening the mystery. Caleb recalls the dwarf's claim that a black hornet killed Avison and starts analyzing the predator's behavior. A close look reveals the black hornet's terrifying presence, confirming the threat is real. Caleb reasons the creature wouldn't abandon prey, so they decide to head toward the sound since there's nowhere else to go. They approach the source, realizing the danger is close. They discover the culprit is a black hornet larva emerging from an egg-like sac. Caleb finds it strange the parent vanished and left the larva alone, since there are no signs of a battle. He concludes something else must have driven it off or taken it, something stronger. Caleb insists the strongest first-floor monster wouldn't flee on its own, and a grim suspicion forms. Caleb's eyes harden as he realizes what the situation might actually be. He asks Yurnal if any adventurer recently went missing on the first floor, and she mentions a rogue called Mr. Backattack. Caleb repeats the name, and Yurnal recalls the story that Backattack once soloed a Black Hornet after his party fell. Caleb's dread spikes as he realizes the implications and curses his own certainty. He recognizes a rogue is the worst possible matchup for a mage, and fears what they're about to face. Yurnal asks what's happening, and Caleb asks if she's ever heard of a possessed adventurer. Yurnal hasn't, and Caleb explains it's extremely rare in the labyrinth. Caleb recalls the one known case, a possessed adventurer appearing as the first floor exit boss, a servant of the labyrinth master driven mad. He remembers they retain and amplify their old skills, making them brutally difficult opponents. Caleb realizes the early exit room makes sense now and admits the situation has become a major headache as Yurnal trembles. Yurnal, near tears, asks if they can stop for now, overwhelmed by the danger. Caleb admits he messed up by letting his composure slip but forces himself to stay controlled. He reassures Yurnal they can handle it despite the difficulty, and she clings to his confidence. Caleb promises firmly that she has him, projecting certainty to steady her. Elsewhere, a tavern sign mocks the idea of a chantless ultra-fast caster, hinting at rumors spreading. In the tavern, a dwarf insists he's serious about a chantless ultra-fast caster, but others dismiss it as unrealistic. A bartender argues such feats are once in a century, yet the dwarf refuses to back down. The bartender tries to calm things, telling Vertanen that surviving is what matters, then pauses as something urgent arises. A drink is slammed down in front of the dwarf, who protests he didn't order anything. The bartender jokes it must be a chantless spell order and tells him to chug and stop talking nonsense, toasting their return to normal life. The dwarf angrily gulps the drink anyway, still bristling at being mocked. The bartender asks how Zykel is doing, and Vertanen says Zykel lacks labyrinth experience but has solid skills. The bartender boasts that everyone he introduces is promising and says Zykel could become the next Mr. Backattack with experience. Vertanen laughs that Backattack is a first-floor legend and warns Zykel can't be compared yet. They lament that someone like Backattack was taken down by the labyrinth master, calling it a shame. A sudden commotion erupts as someone calls for Vertanen, announcing his presence dramatically. Avicen's mother storms in with a stern escort, demanding to know if her son is truly dead. Vertanen confirms the death and explains Avicen went ahead alone while searching for the exit and was taken by a Black Hornet. Avicen's mother is shattered by the revelation, stunned into disbelief. She accuses them of failing her son, but the escort insists Avicen's soul preservation might still be intact. The escort urges calm and says Avicen's death isn't their fault, trying to keep the situation from exploding. He presses them not to let things end foolishly, implying they already have a plan to rescue Avicen despite the death. Vertanen explains soul preservation lasts a week, so reviving Avicen should still be possible. They say a resurrection scroll will be ready in 2 or 3 days and ask if Avicen can be located immediately due to the tight schedule. Vertanen reveals he retrieved Avicen's ID and will use it to cast a tracking spell to trace the body back. The escort reacts to the mention of a genius mage who found the ID, clearly intrigued. Vertanen claims the genius is a slave mage who casts ultra-fast without incantations, while the dwarf insists it's true. The escort says this isn't time for jokes and suggests the mage might have recovered the body, noting the party had only 2 members. Hearing it was a 2-person slave party, the escort cuts off further talk and orders immediate action. He declares he'll pay any price for retrieval of Avicen's body, but a lurking figure listens with predatory interest. A hidden presence addresses the grieving noblewoman with a polite, ominous "my lady." The shadowy figure asks how much she's willing to offer, turning her desperation into leverage. The figure reveals itself as a reptilian rogue, boasting they operate on the 3rd floor and won't fumble like Vertanen. The escort coldly orders silence, shutting down the rogue's opportunism. The rogue freezes under the escort's killing intent, suddenly afraid. The rogue retreats quickly, abandoning the confrontation as the room's danger becomes clear. The escort warns that trying to solve everything with money attracts the wrong people, but he understands the desperation to find his little brother. He decides he will personally go with Vertanen, and Vertanen welcomes the help of a 5th-floor mage. The escort insists he must be the one to bring his brother back, and admits the genius mage also intrigues him. Back in the labyrinth, Caleb tells Yurnal they can't just wait and must call off the plan of relying on the dwarf party. He explains that at this pace the larva will starve within 2 days, forcing them to act before conditions change. Caleb adds the larva's boss-level scent is currently keeping other monsters away, buying them temporary safety. He warns once the scent fades monsters will swarm, so they must move, though he notes the larva is strangely valuable. Caleb rejects waiting for another exit room, deciding they must defeat Backattack themselves and escape. He admits it will be tough but insists they aren't lacking in firepower for the coming fight. Caleb calls Yurnal by name and asks if she thinks they can beat Backattack, testing her resolve. Caleb says there is a way, but it will be extremely difficult and demands absolute commitment. Yurnal promises she'll do whatever he says, desperate to survive and help. Caleb accepts and announces they'll use a rough strategy, telling her to prepare herself. Their training begins with explosive fire magic tearing through the dungeon corridors. Goblins stumble into the chaos, confused and terrified by the sudden onslaught. Caleb's lightning-enhanced strikes slam goblins aside with brutal efficiency. He declares they're entering hellish training, forcing Yahello to keep up under relentless pressure. Caleb states they'll hunt 100 goblins like this, and Yahello panics at the scale of the regimen. The ground erupts from impacts as their attacks land, showing the training's intensity. Caleb and Yahello coordinate lightning and fire to overwhelm enemies, pushing their limits together. A goblin is blasted away as flames roar, demonstrating their growing offensive rhythm. Yahello fires while Caleb attacks, their combined strikes knocking goblins down amid cascading fire. Another violent clash of fire and force shakes the corridor as they continue grinding experience. Caleb explains level 5 is nearly the first floor limit, and that they're just over level 4 after beating Venomic. He argues that with 2 days of hard training, leveling up is achievable. As they keep fighting, Caleb emphasizes reaching level 5 matters for what it unlocks. He reveals level 5 is a growth breakpoint that grants one additional special ability, making it worth the risk. After battles, Caleb decides they'll only collect the most valuable magic stones and discard the rest to save time. He orders the next target, hunt the Goblin Shaman, and Yahello, exhausted, agrees. Caleb focuses on finding the most useful scrolls, and the Goblin Shaman appears with a sinister staff and a glowing scroll case. Caleb sprints ahead to keep the trail, and Yahello scrambles after him, barely holding on. Back at their camp, Caleb praises Yahello's effort, and she weakly acknowledges him while sprawled from exhaustion. Caleb says they're finally ready, implying their rushed leveling and preparation have paid off. Yahello notices the larva's breathing has grown weak and warns it will likely die by tomorrow since it hasn't eaten in days. Yahello asks if they should feed the larva to Avison, and Caleb apologizes that things have become brutally hardcore for her. After securing the needed tools and warning that tampering with a soul-preserved corpse is a grave crime, the group prepares for the next step and Yahello asks what Caleb is doing. Caleb calmly explains he is filling the orc barrel with water, and Yahello realizes it is part of his plan. Caleb confirms the setup is nearly complete and tells them to catch the target now, which excites Yahello. When Yahello suggests switching watch shifts, Caleb insists he will sleep first to be ready. Yahello is unsettled by Caleb's cold practicality, but Caleb argues he needs sleep to level up and plan strategies. Yahello reluctantly accepts, still uneasy but trying to comply. Yahello offers to cover extra watch time during the shift change, grateful for Caleb's leadership. Caleb tells Yahello to rest, while Yahello privately notes Caleb can be frighteningly serious. Caleb orders Yahello to wake him in 2.5 hours and immediately lies down. Entering a rest state triggers level ups for both Caleb and Yahello to level 5, unlocking a new special ability choice. After resting, Caleb leads them toward the exit room, but Yahello hesitates with a concern. Yahello worries Caleb intends to face the boss while looking ridiculous in his bulky disguise. Caleb tells Yahello not to judge by appearances and insists their plan to defeat the boss is unchanged. Yahello clarifies the worry is whether the outfit will actually help in battle. Caleb explains the Black Hobbit's egg they are using is extremely hard, even if it reeks. They push open the exit doors and step into the boss area. Caleb and Yahello enter a vast chamber with their barrel and companion creature, sensing the boss ahead. The red-haired boss back attack rises from a shattered wall, announcing his presence with menace. Caleb squares up and challenges back attack, while Yahello tenses behind him. Back attack grins with murderous delight, eager to play. The fight erupts as back attack darts in and the party braces for his opening assault. Back attack swings his blade in a brutal arc, pressing the attack. The hourglass system signals it is Caleb's turn to act. Caleb deduces back attack used leaping ambush to get behind him as soon as the hourglass activated. Because he predicted the rogue's pattern, Caleb had already aimed his counter in advance and intercepts the ambush. Caleb begins executing his sequence, starting with a multi-shot lightning shock to lock the boss down. He orders Yahello to douse back attack with water the moment the electrocution makes him collapse. Then his action points run out and the hourglass flips to cooldown. Lightning surges through back attack, jolting him violently. Back attack snarls through the shock, still trying to advance. Yahello stomps down to burst the barrel and release the water as planned. The barrel ruptures and water gushes out in a heavy wave. Yahello drenches back attack, soaking him completely. Back attack reels as the water hits, his advantage slipping. Caleb announces back attack is now soaked and immediately follows with ice pick to punish the status. A massive ice spike erupts, forcing back attack to evade with sudden movement. Caleb recognizes back attack used shadow leap to escape the ice strike. Caleb notes the boss has burned his movement skills and decides to exploit the cooldown window. Caleb tells Yahello he will lift the oak barrel for the next step. He instructs Yahello to burst the raised barrel with an arrow at the right moment. Yahello draws and releases an arrow upward, preparing to trigger the trap. The arrow lands and the setup shifts the battlefield as ice and water spread across the floor. Caleb fires another ice pick, expanding the frozen terrain. The ice blast detonates across the ground, rapidly widening the slick frozen zone. The entire arena floor becomes a treacherous sheet of ice, limiting movement. Back attack grits his teeth, momentarily stalled by the sudden terrain change. Caleb predicts back attack will try to compensate with careful footing or wall walking skills. A fast projectile streaks in, catching Caleb's attention mid-thought. Back attack's magic throw slams into Caleb, knocking him back and alarming Yahello. Yahello checks on him, and Caleb says the eggshell armor absorbed the hit and prevented injury. Caleb narrows his eyes, reassessing the boss's ranged options. He realizes back attack is using magic throw even at this distance. Caleb judges the damage is reduced by range, but the threat remains. Back attack grips his weapon, preparing another aggressive push. He charges with a feral grin, refusing to be controlled. Caleb anticipates back attack may next use invisibility to break targeting. Caleb orders Yerno to locate back attack's position the moment he tries to vanish, and she agrees. Yerno focuses, listening intently for movement cues. A sudden impact and shifting air signal back attack's rapid repositioning. Yerno calls out a direction to guide Caleb as something drops from above. Back attack descends toward them, aiming to strike from the air. An ice spike shoots up toward back attack's face, forcing him into a tight dodge. Back attack twists away as the ice attack narrowly misses. He sails over the frozen field, still closing in on the pair. Back attack reaches for gear at his belt, readying another tool. Caleb notices the grenade-like item on back attack's belt, and realizes it is a key danger. With the hourglass still on cooldown, Caleb knows he must survive until his next window. The system shows the turn-based hourglass has 15 seconds of cooldown remaining. Caleb uses Ice Pick again, targeting their small companion larva to trigger his new ability. The larva is killed, splattering poison as it dies. Caleb reveals he leveled up specifically to exploit this moment. He activates the special ability Slaughter's Momentum to gain extra action points after a kill. The hourglass reactivates for Caleb's turn with 60 seconds remaining, and powered by Slaughter's Momentum. Caleb explains the ability restores action points on a kill, but its activation condition has changed here. He notes the new effect grants a temporary 2-point hourglass for 60 seconds, which he enabled by dragging the larva into the boss room. Caleb measures the challenge. He must hit a ping-pong ball-sized bomb target from about 10 meters away. As back attack rushes, Caleb steels himself, knowing he still has to land the shot. Caleb begs for a single perfect lightning shock, then spends his remaining action points to cast it. Lightning arcs across the arena toward back attack, attempting to lock him down again. The bolt strikes back attack, electricity crawling over his body. The grenade detonates in a fiery blast, shaking the chamber as Caleb and Yerno watch. Caleb celebrates the successful hit, revealing he was a special class marksman in the army. Caleb urgently asks Yerno for back attack's position, and she points him out. Caleb fires Ice Pick toward the indicated spot, trying to pin the boss again. The ice attack slams into back attack, freezing him in place. Back attack staggers, ice locking around his torso as he coughs in pain. Caleb confirms the freeze landed perfectly, meaning back attack cannot dodge the next shot. Yerno releases an arrow, aiming to finish the immobilized boss. The arrow streaks straight toward back attack's center mass. It hits hard, driving into the frozen target. Caleb declares the fight should be over because the hornet poison sac is torn, making back attack die just by breathing. Poison gas billows from the ruptured sac around back attack, and Caleb expects a slow death if all goes to plan. Caleb calculates the gas will deal heavy damage over time for 20 seconds. Even without seeing an HP bar, Caleb assumes back attack will fall within moments. Caleb moves in to end it cleanly, but suddenly senses something is wrong. A strange glow flares within the poison cloud near back attack, hinting at a countermeasure. Caleb curses himself for hoping the poison would be a fluke win and calls for Plan B. Yerno panics, but Caleb admits he feared it would come to this. Caleb explains possessed adventurers are most dangerous because they can use special abilities from their adventurer days. He says this outcome was expected, and he prepared Plan B to cover it. In a flashback, Caleb explains why he first told Yerno to fire only one poison arrow to test whether back attack could remove poison. He reasons back attack defeating a black hornet alone was suspicious and suggests he might have a way to cleanse poison. Caleb argues it is nearly impossible to fight a black hornet without being grazed by its poison stinger at least once. So if back attack survived poisoning, he likely has a method to neutralize it. Caleb concludes back attack must have some detoxification capability, and they need to confirm it. Back in the present, Caleb clarifies it is not magic healing but likely items or special abilities that let back attack cleanse poison. Caleb narrows it down. If not bombs, potions, or scrolls, then back attack's remaining trump card must be a special ability. Caleb states their top priority is confirming whether back attack has detoxification, because if he cleanses immediately they are in trouble. Yerno fears that if back attack detoxifies right away, they are finished. Caleb answers no, implying Plan B is designed to handle exactly that. He commits to Plan B as the poison cloud swirls below them. Back attack activates Adrenaline Rush, restoring health, resetting a skill cooldown, and removing negative status effects. A sharp glint in back attack's eye signals his recovery and renewed aggression. Back attack uses cautious steps to move safely across the ice, negating the terrain trap. Caleb realizes the hourglass cooldown still has 3 seconds left, leaving him exposed. Yerno asks if she should shoot, but Caleb orders her to hold because back attack will dodge while a movement skill is active. Caleb decides he must create distance from Yerno to execute Plan B properly. He kicks off the ice, forcing a separation as the ground cracks under the sudden movement. Caleb sprints across the frozen field, trying to reposition while keeping his wand ready. He casts Lightning Shock again, sending a bolt down toward Back Attack. Back Attack slides and angles away, grinning as he avoids being pinned. Back Attack closes the gap and slashes into Caleb, landing a painful hit. Caleb's wand slips from his grasp as the blow disrupts his control. Caleb screams in shock and pain as he loses momentum. Back Attack's hand snaps forward, seizing the opening to dominate the exchange. Back Attack smashes Caleb down and Caleb chokes, calling out Edna in panic. Caleb lies stunned, realizing Back Attack is physically overpowering him at close range. Back Attack glares with murderous focus, ready to finish Caleb. Yahello draws and fires from above, trying to support Caleb while he is pinned. The arrow streaks down as Back Attack grapples Caleb on the ice below. Caleb repeats Plan B under his breath, forcing himself to stay calm while being held. Yahello shouts Caleb's name as she watches the two locked in deadly close combat. Caleb clutches his bleeding wound and admits the pain is intense, but he keeps thinking. He decides he must use the potion he obtained from the dwarf party to survive Plan B. Back Attack snatches at Caleb's pouch, trying to steal the potion mid-fight. Back Attack drinks the stolen potion while keeping his dagger ready, and Caleb fumes that the thief's habits never change. The potion bottle drops and shatters on the ice, wasting its contents. Back Attack looms over Caleb with a cruel smile, believing he has secured victory. The hourglass signals it is Caleb's turn again, and Caleb snarls that it is too late for Back Attack. Caleb reveals Plan B was a bluff designed to make Back Attack move exactly as intended. From Yahello's viewpoint, Caleb confirms this exact close-quarters situation is what Plan B required. Caleb says he will survive on potion power long enough and urges Yahello to take her best shot. He adds that Back Attack cannot kill him with the dagger alone, buying time for the decisive arrow. Caleb braces and forces his body to hold Back Attack in place for the opening. Caleb orders Yahello to shoot now as his turn ends and the hourglass flips again. Back Attack strikes Caleb again, trying to break free before the arrow lands. Back Attack's expression shifts as he senses the incoming threat and realizes the trap. Back Attack mocks Caleb for not knowing about his magic armor scroll, which can nullify several low-damage physical attacks. Caleb still shouts for Yahello to shoot now, maintaining the grapple despite the scroll's protection. Yahello's arrow arcs in a clean trajectory toward the locked-together fighters at the cliff edge. The arrow slams into its target with a heavy impact, triggering the next decisive turn in their plan. Back Attack cruelly taunts Caleb for being struck by poison arrows twice as the fight turns desperate. Caleb, choking on poison, steels himself and declares the real battle is only starting as he forces down another potion. A violent impact echoes through the cavern and Yahello panics, calling out to see if Caleb is still alive. Back Attack reels and coughs blood, showing the poison is finally biting into him. Caleb feels his lungs tearing from the toxin and decides he must keep drinking every healing potion to survive. Back Attack lunges in close, still strong enough to grapple and crush Caleb despite being poisoned. Shocked that the enemy can still fight, Caleb draws his blade while clamping a potion in his mouth. Caleb's knife slips free in the struggle, flashing as it's knocked away. Caleb realizes too late that losing his weapon changes everything and freezes in alarm. The knife spins away and lands out of reach, leaving Caleb disarmed. Back Attack surges forward and Caleb's eyes widen as the attacker closes in. Back Attack collapses mid-charge, the poison finally dropping him before he can finish Caleb. Breathing hard, Caleb assumes the stubborn killer is finally dead. Caleb and Yahello scramble at the cliff edge, Yahello begging him not to die as he weakly asks for more potion. Yahello insists they have to leave together through the exit gate, while Caleb endures the pain even with constant potions. Caleb admits the antidote math was uncertain and he could still die from the poison despite draining his supplies. Crying, Yahello forces another potion on him, and Caleb accepts because there is no other option. A portal-like gate opens below them, signaling the dungeon's exit is active. Caleb steadies himself, says he thinks he will live, and praises Yahello for landing the final arrow. Yahello tearfully explains she was worried because the terrain blocked her view and she couldn't be sure the shot would connect. Caleb explains ranged attacks are penalized from low ground, and Back Attack tried to exploit that with Shadow Leap. Caleb reveals he chose Yahello's level 5 ability Artillery Strike so her projectile could ignore obstacles once the target position was set. Remembering unfinished business, Caleb says they must do something before leaving. He points out the exit gate still has 2 slots, and Yahello realizes what he means. Caleb decides they should take the fallen bodies with them, starting with Back Attack. They also secure Avison's corpse, preparing for a possible resurrection. Later, the scene shifts to a tavern where news and deals circulate in the early hours. Someone remarks that a visitor who doesn't even drink has shown up at an odd hour, suspicious of his purpose. The tavern crowd guesses he is here to confirm the status of a resurrection scroll. A silver-haired noble officer says his little brother's life is at stake, so he must verify everything personally. A beastman informs him the requested scroll will be ready today, and he can enter the dungeon around 5 a.m. The officer reflects that soul preservation time is running out, and if the rescue fails, even a new scroll won't allow resurrection. Determined to remove every variable, he calls for everyone's attention to act immediately. A priestess arrives announcing she has the resurrection scroll and orders everyone to head to the dungeon office at once. The tavern erupts when they hear the first floor exit gate has opened, and the dwarf demands confirmation. The officer coolly asks if they are absolutely sure it is the first-floor gate. The priestess insists that is what she heard and urges them to check immediately, while a bystander grumbles about dwarves losing money again. At the Dungeon Union's underground control room, the glowing gate churns as officials gather. An anxious instructor complains it has been too long and wonders why no one has emerged yet. She dismisses the rumors as ridiculous and resents being dragged here, even as she prepares quick casting. The group notices movement, and the instructor blurts out that someone is coming out, asking if the gate truly opened. Clarence greets the instructor formally, and she acknowledges she has heard the news. Clarence admits he came to see whether Avison made it out, though he is trying not to hope. The gate flares and they shout that something is emerging. The instructor tries to reassure Clarence that things likely went well for his brother, and urges him not to worry. She leans in to see who is coming through, bracing for the reveal. The instructor screams in sudden horror at what she sees. She recoils, calling the emerging sight a rotten face, as the room is bathed in eerie light. The priestess, dwarf, and beastman stare in stunned disbelief at the grotesque arrival. Clarence rushes forward shouting Avison's name, desperate to confirm his brother's fate. The gate's energy surges again, signaling more bodies are about to spill out. Multiple figures tumble from the portal, including corpses, confirming the exit is delivering the dungeon's casualties. The onlookers recognize the red-haired corpse as Back Attack and struggle to process what they are witnessing. Someone identifies the dead man as Mr. Back Attack, a notorious threat. The instructor panics that half the people coming through are corpses and demands to know what is happening. Clarence is stunned that a two-person party could have defeated Mr. Back Attack and notes the presence of a no-chant ultra-fast caster. Rumors spread that the caster is a slave mage who can cast without chanting, leaving listeners shaken by the implication. Clarence, sweating, demands to know if that unbelievable rumor is actually true. The gate continues to glow as the dwarf calls out, asking if the emerging person is Calum. A foot steps out of the portal, confirming a survivor is finally arriving. Yahello emerges and introduces herself, promising Calum will come out soon as well. The priestess and beastman celebrate that she is safe, and the dwarf boasts he believed the duo would succeed. The instructor recognizes Yahello as part of the Magic Academy's slave team and asks if something is wrong. She realizes beating Back Attack would be huge news for any skilled duo, and her shock intensifies. The absurdity hits her harder because this was a two-person slave party using cheap junk weapons. She fixates on the fact the party was formed only days ago, and cannot understand how they pulled it off. The portal brightens again, and Yahello excitedly announces Caleb is coming out now. A hand reaches through the gate, signaling Caleb's emergence. Caleb steps out bloodied and exhausted, still carrying their gear as the room falls silent. The priestess and beastman bombard him with praise and questions, moved that he even brought Avison's body, while the dwarf notices Caleb is injured. Caleb, irritated by the commotion, addresses the priest and tries to speak through his fatigue. He bluntly demands his promised payment of 8,000 gold, stunning the crowd. Yahello clings to him in relief and calls his name, overwhelmed by what they survived. The story jumps to the Temple of Nathaniel, where Caleb is taken for recovery. Caleb snaps awake to someone calling him, his red eye opening with suspicion. A priestess explains he passed out the moment he stepped out of the gate. She says he collapsed from potion overdose, while Caleb insists he had to survive without an antidote, and then asks about his payment. The priestess points him to a bag of money on the desk and invites him to check it. Counting the coins, Caleb realizes the amount is short and asks why there is only 7,850 gold. He complains he is missing 150 gold, and the priestess calmly says it was the treatment fee, despite him not requesting treatment. She explains Yahello asked the temple to treat him, and Caleb fumes at her meddling. The priestess asks if he will go to the Magic Academy to claim free citizen status, and also inquires what happened with Avison and Back Attack. She reports Avison is being treated in the resurrection chamber, and the revival should begin soon, while Back Attack's corpse was likely sent to the morgue. Caleb asks whether Back Attack can be revived too. The priestess says no because Back Attack's body had no soul preservation magic, making revival impossible. She explains soul preservation binds a soul to the body for 1 week, allowing revival if the body is retrieved in time. Caleb notes that in Back Attack's case there is a loophole. He reasons that if the dungeon master extracted Back Attack's soul and stored it in a vessel, retrieving it from the Sanctuary of Souls could enable revival. Caleb reflects that officials call it impossible only because they do not know the sanctuary exists, which he learned on the God of Strategy difficulty. With his business done, Caleb leaves the temple and receives a blessing for the road. The scene shifts to the Magic Academy, a sprawling fortress-like campus. Yahello runs to greet Caleb and asks if he feels better, and he answers that he does. Caleb lifts the money bag and proposes they use it to buy their freedom from slavery. Yahello lights up, thrilled that freedom is finally within reach. The mood crashes when they are told that after calculations, Yahello cannot be freed from slave status. Caleb protests that they should have more than enough money, while Yahello reels in confusion. An official explains free citizen status costs 3,000 gold, but Yahello's share depends on contribution. The official bluntly states Yahello's calculated contribution is only 2 gold. The verdict is repeated. With that contribution, Yahello cannot become a free citizen, and tears well in her eyes. Caleb demands to know the standards behind their calculation and distribution. The evaluator says it is easier to demonstrate than explain and prepares the assessment tool. He introduces the scales of equity, which measure each person's contribution to the adventure, and displays Caleb and Yurnal as subjects. Based on testimony, the scales record Yurnal's exit room contribution as 2 gold versus Caleb's massive amount. Caleb realizes this is a kind of magic he never even saw in the game and grows wary. He challenges the result, insisting Yurnal's contribution is being undervalued. Caleb argues Yurnal crafted the poison weapon that defeated back attack and asks if the Virtanen party's contract is skewing the evaluation. He explains their plan relied on obtaining poison arrows to clear the next exit room, which required Yurnal's processing skill. Yurnal softly calls Caleb's name, shaken by the implication that she is being erased from their success. The evaluator coldly acknowledges Caleb's point without sympathy. The scales log Yurnal's contribution as trivial, reducing her to a record of almost nothing. The evaluator announces they will begin the full accounting, but first they will verify the story. He activates lie detection magic to ensure their statements are truthful. The spell's effect hits Caleb and Yurnal, making their bodies react involuntarily under scrutiny. The evaluator claims this invasive check is standard for judging slave contributions and warns of numbness. He orders them to place their bags on the table and recount the journey honestly from start to finish. Caleb begins his statement, urging that this time they must truly break free of slavery. He reports their total earnings from magic stones and back attacks belongings were 14,600 gold, comparable to a 4-person first-floor team. Caleb focuses on the distribution, bracing for what Yurnal's share will be. The evaluator assigns Yurnal 20%, totaling 2,925 gold, while Caleb receives 19,528 gold, leaving her short of the 3,000 needed. Caleb curses the outcome, furious that even 20% is not enough to free her. Yurnal stares at the number 2,925 in disbelief, realizing she is trapped by a tiny gap. Silenced by despair, Yurnal cannot even answer when asked if she is disappointed. The evaluator lectures that the average slave earns only 500 gold in the dungeon. He adds that is only if they survive the 10% mortality rate, emphasizing how disposable slaves are. He tells Yurnal her survival and income are not proof of capability, but circumstance. He claims she merely followed Caleb's lead and kept up with his skill level. He reduces her role to firing 2 poison arrows, dismissing everything else she did. He says anyone could have replaced her as long as they followed Caleb's orders, stripping her of agency. The evaluator invites objections to the distribution ratio, implying she can speak if she dares. When she hesitates, he snaps at her to speak now, pressing the power imbalance. Yurnal quietly accepts the decision, and Caleb asks the instructor if she had to be so cruel. The instructor warns Caleb not to do Yurnal any favors, making clear the system will not tolerate mercy. The evaluator states that sending criminal slaves into the dungeon is their punishment, and Caleb responds that he understands. Asked if he will use his share to buy free citizen status, Caleb answers yes while Yurnal clutches her inadequate purse. A magical procedure deducts 3,000 gold from Caleb's funds to finalize his purchase of freedom. Caleb's collar unlocks and falls away, marking his release from slavery. The evaluator congratulates Caleb on becoming a free citizen and declares the evaluation concluded. The office doors open as officials move to separate the pair. Caleb turns back toward Yurnal as they are led apart, realizing what is about to happen. Guards seize Yurnal and announce she will be escorted back to the dormitory, and she trembles in shock. Someone remarks she is valuable as an archer and could fetch a good price at the Adventurers Guild, and Caleb resolves to find her later. The evaluator pivots to Caleb with a new proposition, asking if he has considered enrolling in the Magic University. He explains they cannot afford to lose a mage with both chantless and high-speed casting and offers full support if Caleb enrolls. Caleb realizes their attitude changed because he is now a free citizen and recognizes they are trying to keep him under control. Knowing they cannot let him go amid mage losses, Caleb asks what benefits he would receive if he enrolled. The evaluator begins to outline the offer by referencing Caleb's magical potential. A commotion erupts as Professor Melanie arrives, and staff whisper about the man from the wild rumors. An elderly authority figure storms in, demanding to see the chantless lightning-speed casting prodigy with his own eyes. Caleb introduces himself, and the elder approves of the determination in his eyes, saying brochures are irrelevant now. The elder challenges Caleb directly, asking what he believes a mage's true duty is now that he is free. Caleb is told that beyond spellcraft and monster hunting, there is a higher mission being pursued. The mission is revealed as the eradication of the otherworldly possessed who slip into this world. An academy elder explains that dungeon bursts have long devastated society, and they have spent years tracing the cause. By correlating monster movements with burst timings, the investigators narrowed the phenomenon down to a pattern. They conclude the single underlying cause is the countless possessed who crossed over. The elder claims that if a possessed stays out of the dungeon for over 2 weeks, a burst is triggered to eliminate them. Caleb realizes bitterly that even as a newly freed man he will never be allowed to live peacefully. The elder cites Caleb's record as an adventurer from Wundam convicted of murdering a teammate, justified by calling her possessed. Caleb is shaken by the implication and replays the accusation that his teammate was a possessed. The elder pushes recruitment into his possessed extermination club and jokingly asks if Caleb is possessed too. Caleb stays silent, carefully weighing the trap in the question. The elder presses him, interpreting the silence as suspicious. Caleb internally celebrates keeping quiet, sensing danger and answering. He realizes he is still under lie detection magic and cannot bluff his way out. The elder notes how odd the hesitation is for such a simple question. Caleb panics, searching for a way to escape the interrogation without exposing himself. He blames himself for lowering his guard after escaping the maze and coming unprepared for this world's rules. Caleb struggles to figure out how he can answer at all under truth magic. The elder begins to voice the conclusion that Caleb might be possessed. The room is interrupted as the door suddenly opens. A silver-haired graduating mage, Clarence, greets the elder and remarks it is too early for club scouting. The elder bristles but insists diligence pays, hinting Caleb's arrival is important. Clarence says Professor Isilov is also interested in Caleb's talent, which the academy cannot ignore. Clarence argues that someone capable of no chanting and high-speed casting suits maze exploration better than extermination. Caleb stays guarded while the elder fumes at being contradicted. Clarence tells Caleb there is no need to decide immediately, and invites him to hear Professor Isilov's offer. The tense meeting breaks, and the scene shifts out into the academy's bright corridors. As they walk, Caleb reflects that he nearly died the moment he left the maze. He's relieved his escape timing was perfect enough to avoid being exposed. Caleb wonders why they rely on trick questions when magic could seemingly expose a possessed easily. He suspects the anti-lying spell must have limitations, otherwise the interrogation would be unnecessary. The whole ordeal irritates him, and he resolves not to be cornered like that again. He notices the lie detection has finally worn off, confirming his earlier suspicion. Clarence apologizes for the delayed introduction and identifies himself as a graduating year mage. He reveals he is Avison's eldest brother, and thanks Caleb for helping recover Avison's body. Caleb replies that the outcome benefited him too, since it helped him become a free citizen. Clarence explains he stayed quiet because speaking during the anti-lying spell felt improper. Caleb is surprised, and Clarence confirms most people find that spell extremely uncomfortable. Clarence adds it is illegal to cast casually, and now only permitted during slave team evaluations. Caleb realizes the elder exploited that narrow legal window to corner him at the worst moment. Clarence apologizes for Professor Maldini's rudeness and says not everyone is hostile to otherworldly possessed. He explains the academy is split into 3 major factions that compete over how to treat the possessed. First is Maldini's faction, which prioritizes exterminating the possessed. Second is Isilov's faction, which supports and regulates maze exploration using possessed adventurers. Lastly is Dahlstream's faction, which believes the possessed should be revered. Caleb balks at the idea of revering them, and Clarence says Dahlstream studies ancient texts and manuscripts. Clarence summarizes Dahlstream's research claiming the possessed are locked in war with the maze master. He says the front line is the maze entrance itself, where the conflict supposedly plays out. Clarence warns the maze master can trap souls and drive humans insane, making resistance nearly impossible. He adds a legend of one magician immune to that madness, believed to exist among the otherworldly possessed. The phrase turn-based mage hits Caleb hard, sounding uncomfortably close to his own secret. Clarence admits it is mostly incomprehensible legend, and even he doesn't fully grasp what turn-based means. He dismisses Dahlstream's faction as tiny, barely having 3 members. Clarence says it is only treated as a faction out of courtesy because a senior professor leads it. He brings Caleb to meet Isilov, saying the professor is waiting. The door to Isilov's room opens, letting bright light spill out. Inside, Caleb hears that Isilov's club researches strange phenomena within the maze. Professor Isilov explains they study everything from hidden rooms to ecosystems and monsters, focusing on possessed adventurers rather than otherworldly possessed. Isilov describes Back Attack as an example of a possessed adventurer, either truly dead nor alive. He theorizes such adventurers' souls have not vanished but are trapped deep inside the maze. Because Caleb brought Back Attack out, Isilov now has a chance to track the soul and prove his hypothesis. Isilov emphasizes Caleb's talent would be a huge asset to the club. He directly asks Caleb to join them to help find Back Attack's soul. Caleb privately thinks soul-finding quests are easy in games and wonders if the same logic applies here. He reasons that enrolling would make regular maze trips easier and might even let him recruit a possessed adventurer afterward. Caleb decides he should avoid Maldini and finds Dahlstream's worship approach excessive. He concludes Isilov's club is the safest, most useful option and asks if he can form and lead his own party for club work. Isilov is surprised by the request, noting it is unusual. He says most people beg to join senior parties because the maze is dangerous, but allows Caleb to do as he pleases. Caleb accepts and formally joins Isilov's club. That night at the magic school dormitory, Caleb is shown to his room. The assistant tells him to rest after a long day, and Caleb thanks her. Caleb is startled by the unexpectedly lavish accommodations. He takes in the dorm room's lounge-like comfort, amazed at how upscale it is. Caleb admits it is far nicer than the apartment he used to live in. He asks if future party members can stay here if he recruits them, and the assistant says technically no. She adds rules are flexible in practice and tells him to do as he likes, showing a sharp tongue that Caleb notices. Later, Caleb's clothes lie discarded as he finally gets time to recover. He soaks in a hot bath, exhausted and overwhelmed by the day's events. Caleb recalls escaping the maze with Yahello that morning and how quickly everything escalated. He reflects that he completed the quest and restored his status in one sweep. He remembers the moment his slave collar was removed, confirming his freedom. By day's end he has enrolled in the Magic Academy and joined Isolau's club. Caleb can hardly believe all of it happened in a single day. He plans to use the 24-hour library to gather more information, then handle admissions and pick up Yahello tomorrow. He decides the day felt like a tutorial ending, but knows he still has a long road ahead. For now he chooses to rest and let himself breathe. The next day begins in a lecture hall as students gather for instruction. Caleb, drained from researching all night, forces himself to stay prepared so he won't be caught off guard again. Someone approaches, recognizing him as the freshman everyone is talking about. The speaker introduces himself as Dalstream, the Academy's eccentric senior professor. Dalstream explains Memorize, a spell that summons a memory book via a contract with Wizarth, god of wisdom. He says signing the contract lets each student summon their own memory book. Dalstream casts Memorize to demonstrate the process. A glowing book manifests, and Dalstream instructs everyone to summon theirs and check available slots. Caleb uses Memorize to call forth his own memory book. Dalstream teaches that the number of slots in a memory book depends on the caster's level. Caleb checks his book and notes that at level 5 he has 3 tier 1 slots, which seems decent. Dalstream adds that while slots limit learned spells, combining slots can create new spells. He hands off further explanation to his assistant, startling her by calling her an assistant skeleton. Dalstream apologizes for his condition and pushes the class onward to practical training. At the training field, the assistant explains slot counts vary by aptitude, and that having at least 2 enables spell combining. She demonstrates that placing 2 tier 1 spells in adjacent slots can unlock a tier 2 spell depending on the combination. She names the process spellbinding and says it can grant stronger spells without consuming normal slot space. She adds that combining 3 spells is also possible, though advanced. To illustrate, she unleashes a dangerous triple binding demonstration, showing how low the success rate is despite the power. She explains success yields a spell that inflicts 3 elements at once. Her tri-element shot detonates with a massive elemental blast that shocks the onlookers. The explosion tears across the field, leaving students stunned by the destructive force. The crowd reels, realizing how lethal spellbinding can be even in training. The assistant beams at their reaction and encourages them that with enough training they might master triple binding too. She provides a list of tier 1 spells and tells students to choose carefully, noting they can buy spellbooks to get what they want. She offers to help anyone with spellbinding builds. Seeing Caleb's selections, she panics that he already has 3 slots and asks if he is really choosing that combination. Caleb calmly asks whether his choice is actually a problem, putting her on the spot. She admits it is not forbidden but cannot understand the logic of his chosen trio: Dust Shot, Heat Wave, and Humidify. She mocks Humidify as a useless utility spell that only slightly raises ambient humidity, baffled why anyone would learn it. Dalstream arrives, drawn by the commotion, and the assistant hurriedly addresses him. She complains that Caleb's spell combo makes no sense, expecting Dalstream to intervene. Dalstream smirks and tells them to try it anyway. When the assistant protests, Dalstream insists curiosity and research are a mage's greatest virtues. Caleb stays unreadable as Dalstream declares the Academy welcomes new methods of spell binding. Dalstream says he is eager to see what result Caleb's odd combination produces and wishes him luck. Night falls again over the magic school dormitory as Caleb returns to work alone. Caleb registers newly purchased spell books into his memory book, preparing for experimentation. Settled in his room, he announces it is time to begin spell binding. He binds Dust Shot with Heat Wave and successfully records the tier 2 spell Dust Explosion. Caleb notes the base spells are weak store-bought tricks, but their bound result is vastly stronger than a simple fireball. Next he binds Heat Wave with Humidify, creating and recording the tier 2 spell Scorch that induces exhaustion and heat stroke. For the final combo he binds Heat Wave, Humidify, and Exhaustion to create and record the tier 2 spell Thundercloud. His memory book now lists 3 tier 1 spells and 3 tier 2 results: Dust Explosion, Scorch, and Thundercloud. Caleb reminisces about using this build in a difficult strategy game setting and reviews Thundercloud's lightning-charged clouds. Eager to test it with his Hourglass ability, he decides to buy a lightning wand too so he can dual wield. Finished, he plans an early trip to the temple and then the shop the next morning. He grins, calling the next step the most important of all. At the Adventurers Guild, a new scene begins as business proceeds in daylight. A handler unlocks a cell and orders someone inside to come out. A chained elf girl is dragged forward, labeled a drug felon caught smuggling. She is identified as the slave Yahello, exhausted and frightened under her collar. The handler says someone wants to buy her for maze exploration and forces her to move. Yahello despairs at being sold so quickly, used to slaves being treated as disposable. She follows up the stairs, wondering if she will ever meet a kind person again. As they approach the entrance, she fears being dragged into the maze and doubts she can survive. Overwhelmed, Yahello asks what is going to happen to her. She hears Caleb call her name, and tearfully admits she missed him. Yahello whirls in shock as Caleb appears, and he tells her not to scare him like that. She demands to know why he is here and whether something happened at the academy. Caleb says he could not abandon someone he risked his life with, and Yurnal trembles at his return. Caleb urges her to come with him, promising he will help her become a free citizen. Yurnal hesitates, admitting she still has debt to pay, and Caleb acknowledges it as they prepare to deal with it together. Caleb explains to the enslaved elf Yurnal that there are 2 paths to becoming a free citizen. He says the first path is to claim the recovery fee for Avison's remains. Caleb learns the payment is only partially collected so far because Avison's brother Clorence wants to delay the rest until Yurnal is officially free to avoid the academy seizing it. Caleb proposes requesting the reward in advance, promising Yurnal will get over 100 gold as her share. To protect her until then, Caleb registers Yurnal as a temporary party member so no one else can take her. He offers the second path, join him to explore the maze and earn freedom by splitting the expedition rewards. Caleb frames it as Yurnal's choice while privately seeing her joining as the ideal outcome. Yurnal reaches out and accepts his offer, taking the bow he presents. Caleb teases her lingering fear, testing her resolve. Yurnal, still shaken, asks if Caleb will keep exploring the maze with her. Caleb agrees, and Yurnal timidly tries to promise she will help. Overwhelmed, Yurnal blurts that she wants to follow Caleb and be his companion. Caleb admits he was worried she would refuse. Yurnal enthusiastically commits to working hard together, and Caleb mentions he has already secured another party member. Yurnal gets excited and demands to meet the new recruit, while Caleb tries not to get carried away. That night Yurnal asks if she can really stay in Caleb's dorm, and he tells her to use the bedroom and living area as she likes. Yurnal happily heads inside, thrilled by her new living situation. She celebrates getting new gear and clothes, even if she will have to repay the cost later. Yurnal looks forward to sleeping in a hotel-like dorm and exploring the dungeon in style with Caleb. She decides to start with a warm bath to enjoy her new comfort. Yurnal eagerly plans a shower next, basking in the luxury. A red-haired undead-looking man suddenly appears and screams, startling Yurnal. Caleb tells Yurnal to calm down as she panics and demands to know why that thing is here. Caleb explains he brought the creature from the temple earlier, received from Professor Isilov. He reveals he used a necromancy scroll to animate it. The undead man stands there blankly, drooling and unsettling. Caleb casually interprets the creature's groans as a greeting, and Yurnal calls Caleb's name in alarm. Yurnal insists she needs to leave, but Caleb shuts her down with a firm refusal. Caleb reads Isilov's writings about the great dungeon outburst 12 years ago in the city of Sohen. The record describes a catastrophic dungeon eruption with massive casualties and roughly 3,000 monsters, many from the abyss. Research blamed a possessed man named Henry hiding in Sohen's southern slums as the cause. Henry showed signs of resisting possession but was eventually found brutally slain. Before dying, Henry left a message addressed to all possessed people, requiring decryption. Caleb deciphers the message as a warning to watch out for Magic University. He wonders why Henry would leave a message only other possessed could read. Caleb suspects the warning implies something is wrong inside the university itself, especially since the worst casualties were there. He concludes the biggest casualty zone was Magic University and questions whether it was merely because they fought on the front lines. Caleb theorizes that after dealing with Henry, the monsters may have swarmed the university as their next target. He realizes that if this theory is correct, many possessed could be hiding within the university. Caleb decides he must be even more cautious of hidden possessed than of Professor Maldini. He resolves to keep his own identity as a possessed person completely concealed, just as Yurnal hesitantly speaks up. Yurnal, clutching a pillow and trembling, asks if she can stay in Caleb's room tonight, and he notices her hair is a mess. The undead man looms behind her, and Caleb dryly notes this is what her necromancer buddy did. Yurnal angrily refuses to let the undead use her head as a pillow, and Caleb denies the request. Caleb agrees Yurnal can stay only if she accepts one condition, leaving her confused. A pile of scrolls drops in front of Yurnal, making her flinch. Caleb says he bought the scrolls on the black market that morning, and Yurnal stares in bewilderment. With an unsettling grin, Caleb says he has some things he wants to test and expects Yurnal to help. Elsewhere at night, someone asks if Professor Isilov is still working, and the reply is that he is swamped with a new project. Professor Maldini asks if the project is the one about tracking the soul of a possessed adventurer. Isilov confirms it, and notes someone finally agreed to take on the investigation. Maldini points out the investigator is Caleb, the famous news student forming his own party to handle it. Maldini questions whether Caleb is suspicious and whether such talent can really be explained by calling him a genius. He cites the report that Caleb stopped a venomous spider's poison sac from bursting with perfectly timed ice magic. Maldini adds that Caleb and a single slave partner even defeated back attack and survived, which seems abnormal. Maldini insists it only makes sense if Caleb is possessed and argues it is their duty to identify possessed individuals. Isilov quietly prepares to write, listening to Maldini's concerns. Isilov challenges Maldini, asking if he wants to discard a talented mage based on a hunch. Maldini admits he dislikes it too, but stresses the university's current mage shortage. He urges Isilov to remember what caused the disaster 12 years ago and the risk of repeating it. Maldini warns that one mistake could cost everything again, and promises to keep an eye on Caleb. Isilov falls silent, weighing the warning. Isilov reflects that he understands Maldini's fear. He concludes they still need someone to regularly explore the dungeon and help the university, while wondering how well Caleb will recruit his party. A recruitment notice goes up announcing party interviews for Caleb's group seeking one frontline warrior for defense and close combat. Caleb is surprised by how many applicants show up, since a slave mage would normally scare people away. Yahello nervously calls for someone to come over as the undead back attack groans nearby. Caleb realizes back attack's presence is drawing all the attention and aggro instead of him. Caleb thinks he cannot keep hiding the undead if they are going to be teammates, while Yahello screams as back attack tugs her hair again. Caleb decides enough people have gathered and announces the interview will begin. Back attack bluntly states the expedition's goal is to locate his soul preservation site and resurrect him. Caleb explains they are recruiting a frontline warrior as stated in the notice. To test eligibility, Caleb instructs applicants to lift the barrel in front of them, since he cannot view their stats otherwise. A strong warrior demonstrates by tossing the barrel, and Caleb notes it would take at least 15 strength to do that. Caleb says those who pass will have their skills checked next, requiring warrior abilities like shield charge or taunt. He asks who wants to go first. The crowd grumbles that the requirements are too strict for newbies, many lacking skills or even confidence to lift weapons. Caleb observes some applicants are already giving up at the skill check stage. He explains warriors, archers, and rogues learn skills from fountains inside the dungeon, so having a skill proves Mage's survival. Yahello admits she does not know any skills yet, and Caleb reassures her she will learn one soon. An angry dwarf complains that Caleb is being too picky just because he survived one dungeon run. A lizard man paladin named Bernard steps in and tells the complainer to step aside, shocking the dwarf. People are stunned that a Church of Nathaniel Paladin is applying, since he usually operates on the second floor. Caleb recognizes the church's involvement and watches Bernard approach. Caleb reasons the church would never leave a necromantic case like back attack unchecked, while Yahello struggles with back attack behind her. Bernard declares he cannot bear to see back attack suffer and insists he should purify him immediately. Caleb is baffled since their stated goal is resurrection, and Bernard demands to know who Caleb is. A third-floor adventurer named Hijikata the Blade introduces himself, saying he is searching for a missing friend. Hijikata considers that resurrecting back attack might help him find that friend. He decides this mission is his only lead, and Caleb notes a third-floor tank would be amazing even if temporary. Hijikata dismisses Bernard as loud and useless, provoking Bernard's outrage. Caleb thinks he needs someone who will stay for the long haul. A bald monk rushes in, begging for a moment and demanding to take the interview. The monk pleads to be allowed to interview despite the competition. Hijikata mocks the monk for trying to compete, but the monk insists he must join this party no matter what. Caleb is surprised because monks are rarer than even paladins. The monk begs for a chance and begins to explain his connection to back attack. He cries that back attack was his comrade. The monk blames himself for what happened to back attack and breaks down in tears. He recounts that back attack was once the strongest on the first floor and stayed with their party for 3 years because he felt comfortable with them. The monk says they felt guilty about holding back attack back despite his talent. He describes how pressure from other adventurers trying to recruit back attack kept growing. In the end they let back attack go for his future, telling him not to waste his talent on them and that they would always root for him. Back attack smiled as if he understood and accepted their farewell, even as they knew they would miss him. 3 weeks later, the monk's party was ambushed by raiders. The raiders tried to trap them by sealing the gate. One party member barely escaped and reported the attack to the guild. By chance back attack was at the guild then and immediately rushed in. Without hesitation, back attack threw himself through the newly opened gate to the first floor maze to save them. The monk says he had lost his comrades and was cornered, ready to give up on life, when something terrifying happened. Back attack appeared changed almost beyond recognition, radiating a monstrous aura. Back attack slaughtered every raider, and the monk admits he was too scared and ran away alone. The monk insists this is why he must join the mission to retrieve back attack's soul. Caleb notes roaming bosses usually appear deep in the dungeon, making the monk's story stranger. The monk says he has regretted sending back attack away ever since and believes none of this would have happened otherwise. Back attack, confused, asks if he sold his soul to the dungeon master just to save worthless people like them. The monk sobs that back attack sacrificed even his soul to save them, while he abandoned him. The monk collapses, apologizing and insisting he does not deserve forgiveness. Hijikata argues they should pick the monk so he can make things right, offering to step back. Bernard accuses them of using a sob story to sway a sacred contract and demands they judge fairly. Bernard sets a condition: if the monk can break the orc barrel, Bernard will acknowledge him too. Caleb notes monks are usually agility-based with low strength, making the challenge seem unreasonable. Caleb recalls that in his previous experience, his main tank was a monk, but something about this one feels different. The monk smashes the barrel apart with raw power, proving he is a strength monk. Bernard is left speechless by the display. Time passes to a calm daytime scene outside, signaling a transition after the interview. Caleb gathers Yahello, back attack, and the monk Amos, declaring the party finally assembled and telling Amos to prepare for the expedition. Amos says he needs to speak with his wife since he will be away, and Caleb permits him to go. Caleb orders Yahello to head to the dorm with back attack first, and she asks what Caleb will do. Caleb says he will stop by Magic University quickly to handle something before entering the dungeon. As he walks toward the university gate, Caleb thinks that if a cartel of possessed exists inside, it is his biggest threat right now. He reflects that he bound multiple magic books with rare combinations and took on Isolov's hardest quest without hesitation, which could draw suspicion. Isolov privately notes the irony that Caleb chose a tanky middle-aged monk from all applicants. Amos beams with confidence, urging everyone to trust in the strength monk. Caleb enters a grand hall through ornate doors, stepping into a tense academic space. Caleb thinks he deliberately acted loud and suspicious so observers would assume he is possessed, and he must cement that impression to survive here. He reassures himself he is not a dangerous possessed freak, just an insanely talented genius mage. Caleb decides the person who can help prove that is someone inside this hall. Professor Meldini confronts Caleb, demanding to know if he truly succeeded in magic book binding. Caleb confirms he successfully bound magic books and asks what the problem is, while Meldini implies it is too unlikely to be mere luck. Meldini decides to probe Caleb further, mentioning he even achieved triple binding. Others react in shock at the claim of triple binding. Meldini accuses Caleb of mocking them, insisting such a feat is impossible unless blessed by the god of wisdom. Another professor suggests Caleb might truly be blessed, but Meldini snaps that this is no time for jokes. Meldini declares even single binding is hard and triple binding is impossible unless Caleb is possessed, as Isolov tries to stop him. Meldini begins casting a lie detection spell and demands Caleb prove he is not possessed. He promises compensation if wrong but threatens to kill Caleb on the spot if the spell confirms possession. Caleb calls out that Meldini never intended to let this go, and pushes to begin immediately. Meldini activates the lie detection spell, eyes wide with determination. Caleb coldly concludes Meldini only wanted to hear the truth from Caleb's own mouth. Caleb shocks a grand hall by declaring he is a transmigrated soul from another world. A mysterious hourglass power activates, signaling that Caleb's turn has begun under some game-like system. Caleb notes that Meldini really used magic and accepts that this confrontation was inevitable. He resolves to scrutinize the situation closely to confirm whether a cartel of possessed is hiding in the university. As the professors react, Caleb thinks this public clash is his best chance to verify the truth. He observes Isolov seems to support him, while others insist Meldini is dangerously suspicious. Caleb studies Dahlstream's unreadable expression and gauges the political mood around him. He identifies the overly excited Professor Enver and decides to keep watch on him too. With only seconds left in his turn, Caleb decides to lie and praises the abyss of the maze as an incredible game. The turn ends and backlash hits Caleb hard, leaving him coughing from the strain. Meldini's detection is exposed as a false reaction, confirming Caleb is not possessed. The accusing professor panics at being wrong, and Caleb coolly says it was nothing personal. Caleb admits the ordeal hurt badly despite the outcome. A week passes after the incident at the university. Yahello checks on Caleb anxiously, asking if he has fully recovered. Caleb assures her he is fine, though he recalls passing out for 2 days afterward. He reflects that Meldini apologized sincerely, and that clearing the possession suspicion was reward enough. Caleb examines his new legendary tool, the Greed Compass, which can detect treasure chests in the maze and unlocks more abilities later. He's thrilled by the legendary item's value even if its full potential is still unknown. Yahello snaps to attention when called, eager to follow Caleb's lead. Amos responds as well, readying himself for the expedition. Back attack is alerted and warns the group of danger from behind. Caleb signals they are ready and pushes the party to move out. The team approaches the dungeon gate and commits to entering the maze. Inside, Caleb senses something off and questions what is happening. He asks Yahello to listen in, and she catches raiders judging them as easy targets. A shady group, including a wolfman and others, sizes up the newcomers with predatory confidence. A smirking woman greets them as fellow adventurers and tries to stall them before the gate. Caleb recognizes the setup as raiders planning to rob rookie adventurers. The raider group reveals itself openly, confirming Caleb's suspicion about why they rushed to be first in line. Annoyed by the hassle, Caleb is confronted with a demand to show what's in their bag. Caleb challenges the question, refusing to be intimidated. The woman feigns concern for newbies, pretending her interest is protective. She warns about raiders in the maze while clearly angling to take anything valuable for herself. Amos shuts her down bluntly, refusing her offer to hold their valuables. The woman freezes as the party makes it clear they can turn the tables on small-time raiders. She backpedals and claims she was only giving advice as Caleb and Amos loom over her. Caleb silently judges her, unimpressed by the act. The party walks away into the dungeon, leaving the would-be thieves behind. Yahello nervously asks Caleb to confirm those people really were raiders. Caleb reassures her and notes that with Amos around, direct attacks are unlikely. He adds that if anyone follows them, Yahello's sharp hearing will catch it first. A sudden cry for help interrupts Caleb mid-sentence, snapping his attention. A frantic woman runs toward them, claiming raiders are chasing her, and that she barely escaped. She begs desperately for protection, playing on their sympathy. Caleb interrogates her story, demanding a reason to trust and help her. He accuses her of trying to steal from them earlier, revealing he recognizes her. She admits her rudeness but insists she never expected to be ambushed like this. Yahello looks to Caleb for guidance as the woman pleads for mercy. Caleb considers she might be telling the truth but concludes trusting strangers in the maze is madness. He threatens her to turn back or die, beginning a cold countdown despite her protests. Caleb says 1, and the woman begs for a single chance. Caleb says 2, his resolve hardening. Terrified, the woman agrees to leave and begs him not to cast anything on her. She retreats, still pleading as she backs away from the party. Yahello's ears twitch as she detects someone running up ahead. She warns Caleb that footsteps are approaching fast, and he whips around in alarm. The woman screams that they are coming as shadowy figures rush in behind her. Panic spreads as she and Amos shout that the pursuers are close. Caleb demands a count, and Yahello reports there are 4 attackers. A projectile or strike flashes in, signaling the ambush has begun. Amos charges to intercept, but the attacker's opening move disrupts the formation. Caleb realizes the woman's ambush claim may have been true, even if she is still untrustworthy. The woman's expression shifts into a sinister grin, hinting the panic was part of her plan. She stomps decisively, committing to the betrayal. Caleb is grabbed from behind as she taunts him about her acting, confirming she was bait. Amos shouts Caleb's name as the trap springs. The woman activates a spell scramble ability, aiming to neutralize Caleb's magic. Caleb tells Amos to focus forward, insisting he can handle himself. Caleb activates the hourglass again, forcing the fight into his turn-based advantage. He steadies himself, noting it was a close call but now he can control the tempo. Caleb plans to dismantle the raiders one by one, recognizing the mage used herself as bait in their lines. He deduces they needed a card to neutralize him and Yahello before dealing with Amos the tank. Caleb realizes the spell scramble randomized is cast, turning his intended lightning shock into harmless flowers. He sees their plan clearly: paralyze Yahello, isolate Amos, and exploit back attack being undead and unable to fight. Furious at being outplayed, Caleb acknowledges they counted on back attack's weakness too. He regrets not using lightning shock immediately but forces himself to move forward without hesitation. Caleb reminds himself that any mistake here could get the entire party killed. He recalls discovering a key mechanic in the dorms thanks to Yahello's help. Caleb explains that flipping the hourglass grants a 60-second window while cooldowns continue ticking. He notes that in real combat, 60 seconds is usually enough time to die if you're helpless. Caleb reveals his countermeasure. The hourglass will cover him while he executes a prepared plan. He uses a status effect duration reduction scroll to cap any status effect on him at 60 seconds, accepting the fatigue afterward. Yahello asks what he is doing as he sets up the next step. Caleb calmly says he is filling a barrel with water, preparing the environment for his tactic. His turn ends with a 60-second cooldown as electricity crackles through the area. The raiders are stunned by the sudden shift as the fight resumes under Caleb's setup. The mage reels, confused at how her control is slipping. Caleb says his head feels clearer now, unnerving the mage as she realizes her advantage failed. He declares his strategy was correct, and that scum like her deserved death. She begs him to stop, panicking as he advances. Caleb triggers a fiery blast and gains a temporary hourglass effect, escalating the pressure. The Wolfman Raider panics, demanding to know what happened to their spell scramble. Caleb readies his wand and moves to seize control of the battlefield. He activates the turn-based hourglass special ability to freeze enemies with bloodlust for 1 turn, spending his action points. Caleb identifies a hidden dwarf puppeteer among the raiders, explaining the 4th set of footsteps. He confirms the extra presence was the puppeteer's trick, not a miscount. Caleb orders Yahello to shoot the dwarf while he prepares lightning shock. He unleashes a devastating attack and ends his turn with all action points consumed. An explosion erupts among the raiders, throwing them into chaos. Electricity surges as the dwarf's control collapses and the raiders are overwhelmed. The Wolfman stares in disbelief, unable to understand the sudden reversal. Amos presses the advantage, smashing through the remaining resistance. Amos pauses, silently assessing the aftermath and Caleb's ruthlessness. The dwarf begs for mercy as the last of their scheme falls apart. Caleb coldly repeats that he will kill without hesitation. The dwarf freezes in terror as Caleb's wand closes in. Caleb commits to no longer hesitating and casts lightning shock decisively. The campfire crackles afterward, signaling a brief calm following the violence. The party regroups around the fire with raiders defeated and gear scattered. Yahello sinks into self-loathing, calling herself pathetic and useless again. Amos snaps her out of it, telling her to pull herself together and become a teammate she can be proud of. Caleb wakes from the fatigue side effect of the scroll, apologizing for dozing off as the others check on him. Caleb notices Amos rummaging and asks what he is doing. Amos says he is sorting through the raiders' belongings for anything useful and invites Caleb to help decide what to take. Caleb agrees but insists they prioritize essentials since they cannot carry too much weight. He selects 5 healing potions and 1 cooldown reduction elixir as top priorities. Caleb notes the raiders had decent supplies, including a raised dead body scroll, and moves on to the next item. He inspects a wand with a telekinesis inscription, planning to appraise it later. The wand's spirit orders him to move, and Caleb scoffs at the idea of giving a wand a nickname. Caleb tells everyone to finish packing and get moving again. Yahello suddenly stops Caleb, having noticed something important. She says she hears a sound coming from the pocket near his waist. Caleb realizes it might be the item on his belt and checks it. The greed compass clicks, and Yerno confirms that is the sound she heard. Caleb explains the compass can detect treasure chests hidden in the dungeon's treasure rooms. He says reviving back attack should come first, so they will save treasure hunting for later. Caleb starts to brief Yerno, telling her not to overreact to every small noise. Yerno admits listening is the only thing she feels good at, and Caleb reassures her she is already doing plenty. She asks if she should still report things like water sounds, and Caleb repeats the phrase, intrigued. Caleb clarifies what she means by water sounds, like a stream or fountain. Realizing the implication, Caleb urgently demands to know where the sound is coming from. They discover a randomly appearing fountain of blessing, a dungeon feature tied to gaining skills. Caleb recalls the legend that gods consumed by the dungeon became part of it and granted powers through these fountains. The party reaches the fountain, and Caleb praises Yerno for finding it, making her light up with pride. Caleb asks if Yerno and Amos want to try receiving a skill blessing from the fountain. Amos admits he has tried before without success, while Yerno is thrilled to finally be useful. Caleb explains that gaining a skill requires meeting criteria based on stats and weapon mastery. He asks Amos whether he has ever tried with his current weapon, and Amos says he has not. Caleb urges him to trust the process and give it a shot. Amos considers his current strength and staff mastery as he steps toward the fountain. Amos agrees and commits to trying the blessing with his present setup. He plunges into the fountain's water, letting the blessing take hold. A tense moment passes as the result is decided. Amos erupts with joy, announcing he finally gained a skill, and Caleb presses him to identify it. Amos reveals the new skill is Smashing Gaia, and Caleb says it is now Yerno's turn. Caleb judges Yerno's level and agility should be enough as she tries the fountain. Yerno excitedly announces she gained triple shot and urges Caleb to try as well. Caleb hesitates, noting that mages are usually excluded from fountain blessings. Yerno insists it is still worth trying because you never know what might happen. Curious about what lies within the dungeon's fountain of blessing, Caleb tests it despite knowing this is no game. The fountain's power engulfs Caleb like drowning water as something awakens inside him. Caleb jolts in alarm as the strange sensation triggers an unexpected system response. A status window declares the Fountain of Blessing activated, assigning Caleb the Mage class with the weapon Hourglass of Turns and unusually high wisdom. Caleb fixates on the bizarre weapon name as the system offers him an introductory Hourglass skill due to his wisdom. He reviews the first option, Directional Adjuster, a passive that lets him reposition his wand hand freely without spending action points but prevents physical interaction. The second option, Time Trader, would spend seconds from the hourglass to erase minutes of cooldowns or debuffs, limited and on a long cooldown. The third option, Memory Book Editor, would let him swap spell slots during his turn at an action point cost, usable only on an hourglass turn. The fourth option, Mind Controller, would forcibly command lower-level party members at the cost of action points, risking madness afterward. Caleb is unsettled that every offered skill feels dangerous or morally dubious. He decides not to overthink it and chooses the least immediately harmful option for survival. The system confirms Caleb has acquired Directional Adjuster, and he snaps back to reality gasping. His party checks on him, thinking he was drowning, and Caleb brushes it off as he feels the hourglass mechanism start his turn. Caleb experimentally moves his one-hand position with the new skill, testing its utility. Satisfied that the adjustment costs no action points, he ends his turn efficiently. Caleb urges the group to resume moving, and the elf archer hesitantly agrees. They proceed by following the red-haired rogue back attack, using his route to simplify navigation and avoid traps. The monk grows uneasy, sensing something off as they continue deeper. Asked about a charm he carries, the monk explains it's a protective token from his wife who worries about his expeditions. The elf excitedly asks how a monk even met his wife, and he says they met at the Adventurers Guild where she taught him back attack tactics. He adds that she blessed this mission despite no pay because she knew how much he owed someone, impressing the elf. The monk insists he must return alive for her sake, and Caleb warns him not to tempt fate with ominous talk. Their footsteps continue down the corridor as tension quietly builds. Back attack suddenly stiffens, sensing a pull or signal ahead. He breaks into a run as if compelled, alarming the others behind him. The elf blurts out confusion about what back attack is charging toward. Back attack skids and braces, reacting to something unseen in the path. Caleb realizes they have reached the target, and that something is responding to back attack's soul. The elf is told this is the rumored interfloor space known as Floor 1.5, and she reels at the idea. The monk admits he heard rumors in his adventuring days and is shocked it's real, while Caleb confirms back attack's soul is here. As someone starts to explain how to enter, the elf suddenly panics at a trigger underfoot. Erna screams to Caleb that she stepped on something again, fearing another trap. The monk warns the place is collapsing and demands they flee, but Caleb stays calm and confident. Caleb credits Erna's earlier actions for making the entrance easy to locate. A hidden mechanism activates, and the floor shifts as an opening forms. The party watches the passage reveal itself amid dust and movement. A glowing blue portal stabilizes at the end of a stairway, inviting entry. Grinning, Caleb declares they are going to floor 1.5. One of them steps through the portal, committing the group to the unknown. Erna's eyes widen as the transition hits and the world changes. They emerge into a silent, ruined cityscape that feels like a dead zone between floors. The monk calls the place ancient, while Caleb notes it matches the game's scenery too perfectly. Erna realizes the eerie silence might be part of the area's rules or danger. Caleb orders everyone to move quietly to avoid alerting watchers, startling Erna with the name. He explains the Watchers of the Boundary are swarm monsters of floor 1.5 that often cause instant failure, but they won't notice if the party passes silently. Caleb stresses that fighting here would be a major disadvantage, so they should grab the reliquary holding back Attack's soul and leave immediately. They advance through shattered buildings, keeping their presence minimal. Caleb reassures himself he knows this section from the game, and shouldn't get lost. He slows, recognizing they've reached the correct location. Caleb identifies the looming cathedral as the Sanctuary of Souls. He confirms everything is unfolding exactly as he remembers, reinforcing his confidence. Peering inside, Caleb finds no immediate danger and signals the way is clear. The party enters a vast hall lined with countless containers, and ominous markings hint at something wrong. Asked what the countless objects are, Caleb explains they are reliquaries, though most are empty. With so many reliquaries, the others worry how they can possibly find back Attack's soul. Caleb points out the answer is simple. The only reliquary glowing is the one they need. The monk agrees that the glowing container must hold back Attack's soul. Caleb warns that disturbing it will draw monsters to reclaim it, so they must take it back to the first floor to revive back Attack there, and the monk eagerly agrees. Erna stops Caleb, having noticed something else that changes the situation. She points out a second glowing reliquary, implying another soul is present. The discovery raises a new dilemma as they wonder what it means if there are two. The monk panics because the second glow was not there moments ago, and Caleb freezes in realization. The monk guesses the dungeon master captured another adventurer's soul, pressing Caleb for answers. Caleb reasons the dungeon master wouldn't target anyone else unless something unexpected happened. Erna warns someone is running toward them, signaling imminent contact. Caleb realizes the implication. An adventurer has just died on floor 1.5, creating the new reliquary. A distant voice screams for Remus to run, but refuses to abandon Aston. Another voice insists Aston is already dead and orders a retreat back to the cathedral. The cathedral doors burst open as survivors crash in, dragging danger with them. Caleb turns sharply, recognizing their arrival will ruin the stealth approach. A lizard man paladin-like leader spots Caleb and calls out, startled to see strangers here. Caleb grimaces, realizing the newcomers have compromised the entire area. The lizard man berates them for leaving the door wide open in such a lethal place, while Caleb mutters it only became dangerous once they arrived. The lizard man warns monsters are incoming and demands everyone prepare, blaming Caleb's group for leading them here. Caleb asks what brought this party into the sanctuary, probing their motives. The lizard man claims their meeting must be divine will and cites a revelation from Nathaniel. Caleb is shaken as the lizard man declares this chaos part of Nathaniel's grand design. Caleb snaps at the lizard man, calling him Bernard and demanding he stop talking and focus. Bernard orders his people to set up a barrier as the horde approaches, and his party scrambles to comply. Bernard invokes Barrier of Perma, beginning a defensive spell. A golden magic circle blooms across the doors, forming a protective barrier. Bernard vows to end the battle here and begs Caleb to support their party. Caleb fumes that this was supposed to be a clean retrieval, not a siege. He steels himself, swearing he will survive no matter what the dungeon throws at him. Caleb asks Bernard to follow his lead for a moment, trying to seize command. Bernard bristles, reminding Caleb they dragged the monsters here in the first place. Bernard relents slightly, acknowledging Caleb's point. He tells Caleb to give orders since they caused this, while one of Bernard's allies protests Bernard is being reckless. Caleb decides the plan must change and declares they will revive back Attack here and now. He explains they cannot escape otherwise and prepares to use the undead rest scroll Isilov gave him. Dark necromantic energy wraps back Attack as the spell begins, and Caleb warns the party must protect him for 1 minute while the necromancy is cast through his throat. Caleb orders Erna to catch the reliquary as he lowers it with telekinesis, and she nervously agrees. Using his wand, Caleb moves the glowing reliquary down from its perch toward Erna. Caleb also demands Bernard's party reveal their skills so he can coordinate a workable defense. Bernard's archer scoffs at taking orders from a hastily formed group like Caleb's. Caleb notes the archer only follows Bernard's orders, and Caleb coldly confirms that fact. Caleb asks Bernard what today's strategy was, forcing him to confront his own poor leadership. Bernard boasts it was to charge ahead bravely, and Caleb needles him about how that worked out. Caleb points out they lost a member, implying Bernard's valor got someone killed. Bernard's group admits they lost a comrade moments ago, the grief and guilt hanging heavy. Caleb asserts control and tells them to follow his orders. He promises he will bring their fallen ally back and still complete their mission, stunning them with the claim. To prove he's telling the truth, Caleb tells them to look behind them for evidence. He explains that when someone dies in the interfloor space, their soul is automatically sealed into a reliquary. Bernard's party realizes the second light must be Aston's newly sealed soul. Caleb confirms they will revive Aston right here, and Bernard immediately asks if the church will reward them fairly afterward. The archer demands proof Caleb isn't lying, desperation overriding pride. The archer lists his own skills and the barbarian's abilities, trying to show they can contribute if the plan is real. He begs Caleb to help bring their comrade back, fully invested now. Caleb agrees, accepting the responsibility with a controlled smile. A warning comes that the barrier and gate are about to break under pressure. Caleb announces it's time to begin, and both parties brace for the onslaught. A flashback reveals Bernard was sent by a bishop on a crucial mission from the religious order. The bishop ordered Bernard into the labyrinth to confirm whether the rumored soul preservation is true. The bishop warned there would be no support and no room for failure, and Bernard vowed to remember. Back in the present, Bernard silently appeals to Nathaniel as the trial becomes overwhelming. The barrier shatters under impact, and Bernard laments the harshness of this ordeal. Caleb warns that a frontal defense is numerically hopeless, and if they keep holding here, something worse will arrive. He urgently orders Erna, Bernard, and the barbarian to stack the display cabinets behind him to create a climbable escape route. Caleb assigns Erna and Remus to secure the soul caskets while the others move the heavy cabinets, and they report the task is done. Caleb shouts that he will break through the roof and orders everyone to stand back. He casts Dust Explosion, detonating force upward to blast an opening. The roof erupts in a fiery explosion, tearing a hole to the outside. Caleb orders everyone to climb to the roof immediately and hurry. Erna and Remus scramble up the stacked cabinets, clutching the glowing reliquaries as they climb. Caleb calls for Bernard and Anius to follow them up as well. Caleb's expression tightens as he senses the true threat closing in. The Watchers flood into the sanctuary in a dark swarm, confirming the worst-case scenario. The defenders swing and strike at the mass, but the swarm keeps pouring in. The monk orders Caleb to go up first while they buy time below. Bernard raises Guardian's shield, forming a radiant bulwark to hold the line. The shield absorbs the swarm's assault as the party fights desperately beneath the collapsing defense. The sanctuary floor becomes a sea of Watchers, threatening to overwhelm the last defenders. On the roof edge, Caleb admits they cannot hold out much longer as the swarm presses upward. Caleb orders the others not to advance and to fall back, confusing them with the sudden retreat call. He explains they must retreat because the real monster is arriving now. A clawed hand slams into the doorway, heralding a new presence. Bernard stares in shock, realizing something far beyond the swarm has entered. A towering robed figure with a blank mask appears, and someone cries out in terror at the unknown monster. Caleb identifies it as the sanctuary manager as it advances with ominous power. The Watchers begin recovering under purple energy, undoing the defenders' progress. Caleb explains the manager is troublesome because it can heal all sentries with undead healing magic. He orders the barbarian to go down and help, focusing only on buying time. The barbarian accepts, while Erna calls out to Caleb as the roof escape becomes their last hope. Erna steels herself and declares she will go, taking on the most dangerous task. Caleb warns her to be careful, and she acknowledges the risk. Remus urges her to succeed, promising he will do his best to support her. Caleb coldly tells Erna he is counting only on her, raising the pressure to its peak. Erna leaps from the roof with the glowing reliquary and a scroll, as Caleb frames the mission's success as resting on her alone. Erna bounds across the rooftops while Caleb's final warning echoes that everything depends entirely on her. They identify the sanctuary's masked manager as an undead support unit that heals and buffs other undead, while its foul stench weakens and dazes opponents. Caleb warns everyone to keep their minds clear so they don't get overwhelmed by the manager's effects. Despite Caleb's warning, Bernard starts getting dizzy from the stench and admits it's hard to stay focused. Austin, exhausted from non-stop fighting, rages that the sentries seem endless. Austin suddenly notices something alarming mid-battle. The manager's staff flares with purple energy as it prepares another support spell. Sentries surge forward under the manager's enhancement, and Austin panics that the fight will never end at this rate. The party braces as multiple empowered sentries close in on them inside the cathedral. Bernard staggers in a daze while a sentry swings, showing the stench is disrupting their formation. Austin shouts at Bernard to snap out of it before he gets them killed. A heavy strike crashes through their line, knocking them off balance as the sentries press the advantage. Austin orders everyone to concentrate, and Bernard apologizes, blaming the stench for his lapse. Caleb fumes that their frontal assault strategy was reckless and demands they finally understand the danger. The monk's sweeping counterattack surprises Bernard, who can't believe how strong he is. A sentry is blasted back by the monk's powerful swing. More sentries are smashed aside in rapid succession, opening space around the party. Austin is stunned that the monk is still functioning normally despite the manager's stench. Bernard asks the monk how he can endure the stench without losing focus. The monk explains his training on Dalai Mountain prepared him for this. He reveals he learned to avoid being buried in distracting thoughts, impressing Bernard. The manager calmly continues channeling purple magic, unfazed by the party's resistance. Caleb urgently points out the manager's activity, realizing the support cycle is restarting. Empowered sentries gather again under the manager's healing and enhancement aura. The monk commits to a decisive technique, calling out a crushing strike. He unleashes Smashing Gaia, slamming through the enemy with overwhelming force. Bernard and Austin gape, shocked the monk could drop foes in one hit despite being labeled a low-floor wanderer. Outside, Yerno spots a signal flare streaking into the sky and realizes something has changed. The flare bursts bright, confirming the prearranged signal has been sent. Urinal alerts Caleb that the signal flare is up, and Caleb immediately understands. Caleb orders everyone to fall back, celebrating that Urinal succeeded with the setup. Urinal rushes to a fallen ally and demands he snap out of it and get up. Caleb explains they must buy time because dust explosion won't cover a wide area even with direct detonation. With only 60 seconds on his turn, Caleb commits to a single solution and triggers dust explosion in 4 consecutive shots. Explosions rip through the cathedral structure, shaking the ceiling and supports. Caleb's blasts collapse debris onto the manager and the mass of sentries to stop their advance. Urinal is stunned by the scale of the collapse as Caleb finishes the maneuver. Cracks spider across the cathedral ceiling above the manager, signaling imminent collapse. Chunks of stone begin raining down toward the manager and clustered sentries. The debris slams into the floor in a violent cascade, burying the area in dust and rubble. A huge dust cloud blooms, momentarily obscuring the battlefield and disrupting the enemy formation. Caleb and Urinal seize the opening and urge everyone to move now. Austin tells Bernard to climb up too, and Bernard insists Austin go first while he follows. As they retreat, sentries lunge through the dust, trying to intercept them. A heavy impact crashes nearby, showing the sentries are still attacking through the chaos. Austin declares he'll block the sentries so the monk can go up first. The monk refuses to abandon his companions. A red-haired ally arrives with a confident grin, signaling reinforcements have reached them. The red-haired newcomer's expression turns predatory as he prepares to engage. The monk steels himself, deciding he won't ever run away leaving companions behind again. He steps forward to hold the line, reaffirming his resolve to protect the group. The monk charges the sentries head-on, committing to buy time for the others. He tells the others to go ahead while he does the blocking, and the lizard man hesitates but listens. The lizard man accepts the monk's decision, agreeing to move on. Austin praises the monk as the best frontliner he's ever seen, acknowledging his sacrifice. The lizard man climbs toward the roof opening while the monk faces incoming sentries below. The monk grunts under pressure, bracing for another wave. Lightning arcs through the cathedral as the party provides cover, stunning sentries near the monk. Caleb calls for Imus to come up quickly while they keep covering fire. The manager bursts from the rubble with its staff glowing, proving the collapse didn't finish it. Caleb realizes the manager recovered and is about to rebuff the sentries again. The manager stands amid broken stone as healing and enhancement effects begin spreading back to the undead. Caleb orders Imus to run immediately before the next charge begins. Imus leaps toward the escape route, pushing off hard to gain distance. Outside, Urinal drags a revived ally along, insisting there's no time to slow down. The revived man complains he just died and came back, overwhelmed by the situation. Urinal cheerfully confirms the revival is complete, pouring healing as she moves. When he demands full recovery, Urinal snaps back that healing doesn't instantly fix everything. He relents and demands she guide him quickly because the whole party is still in danger. Back on the roof, Bernard fires and yells for everyone to back up as enemies approach the opening. Caleb unleashes lightning shock from above, striking the sentries below to stall them. Imus shouts that there's no time and tells the monk to extend the iron rod to help him climb. Imus braces and grips the extended iron rod, using it as a lifeline. Caleb and Bernard continue lightning shock to keep the sentries pinned while Imus climbs. Imus reaches down and orders the monk to grab his hand. The monk hesitates as something goes wrong mid-lift. The monk feels sudden cold at his ankle and realizes the manager has grabbed him from below. The manager laughs cruelly, revealing it anticipated the escape attempt. Bernard curses that they were almost out and tries to drive the manager off with another shot. A bolt-like projectile streaks down toward the manager's head. The manager shrugs off the hit, and Bernard is horrified by its toughness. Imus urges the monk to hang on, insisting the rescue is almost done. The monk admits his arm's strength is failing under the strain. Imus swears he'll save him and begs him not to let go. The monk grimly says it's already too late, and tells Imus to run away first. Caleb orders them to use the dagger immediately, triggering a throwing knife spell. A magic throwing knife slams into the manager's head, finally staggering it. With the manager disrupted, Imus shouts for the monk to come up now. The manager crashes down hard, momentarily losing its grip amid the impact. Imus praises the monk for his effort as he collapses from exhaustion. Someone tells the monk to say hello, drawing his attention upward. The red-haired newcomer greets his uncle, revealing a family connection as he arrives on the roof. The group gathers at the roof opening, confused by the sudden reinforcement and the odd nickname Back Attack. Back Attack admits he doesn't understand either, and says he threw the dagger on instinct when told to use it. He asks where they even are, looking to his uncle for answers. A foot lands nearby as someone demands to know who these people are. Back Attack is grabbed abruptly, startled by the rough handling. The monk clings to him in relief, thanking him repeatedly for saving him. Back Attack starts choking, saying he can't breathe under the crushing hug. The monk squeezes even tighter in gratitude, and Back Attack panics that his bones will break. Caleb snaps at Kaler to calm down, trying to restore order. Urinal and the revived man finally reach the rooftop, announcing they've arrived. The revived man waves and calls out, eager to rejoin the group. The others shout that Austin is back alive, relieved by his return. Austin scolds him for surviving but being an idiot about it. He demands to know why they were standing around instead of running. Caleb cuts through the reunion, warning the crisis isn't over yet. He tells Yernal to stop drawing aggro and keep quiet, and she apologizes. Caleb says he'll relay the plan and has Yernal pass it to Austin, who agrees. Caleb lays out the terrain, a 7-meter drop from the roof and the escape gate about 30 meters away. He warns that simply jumping off the cathedral would be suicidal. Caleb adds that clumsy members like the monk or lizard would likely sprain ankles, and the guards would surround them immediately. He concludes they must incapacitate the guards and the administrator first, then sprint to the gate. Caleb explains this requires casting one big spell, which takes time to set up. He orders the team to handle whoever comes up to the roof while he prepares, as a sentry screeches nearby. Austin accepts they have no choice but to fight and brace for the next wave. Austin swings into action, smashing an approaching sentry back from the rooftop edge. Below, sentries swarm toward the opening, climbing and reaching up to overwhelm them. Austin wants to keep fighting, but Caleb tells him to conserve strength for later tasks. Caleb assigns Back Attack and Bernard to hold the line here while he proceeds with the plan, and Imus agrees. Back Attack protests that the party leader isn't Imus, confused about who's in charge. He demands everyone listen and at least hear him out instead of yelling over him. The monk tells Back Attack that Caleb is the party leader right now, settling the chain of command. Bernard asks Caleb if he has a way to subdue all those enemies, and Caleb promises a large-scale lightning spell to hold them. Caleb calls for Yernal, telling her they'll make their run for the gate during the opening his spell creates. He instructs Yernal to hide near the gate with Austin and wait for the signal. Yernal relays that Caleb will summon clouds and have someone surround the cathedral with a mud wall spell. Yernal and Austin sprint off the roof area toward the gate to take their positions. Caleb notes his hourglass cooldown is back and declares he's ready to start the decisive sequence. He steps to the roof's edge, positioning himself for the spellcasting. Caleb stands atop the broken roof peak, facing the mass of undead below. He acknowledges the administrator is smart, recognizing the enemy's tactical adjustments. Caleb realizes the administrator is sealing them in by enclosing the cathedral so they can't escape. He tightens his grip on his wand, preparing for something beyond normal planning. Caleb warns that what's about to happen is beyond what anyone can prepare for, because it exceeds anticipated scenarios. He casts rainstorm clouds, initiating a major summoning spell. Caleb activates the hourglass, entering his turn to chain actions. The system explains rainstorm clouds, a summoning that brings massive rain with a 15-second cooldown and 30-second duration, adding extra lightning strikes to targets hit by lightning magic. Caleb commits to rainstorm clouds as the core of his control strategy, watching his action gauge. Dark clouds gather rapidly overhead as the countdown ticks, signaling the storm's imminent release. Caleb explains they'll use mud wall to trap the rain so it won't overflow and ruin the plan. With all action points expended, the storm fully forms above the cathedral as Caleb ends his turn. Caleb orders an immediate flip of the temporary hourglass to seize another window. The temporary hourglass activates bloodlust momentum, freezing time for 60 seconds this turn so Caleb can cast rainstorm clouds repeatedly, up to 7 times total. The enemy administrator and its sentries look up as the unnatural storm mass expands over them. Rain begins pouring onto the administrator's mask, catching it off guard. More undead sentries stand in the downpour, their cloaks soaking as the storm intensifies. A torrential rainstorm blankets the cathedral grounds, surrounding the administrator and its army under heavy clouds. Imus and Austin stare in shock, trying to understand the sudden massive weather change. Yernal and Austin realize a huge rain cloud has appeared out of nowhere, confirming Caleb's spell is active. Caleb follows up with lightning shock, ready to exploit the storm's repeated strike effect on every target he hits. A violent storm erupts as unnatural lightning tears down, signaling a powerful spell being unleashed. A stunned mage realizes the sky has been forced into an impossible mass of storm clouds and doubts what he is seeing. As lightning rages over the ruined town, the group watches the situation escalate toward the gate area. Yernal urgently orders Aston to raise an earth wall, and Aston snaps back to focus and comply. The mage is shaken that a first-floor mage could cast on this scale, confirming rumors of a silent casting prodigy. The earth wall surges up from the ground, forming a massive barrier meant to block pursuit. From above, the barrier encloses the central building area like a ring, buying the party precious time in the downpour. Aston admits he followed instructions but asks what comes next, and they warn the barbarian will attempt to cross first. The mage panics, not understanding what crossing over means in this desperate escape. A barbarian warrior launches himself in a huge long jump to clear the newly raised wall. Midair, the barbarian roars for Aston to get out of the way as he barrels toward the landing. He crashes down and slides through, startling Aston and Yernal as the leap succeeds. Caleb coolly notes the barbarian landed safely, keeping the plan on track. Caleb instructs Imus to follow the plan and tells Bernard to boost Imus with Power of Radiance, and Bernard agrees. Imus activates Power of Radiance, channeling holy energy to empower Bernard. Bernard steels himself, bracing for the risky maneuver ahead. Radiant power floods Bernard and his strength increases, and he commits to starting immediately. Bernard suddenly grabs Caleb, initiating the throw that will send him over the wall. Caleb protests in terror, begging for a moment to prepare himself for being hurled. Bernard flings Caleb across the gap anyway, sending him spinning through the air toward the far side. Caleb screams as he plummets, realizing how little control he has mid-flight. The barbarian catches Caleb securely, preventing a fatal landing and confirming the catch plan works. Imus tells Bernard he is counting on him too, reinforcing that Bernard must complete the next throw. The barbarian confirms the catch and reminds them to bring the packed luggage as well. Bernard launches himself in a powerful leap, aiming to cross the wall next. Back Attack hesitantly questions why they did not simply capture the monsters from the start if they had such power. From the rooftop, the party sees the crackling gate area below and Back Attack presses the point about their earlier restraint. Caleb explains the sentries might be manageable, but the manager would not be phased, and urges them to listen. He points out the repeated impacts, deducing the manager is trying to smash through the earth wall to escape. Caleb warns that if the manager gets out, the sentries will revive, so they must leave immediately. He adds the earth wall and storm magic will not last much longer, leaving no time to relax. Bernard confirms that after Caleb crosses, the others must follow at once using Shadow Leap, and Caleb says it is now his turn. Bernard hoists Caleb again, and Caleb admits the plan is even scarier than he expected. Caleb asks Imus to catch him well, trusting the team despite the danger. Caleb is thrown and screams as he arcs toward the far side once more. The barbarian calls Caleb in confidently, promising to catch him with ease, which only makes Caleb more afraid. Yurnal celebrates that the escape plan is working perfectly. Yurnal insists they will escape soon, while Caleb reminds her they still must get Imus and Back Attack out too. Back Attack marvels at how Caleb found such an incredible mage, but the barbarian urges moving first and asking later. Bernard abruptly tells Back Attack that once outside, he must join Caleb's party. Bernard argues no party would accept an ex-exit boss with the Labyrinth Master's brand still on his forehead. Back Attack touches his forehead in shock as Bernard insists Caleb will accept him unlike others. Back Attack, overwhelmed, says he understands and urges them to move since time is short. Bernard snaps that the urgency is exactly why he is saying it now and repeats that Back Attack is joining Caleb's party. Back Attack privately wonders if Bernard is acting strange because he is getting old, while Bernard pushes them onward. Imus and Back Attack return via Shadow Leap, rejoining the group as the escape sequence completes. Caleb confirms with relief that everyone has successfully escaped the immediate trap. Behind them, the earth wall begins to crumble as the spell's power runs out. Caleb announces the earth wall duration has ended and orders everyone to hurry through the gate anyway. The gate's portal churns violently, ready to transport them out. The portal flares brighter, signaling imminent activation and instability. The party rushes toward the glowing exit as the last moments of safety vanish. Once through, Yurnal and the mage rejoice that they truly escaped, calling the ordeal hellish. The barbarian proudly notes they even revived Aston, praising the young mage's contribution. Imus credits Caleb as the key to everything, leaving Back Attack silent and uneasy. Imus praises Caleb's brilliance for devising such an impossible escape method from minimal information. Elsewhere, a priest reports to the religious order that their mission succeeded and soul preservation is proven. He cites Aston's return to life as definitive evidence that souls can be preserved. Imus bitterly reflects that their success was not truly achieved by their own party. He admits that without meeting Caleb's party, they all would have died, and he had mistaken it for divine guidance. Imus realizes the experience was meant to teach him humility, and to recognize his own inadequacy. The weight of that lesson hits him hard, leaving him shaken. Yurnal notices Imus in pain and asks what is wrong as he collapses. They discover a dark, spreading mark on Imus's leg, suggesting a hidden curse has taken hold. Caleb is alarmed and demands to know what the wound is. He presses Imus for an explanation, recognizing it as something magical and dangerous. Caleb asks when Imus was struck by Corruption Ray magic, insisting he could not have missed it. They identify Corruption Ray as third-grade necromancy that decays the heart and kills after a set time. Caleb deduces the manager cast it when he grabbed Imus's leg during the escape struggle. Caleb angrily demands why Imus kept silent until now, and Imus admits he thought nothing could be done. Back Attack argues it is not hopeless since Imus was strong enough to jump earlier, but Imus weakly says it only felt possible then. The mage begs Bernard the paladin to cure it, but Bernard admits the curse is beyond his abilities. Imus, fading, asks Caleb to deliver a charm to his wife in his place. He confesses he promised to return and asks Caleb to apologize to her for breaking that promise. The charm slips from Imus's hand, emphasizing how quickly he is losing strength. Caleb's expression hardens as he refuses to accept Imus's death. Yurnal warns Caleb that Imus's heartbeat is weakening fast. Bernard prays desperately to Nathaniel for Imus's soul, while Caleb stands in grim silence. Caleb forces himself to think, insisting Imus is not dead yet and he cannot let him go. Caleb recalls the raiders' loot and focuses on a tool that might change everything. He realizes the soul casket's glow means an adventurer just died on floor 15, and he connects it to their situation. Caleb moves decisively, committing to a dangerous counterattack plan. He orders Yurnal and Back Attack to follow him immediately, prioritizing saving Imus over retreat. Caleb sprints, racing against the moment Imus's breathing might stop. Back Attack panics as Caleb charges back toward the manager and the gate area. Caleb dives into the fray, closing distance while the manager's forces swirl around them. Caleb confirms Imus is still breathing and believes they arrived just in time. Caleb's eyes sharpen as he spots the enemy formation and the opening he needs. He notes the sentries were positioned in a line up to the gate, waiting to intercept anyone approaching. Imus lies near death as green light from the soul casket becomes their last hope. The soul casket glows intensely, indicating Imus's soul is at risk of being sealed away. A sentry notices the casket's activation and turns toward the party's sudden return. Caleb identifies the glowing container as the soul casket holding Imus's soul if he dies here. Caleb and his allies rush toward the casket, committing to retrieve it under fire. Yahello promises to provide cover as Caleb asks Back Attack if he has a plan. Back Attack declares he will retrieve the soul casket from the sentry's line. Back Attack prepares to use his skill, but Caleb orders him not to and to wait for the signal. Caleb reveals his turn-based hourglass has a 13-second cooldown and orders them to hold off the charging sentries until it is ready. The sentries surge forward with shrieking hostility, closing in on the party. Yahello triggers a dust explosion to disrupt the sentries' advance and create space. The blast throws the sentries into chaos, but their numbers keep pressing forward. Sentries leap and strike through the smoke, forcing the party to keep defending. With 9 seconds left on the hourglass, Caleb uses lightning to stall the sentries and buy time. Caleb realizes time feels frozen under the hourglass system and worries whether they can endure the stall. Someone calls Caleb's name urgently as the pressure spikes. Bernard charges in, vowing as a priest to keep Caleb alive until he gets proper compensation from Nathaniel. Caleb admits he has never been so glad to see the talkative lizard, trusting Imus's ally to act. As the countdown hits 5, 4, and 3, the party continues holding the line while Caleb calls the situation insane. With 2 seconds left, Caleb decides he must gamble on the slim chance because it is the only way to save Imus. At 1 second, Caleb steals himself as the turn-based hourglass becomes available. Caleb orders Back Attack that on his signal he must use Leap Ambush, steal the manager's staff, then return via Shadow Leap. Back Attack worries the steal chance is low against the manager, but Caleb insists he trust and prepare. The hourglass activates and Caleb takes control of the turn, commanding everyone to move. Caleb uses a telekinesis wand to lift and manipulate the soul casket from a distance. He notes telekinesis consumes action points proportional to manipulation time, making every second costly. Caleb threads the floating casket through the sentry's formation, narrowly avoiding interception. He carefully draws it closer, aiming to bring it within 4 spaces to complete the maneuver. Caleb speaks to Imus in his mind, promising to protect him now as repayment for past rescues. He urges Imus to hold on just a little longer as the casket nears reach. Caleb swears he will not let Imus die and orders Yahello to shoot the manager with a lightning arrow immediately. Yahello releases the lightning arrow as Caleb's action points run out and the turn ends. Caleb shouts the signal for Back Attack to act, and Back Attack admits he never expected to use his special arrows like this. Lightning tears through the sentries, stunning them and opening a brief path. A sentry reels, momentarily paralyzed by the strike. The manager is hit by crackling lightning, forced to react as Back Attack closes in. Back Attack activates Steel at the critical moment, reaching for the manager's staff. The staff is snatched away as the party surges forward, exploiting the manager's disruption. Caleb confirms the theft succeeded and orders everyone to return immediately. They sprint back toward the portal, carrying the stolen staff and the retrieved soul casket. The group regathers at the gate, with Imus being supported as they prepare to leave again. Caleb checks that no one else has fatal wounds or curses, and the others confirm they are fine. Back Attack asks what Caleb will do now that they have escaped immediate pursuit. Caleb explains they lack the key resurrection scroll and that soul caskets break once they leave the labyrinth, so time is short. Caleb reveals he has a better way, holding up a card-like item with confidence. They reach a secret treasure room within the labyrinth, centered on a single chest. Caleb explains treasure chests often contain what adventurers want most, implying the room can provide their missing tool. He opens the chest, believing this time it will contain exactly what they need. Caleb finds a resurrection scroll, stunning Yahello and Back Attack with how perfectly it fits the crisis. Back Attack demands to know how far Caleb's knowledge of the labyrinth goes, overwhelmed by his foresight. Caleb calmly says everything is ready and tells them to begin the procedure. Caleb initiates necromancy, ordering the dead body to rise as part of his plan to save Imus. He explains that to heal Imus, they must first turn him into a zombie to stabilize him. Caleb casts Undead Restoration, channeling purple energy to repair the undead state. Healing-like symbols appear as Imus's body is restored under necromantic treatment. Caleb outlines the final steps. Use the stolen staff to remove the curse and necromancy, returning Imus to a human body. He adds they must finish by using the resurrection scroll to complete the revival properly. Imus revives enough to sit up, and the group stares in disbelief at the impossible recovery. Caleb returns Imus's pendant, telling him to deliver it to his wife himself. Imus, humbled, says he learned a lot and tells Caleb to visit Nathaniel's temple once they return to town. Caleb agrees, and he and Imus shake hands as Imus promises a reward for completing the mission. A grateful ally tells Caleb he owes his life to Caleb's team and vows to repay the debt at any cost, while Caleb brushes off the thanks. The group parts ways in the labyrinth, agreeing to meet back in town as Caleb stews over the troublemakers who nearly ruined everything. Caleb decides to forgive the offenders since their late help still benefited him, and he's gained something valuable from the ordeal. Yahello eagerly asks Caleb if they should leave too, ready to move on. Caleb refuses to depart yet, insisting he hasn't finished looting the treasure chests. Yahello is confused because the chests looked like worthless junk when she checked earlier. A veteran explains that beginners misjudge labyrinth loot because useful items are mixed in with the trash. Caleb clarifies that while most drops are merely practical, adventurers are really hunting for rare, exciting gear. He keeps rummaging anyway, confident a couple of worthwhile items might still appear. Their frantic searching sends assorted junk clattering across the floor as they empty the chest. Caleb suddenly notices something unexpected among the debris. He identifies a blank scroll, an item that can be infused with magic to create a desired scroll. He considers appraising a decent dagger too, thinking it might suit back attack if it proves useful. Caleb's attention shifts as he senses another item of note. He finds an ancient coin and initially assumes it's just another common junk drop. Studying the coin's emblem, Caleb realizes the design looks familiar. The emblem clicks in his mind as the symbol of the Interfloor village on floor 1.5. He recalls the same image from the broken flag associated with that hidden settlement. Caleb notes that the game's tiny icon hid the details, but seeing the real coin confirms the match. Suspecting the chest loot may originate from the Interfloor village, Caleb pockets the coin to show Professor Isilov and gauge his reaction. With farming finished, Caleb finally leads the party onward through the labyrinth corridor. Caleb hands Yahello a small gift, which she recognizes as a hair tie. He teases that she was grossed out because back attack kept biting and chewing her hair. Back attack explodes in denial, and Yahello snaps back that his saliva is the real problem, not her hair. Back attack argues that when hair shows up in food, the disgust comes from the hair itself, not saliva, so he's the one who should be offended. Yahello is stunned by the logic and momentarily speechless. She hesitantly concedes the point, and Caleb dryly remarks that this gullibility is why she gets scammed. Yahello promises she won't repeat the mistake, while back attack warns her not to spread rumors about him. Yahello, tying her hair, turns serious and says she has a question for back attack. She asks for his real name rather than his activity name, catching him off guard. Back attack stubbornly insists that back attack is his real name. Yahello blushes, flustered by his deadpan confidence. Back attack rants that he chose the name himself and demands validation, while Yahello awkwardly praises it to calm him. He presses Caleb for confirmation, and Caleb refuses to engage because he might laugh. Back attack takes point, warning of traps and telling everyone to step where he steps, proving the value of having a rogue. Caleb explains that with his sharp eyes ability he can avoid most traps without obsessively scanning the ground. Yahello's ears twitch as she picks up a subtle change in the surroundings. She urgently calls for Caleb to stop and listen. A trap triggers nearby, and sentries are struck down in rapid succession as the corridor erupts in sudden violence. Yahello abruptly shifts from timid to decisive, telling Caleb they need to move immediately, leaving him surprised by her confidence. She warns that the labyrinth structure is changing, signaling imminent danger. Yahello hears an exit room opening close by and urges Caleb to hurry, while Caleb wonders why everyone is acting independently, and leaving him feeling useless. They emerge into Sohan, the city outside the labyrinth. A bell rings out as news spreads that the labyrinth's first floor gate has opened. At the gate plaza, attendants and guards react to the commotion as people gather. Caleb's party returns through the grand doors, and someone remarks that the adventure was truly moving. A temple attendant bows, saying she must report the mission to Nathaniel's temple. The bell rings again, announcing the labyrinth's first floor gate has opened once more. A lizardman companion is baffled that the gate is already open again right after they exited. The massive golden doors swing wider, emphasizing the sudden reopening. An official greets Caleb, shocked by how quickly he returned but relieved he's safe. Caleb claims they were simply lucky to find the exit room immediately. A worried woman stands waiting in the plaza, hands clasped in anxious anticipation. Caleb urges Imus to go quickly to her, noting she must have been very worried. Caleb reminds the big warrior to personally deliver the pendant, prompting the man to tense up. The warrior stomps forward with determination, rushing to the waiting woman. He embraces her tightly, relieved she's safe, and she returns the hug in tears. Sobbing, she apologizes for unknowingly giving him a fake pendant, and fears she caused him trouble. He reassures her that a miracle happened and everything turned out fine. Back attack tries to intrude to greet the woman too, but the others drag him away to give the couple privacy. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild as the party heads to handle paperwork. They arrive at the guild's slave service department to address Yahello's status. Yahello trembles with emotion as she waits for the outcome. She receives an identification card reading Yahello Freeman, confirming her new legal freedom. Yahello celebrates that she's finally free, but Caleb immediately says not yet. Caleb reminds her she still owes him debts for everything he paid for, from clothes to food. Yahello gushes that being bound to Caleb would be fine, even as a slave, and Caleb feels awful hearing it. Back attack mocks that she was a cheap 75 gold slave, and Yahello angrily corrects him that her original price was 3,000 gold. Back attack laughs and praises her as an amazing slave, while Caleb wonders if back attack even understands what being a freeman means. Back attack starts to protest, but Caleb reveals a grim fact about his current status. Caleb explains that Back Attack is classified as an exit boss monster, not even recognized as a person, and is also listed as deceased, requiring corrections. Back Attack processes the shock, deflating into uneasy silence. Yerno bluntly asks if that means Back Attack isn't considered alive, then demands to know what he wants them to do about it. Back Attack insists they rush to City Hall to correct his death registration first, while Yerno notes Caleb is going to report to the Magic Academy first. As word spreads that Back Attack returned to life, people begin calling out and gathering to see him. Caleb is startled by how quickly a crowd has formed around them. The street fills with onlookers, and Caleb realizes people are flocking in droves. Back Attack panics at the crowd as someone calls out for Caleb. A stern adventurer demands to know where the soul preservation location was, pressing for details. Caleb answers that it was in the Interfloor village, confirming everyone's suspicions. The crowd murmurs about floor 1.5 in the ruined village, piecing together what happened. Caleb notes that many adventurers already knew about floor 1.5 despite its secrecy. A veteran admits he once wandered into floor 1.5 during his early days and nearly died, so he's relieved Caleb returned safely. An excited dwarf recounts how Caleb was surrounded by the floor 1.5 boss and countless sentries but blasted through with lightning clouds to escape. The crowd erupts in disbelief, and Caleb tries to slip away without provoking more attention. Night falls over the city as the story transitions away from the crowd. Caleb meets Professor Isilov, who recognizes the staff as belonging to the Interfloor village boss. Isilov confirms the staff contains undead restoration, a third-grade necromancy effect, shocking Caleb. Caleb notes that items with second-grade or higher magic are extremely rare, making the staff a treasure-grade find. Isilov, still trembling, admits he expected the mission to take months even if successful. He apologizes for assigning it as B difficulty, realizing that reaching floor 1.5 and fighting the boss made it effectively A rank. Isilov praises Caleb's achievement as extraordinary for someone not even an upperclassman and urges him to use the staff well. Caleb accepts and is told to think carefully about what he wants as a mission reward. A door opens abruptly, signaling an unexpected visitor. Professor Meldini bursts in, thrilled by the news and loudly congratulating Caleb. Meldini says he just came from Nathaniel Temple, where the clergy were in an uproar, prompting Caleb to ask why. Meldini explains that the temple, which competes with the academy, couldn't stay quiet after such an incredible feat by their student. He grabs Caleb and demands every detail of what happened, overwhelming him. The scene cuts to Nathaniel Temple at night, where church leaders convene. A cardinal demands clarification, asking what was just claimed. A bishop repeats the report. A monk dying from third-grade necromancy was taken to floor 1.5, his soul preserved in a soul casket, and a resurrection scroll was found. A lizardman listener hears that the resurrection scroll came from the treasure room, deepening the implications. The bishop states the monk was revived using the same method as Back Attack, leaving the cardinal stunned that it's possible. The cardinal struggles to believe a mere first-year mage could accomplish such a thing. Bishop Yahello admits he wouldn't have conceived such an ingenious method himself. The cardinal concedes that necromancy is uncomfortable for the church, but notes it was possible because the actor was a mage, not a priest. He reveals the church tolerated the discomfort and supplied resurrection scrolls only to support Isilov's project. He emphasizes that the temple is the core institution responsible for adventurers' soul preservation and revival. The cardinal worries this incident could force major changes to the temple's policies and operations. He asks about Bernard's condition, concerned about the man involved. Yahello reports Bernard is deeply distressed and even marked his contribution as 0 on the mission report. The cardinal asks what that 0 signifies, seeking the real meaning behind it. Yahello explains Bernard insists he did nothing and even gave all the mission payment to the other party. The cardinal laments Bernard's heartbreak and orders the bishop to comfort him well. Then the cardinal asks for the name of the mage involved, saying he wants to watch his future activities. Back in the city at dusk, Yerno scolds Caleb for being late and making her worry. Caleb complains that Meldini detained him for 2 full hours with relentless questioning. Yerno checks if Caleb is okay, and he insists he's fine despite his exhaustion. As they walk, a voice calls out that someone has been waiting for Caleb. Clarence, a bison's brother, greets Caleb and says a bison recovered safely, and they're holding a party tonight. Clarence says he wants to honor Caleb, his brother's benefactor, and Caleb thanks him. Caleb asks if his companion Yerno, who also helped a bison, may join them. Clarence agrees warmly and invites them both, saying it would be an honor with many attendees. The 3 head toward the estate together across a lamplit bridge. Caleb asks Yerno what happened to Back Attack, and she hesitates. Yerno explains Back Attack left because constant gawking by mages made him feel burdened. Caleb decides he and Yerno must attend the party as a pair, expecting the venue to be crawling with mages anyway. Yerno beams that it's her first party invitation and frets excitedly about what to wear. Caleb reflects that now that he's actually going, the event feels surprisingly impressive. They arrive at the Bertinka estate entrance, an opulent mansion lit for the evening. A guard stops them to ask how they came, and Caleb states they were invited to today's party. The guard apologizes for the suspicion, explaining many students come seeking patrons and caused a misunderstanding. Caleb notes his academy uniform likely caused the confusion compared to Yurnal's party dress, and the guard requests identification. Yurnal cheerfully presents her ID, and the guard confirms their status. The guard formally addresses Mr. Caleb and Miss Yurnal as he records their entry. Using message transmission magic, the guard notifies the household and grants them permission to enter. Inside, elegant music plays, setting a refined atmosphere. Caleb enters the lavish hall and states he came for 2 reasons. He explains the first is to observe mages and high society firsthand, and to receive the retrieval reward for a bison. His second purpose is to investigate a certain mage, and he steels himself as he looks around. He identifies the target as Professor Ember of the Magic Academy. Caleb recalls that Ember once targeted him as an otherworldly possessor candidate when Caleb pretended to be one to oppose Meldini. In the memory, Ember remembers Caleb grinning foolishly when Ember revealed himself as a possessor. Caleb's recollection turns bitter as he vows he still remembers it clearly and seethes at Ember. A voice interrupts, greeting Caleb and drawing him back to the present. Clarence asks when Caleb arrived, noting he received no notice. Caleb claims he arrived just now and suggests any notice delay was a message transmission mishap. Clarence calls a bison over, telling him to greet Caleb as his savior and also Clarence's academy classmate. A bison, now in a wheelchair, lights up with gratitude and thanks Caleb for saving him, saying he missed him. A bison marvels that Caleb defeated an exit boss without equipment, and even managed a revival with backstab, then asks how a fellow first year has such skills as Caleb modestly checks on a bison's injury. Avis reassures Caleb that his injuries are managed with pain relief and ongoing temple regeneration, so he is stable. Their hostess finally gets a chance to properly thank Caleb and hopes he and Avison will become friends. Caleb agrees, admitting he has no friends at the academy yet, and asks permission to look around the estate. The hostess approves and tells Avison to give Caleb a tour while she goes to greet other guests. As Caleb follows, he privately notes that learning the mansion's layout is crucial to carrying out his plan. Caleb praises the estate's impressive features as they ride an elevator, keeping up a friendly facade. After the tour, Caleb concludes he now understands the estate's layout well enough to act. He assumes Yurnal has also scoped things out, and prepares to move to the next step when something draws his attention. A new arrival is announced, interrupting the moment and shifting focus to the Grand Hall. Caleb and Avis enter and greet Professors Meldini and Ember, who recognize them as promising prodigies. Avis downplays his own talent, but Meldini encourages him not to lose confidence so quickly. Meldini reminds Avis he is only a first year and insists effort can still make him a fine mage. Meldini presses Ember to agree, and Ember gives a guarded, non-committal response. Ember challenges the idea of effort by questioning how Caleb conveniently obtained a resurrection scroll in a labyrinth. Caleb anticipates the suspicion and stays composed as the interrogation begins. Caleb reasons that Bernard and the temple likely kept the compass secret because legendary artifacts attract thieves. He adds that if rumors spread, the owner would become a target for plunder. Caleb emphasizes that only one person here knows the artifact exists, implying the secret is secure. He dismisses the whole matter as simple luck, refusing to reveal more. Meldini smugly takes credit anyway, treating Caleb's success as validation of his own judgment. Ember bristles at Caleb's evasiveness, but Meldini insists a mage should keep at least one secret. Ember moves on to a sharper question, demanding how Caleb created the spell that defeated Zerlin. Caleb claims he merely combined 3 first-grade spells, which the professors note is nearly impossible, especially with practical magic mixed in. Ember insists such a feat cannot be explained by logic alone, intensifying his suspicion. Caleb's calm confidence only deepens Ember's unease. Caleb again attributes it to luck, provoking Ember further. Ember is visibly rattled, unable to accept the explanation. Meldini points out that spellbook binding is not something achieved by coincidence, demanding to know Caleb's method. Ember grits his teeth, frustrated by the gap between Caleb's claims and reality. Ember recalls seeing proof Caleb is not a possessor, yet wonders if Caleb is using knowledge inherited from one. Ember's suspicion hardens into a focused, predatory certainty. He concludes the likeliest source would be the Yoho tribe otherworldly possessor Caleb killed in the past. Ember stops Caleb to ask one final question, signaling a more direct confrontation. He challenges Caleb on whether he intends to rely on luck forever, testing his resolve and honesty. Caleb answers that he simply hopes his luck continues, which catches Ember off guard. Ember masks his reaction and pretends to accept the answer for now. Ember abruptly excuses himself, and Caleb judges from the speed of his departure that Ember has taken the bait. Caleb reflects that he cleared the game completely and reached a hidden developer-level difficulty, giving him unique knowledge. He recalls earning rare achievements that prove he mastered extreme difficulty modes others never experienced. Caleb frames this as monopolizing knowledge no other possessor has, and wonders what Ember will do with that fact. Ember, now convinced Caleb is extraordinary without being a possessor, suspects Caleb did not come alone and starts hunting for the hidden partner. Caleb activates his hourglass ability, triggering a turn-based advantage for his next move. He orders Yurnal to follow Ember and report who Ember meets and what they discuss, then ends his turn. Night settles over the sprawling Bartenga estate as the party continues under lamplight. Someone knocks and announces urgent news, prompting a private conversation away from the crowd. Ember complains he has no interest in the party's social games, but still listens. He warns that Caleb may know far more than expected, raising the stakes. Ember claims the Yoho tribe possessor likely came from a far higher difficulty level, and Caleb inherited that ancient knowledge. He adds that Caleb is still hiding key information, such as the locations of soul preservation sites and treasure rooms. The listener sees opportunity, arguing they should coax Caleb to their side. Ember rejects exposing Caleb as a possessor as too dangerous, especially since Caleb is close to Maldini. Ember insists they must request a meeting with higher-ups before it is too late. He warns that the criminal syndicate Black Dog will approach Caleb first if they delay. The mention of Black Dog hangs ominously, confirming a serious external threat. Yurnal admits she eavesdropped because they were discussing Caleb, and Caleb calmly tells her it is fine. Caleb recognizes Black Dog as a crime syndicate, and wonders why they would target him, and why Ember looked uneasy about it. He suspects Black Dog may also have possessed members and that they are hostile to the Academy's possessed group. Caleb decides he must investigate Black Dog, treating it as a looming strategic problem. The host calls for everyone's attention, beginning a formal announcement to the gathered guests. Edward Bartenga announces the celebration of his youngest son Avison's safe return and thanks everyone for attending. He introduces the two adventurers who rescued Avison, presenting them to the crowd. Caleb and Ranger Yurnal step forward as the audience applauds, putting them in the spotlight. Edward promises a special reward and asks them to find him before the party ends. He also announces a small event game called Message Lost in the Labyrinth that requires magic and wit. Guests react with excitement, eager for the entertainment and competition. Edward explains the game uses the message transmission spell in teams of 3, and the first to find the escape scroll and leave wins. Participants may freely choose their class roles, setting up strategic team compositions. Each encounter allows 60 seconds to discuss before writing a solution and transmitting it via magic. Answers are judged by plausibility, with outcomes ranging from critical success to critical failure. Edward gives examples of sensible and absurd plans to clarify how the judging works. To raise the stakes, he allows betting an entry fee and promises 5 times the wager to the winners. He adds that all entry fees will be donated to the Academy Scholarship Fund and asks for questions. Caleb requests permission to bet his own reward for the day, escalating his personal risk and potential gain. Edward grants that privilege only to Caleb and Yurnal and announces it is time to form teams. Edward gives Caleb and Yurnal first pick of teammates as a handicap since they are a freshman mage and novice ranger. Caleb immediately chooses Yurnal first, confirming their partnership. Yurnal eagerly agrees and says she wants to team with Caleb too. Edward warns Caleb there are stronger candidates, and asks if he will regret his choices. Caleb notes that Yurnal is not the only mage present, and implies their first pick privilege has a purpose. Edward admits he has placed a transmission disruption spell over the mansion, hinting at hidden constraints and manipulation. Maldini laughs at the trick, and Edward clarifies the restriction applies only to mages, with the elf ranger exempt. Edward asks who Caleb will pick next, forcing the crucial third-member decision. Caleb selects Izel Bartenga, and the choice shocks those watching. Caleb recognizes Izel as the Bartenga family's eldest daughter and a powerful Tier 5 mage. He recalls she owns the room where Ember held his secret conversation, making her connection to Ember suspicious. Caleb judges she is unlikely to be possessed due to lifelong talent, but sees this as a chance to probe her ties to Ember. The crowd seethes with jealousy that Caleb ended up teamed with the admired Izel, drawing even more attention to him. Izel admits she is not interested in the game itself, but is curious about the so-called genius mage's power. She joins anyway to observe Caleb up close and test what he can do. The game shifts to the Bartenga Estate Gardens, where a massive hedge labyrinth awaits under the night sky. Edward reminds everyone there is only one escape scroll and declares the game has begun. Inside the illusionary labyrinth, Caleb's team appears as Thief Yurnal, Mage Caleb, and Cleric Izel, and Yurnal marvels at how real it feels. Yurnal cannot hear any other teams, realizing the environment blocks normal awareness. Caleb explains other teams likely used noise suppression to conceal their positions, leaving Yurnal worried she cannot help by listening. Izel casts noise suppression on their team and then uses stenographer magic to automatically transcribe spoken words. Caleb urges them to move quickly, but then abruptly tells them to wait and reconsider. Izel notes each person has only 5 slips, so conserving them while others waste theirs could be wiser. Caleb argues the opposite, predicting other teams will think the same and that speed will decide the race. He insists they must sprint, resolve events fast, and take the shortest route to the scroll. Izel disagrees, calling the risk too high, and Caleb internally complains that mages are overly cautious and stubborn. Caleb proposes a vote and puts the decision on Yurnal, catching her off guard. Yurnal immediately sides with Caleb, and Izel shrugs that winning or losing does not matter to her. Izel privately questions whether Caleb's reputation is real brilliance or exaggerated rumor. The team suddenly breaks into a run, committing to Caleb's aggressive strategy. They enter a grim illusion scene of a battlefield strewn with corpses and discarded weapons, signaling an encounter. Caleb decides to spend 1 slip immediately to resolve the event before it escalates. Izel protests that the event has not even started, alarmed by his impatience. Caleb identifies the scene as victims pierced by spears and swords, with armor removed and underclothes taken. He reasons the stripping pattern is the key clue to the culprit's identity. Caleb rules out kobolds and raiders and concludes only a creature obsessed with underclothes would do this. He names the culprit as a banshee, a monster known for washing bloodied clothes. Caleb declares they need disguises immediately to pass safely through the banshee's territory. Using stenographer and message transmission, Izel triggers illusion magic that transforms the party into children until they leave the banshee zone. They rush through as Caleb explains banshees do not touch children, making the disguise effective. The result is a critical success, and they obtain a bottle of banshee's tears that can stun enemies with a scream. The illusion shifts to a scorched, volcanic landscape, signaling the next encounter area. Caleb notes the air is heavy and hot, and considers possible threats like magma forges, sludge, elementals, or a fire giant. Izel suggests a fire giant, but Caleb rejects it due to the cramped space and points out a more specific clue. He identifies bite marks and debris as evidence of steel devourers chewing iron chunks. Yerno suggests using message transmission to throw explosives safely, but Caleb tells her to save slips since transmission disruption is not active here. Izel uses message transmission herself, taking control of the solution. They score another critical success by luring the steel devourer into biting an explosive, earning a knight's greatsword. Caleb orders them to keep running, and Izel is stunned by how recklessly he burns through encounters. Izel recalls Ember boasting extraordinary knowledge of possession and realizes Caleb's performance goes far beyond that. She concludes no possessor should be able to pull off what Caleb is doing, deepening her suspicion. The corridor quiets as they transition out of the immediate danger zone. Izel says they have cleared it and should slow down to catch their breath, and Caleb reluctantly agrees. Caleb pivots the conversation, preparing to ask Izel something personal and dangerous. He asks what she knows about otherworldly possessors, startling her mid-run. Caleb implies he suspects Professor Ember might be one, watching Izel's reaction closely. He repeats the question more directly, pressing Izel to confirm what she knows about Ember. Izel panics, wondering if Caleb knows her relationship with Ember, and whether he overheard their pre-game conversation. She reasons he could not have used sound magic without her noticing, leaving her unsure how he learned anything. The realization hits her hard, and fear flashes across her face. She remembers Yerno saying she could not hear other teams, and begins to suspect Yerno might have sound mapping. Izel wonders if Caleb brought the beginner ranger specifically for that ability, reframing Yerno as a tool rather than a liability. She calculates that Caleb could have been eavesdropping throughout the party, not just during Ember's brief conversation. As she tries to pinpoint when Caleb learned the truth, she calls out in alarm, unable to keep calm. Caleb tells her to calm down, insisting he has no intention of harming possessors and only wants to talk. He demands she share what she knows about the possessor meeting Ember is trying to convene, and she claims she does not know details. Izel decides excuses are pointless and resolves to reveal as little as possible, while still surviving the interrogation. She explains the meeting is held by a secret club inside the Magic Academy where possessors attend under disguised magic, though she herself is an exception. Caleb asks why a non-possessor like her joined the club in the first place. Izel answers that she joined to learn spellbook binding methods, implying the club trades in rare techniques. Caleb notes she is already tier 5 and asks why she still remains in the club, but she refuses to discuss it. Izel tries to buy his silence with money, but Caleb says he has plenty and insists they proceed with his terms. Caleb offers a different deal, asking her to investigate 2 of his former party members in the eastern region where she has connections. Izel accepts the request as something she can answer, agreeing to the exchange. Caleb prepares to guess her deeper motive for involvement with Ember's club, tightening the pressure again. Caleb bluntly deduces she wants access to the labyrinth's deep layers, and Izel is shaken that he read her goals so precisely. Caleb is told that as a newly minted 5th-tier mage he no longer needs basic spellbook binding, and that the only thing the club can offer him is deeper knowledge. He proposes an alliance, promising to share secret deep-layer information that even Professor Ember's club does not know. Caleb insists he will not force acceptance, but warns that what he is saying must remain confidential. Izel hesitates in tense silence, clearly conflicted by the offer and the secrecy. A newcomer's approach interrupts, and Caleb and Yerno are startled as Izel is addressed by name. Yerno blurts out a clueless question about being rich, and Caleb realizes she has not followed the serious conversation at all. In the torchlit labyrinth corridor, the party regroups, and the mood shifts back to the ongoing trial. Izel fumes about a message transmission disruption event triggering at the worst possible time. A forced blessing compels Izel to sing and dance for 3 minutes or suffer a penalty, and Caleb teases Yerno about enjoying the show. Izel protests that she should not have to do this, but Caleb reminds her refusal carries a penalty. Embarrassed, Izel begins an awkward hymn-like chant as she tries to comply. She continues the ritualized singing and dancing, trying to keep composure while fulfilling the condition. Caleb is mortified by the spectacle while Yerno laughs, and Izel begs them not to mock her. Afterward, Caleb awkwardly reassures Izel it was not terrible. She pleads for secrecy, and he pushes them onward. Caleb announces they have reached their destination deeper in the labyrinth. The trio enters a large chamber, bracing themselves as the objective comes into view. Yerno spots the altar and concludes the escape scroll will be summoned there soon, and Izel says they only need to send the escape message to finish. Yerno praises Caleb for solving everything so easily, but he points out they merely followed him the whole way. Caleb realizes other professors have already arrived and confronts them for tailing instead of strategizing. The professors justify following because the freshman party would struggle, claiming Professor Ember suggested helping. Caleb privately suspects Ember is using this to measure how much possessor knowledge he truly has. As Caleb suggests taking the scroll and leaving together, the professors propose turning it into a match while they are here. The older professor frames the match as harmless teaching and offers to give Caleb all prize money regardless of outcome. Caleb rejects the patronizing offer and insists the winners should take the prize fairly. He lays out the rules: no direct attacks, and combat must be done through message transmission. The elder professor eagerly agrees, excited to start immediately. Caleb begins the match and orders Yerno to sprint to the altar. Trusting him, Yerno dashes off at full speed toward the altar objective. A blonde professor tries to stop the plan by targeting Izel with a flame burst via message transmission. Caleb counters instantly, using message transmission to cast silence magic on Professor Haley. The silence succeeds, blocking Haley's magic for 30 seconds, and the elder professor charges in aggressively. Izel responds with message transmission to raise a guardian's shield to protect herself. The elder professor's heavy charge smashes into the defense with overwhelming force. Izel's shield shatters and she is stunned, unable to move for 10 seconds. Izel steadies herself mentally, shocked by how quickly her defense failed. Caleb notes the stun timer, and wonders if he should simply wait while the enemy presses advantage. The elder professor taunts Caleb, demanding to see what he will do next. Caleb triggers an hourglass effect that hands the turn to him. He rapidly analyzes the opponent's roles, identifying Haley as a mage and Meldini as a barbarian. He deduces Ember has not attacked yet because he is likely playing a protective role from a vantage point. Caleb concludes Ember's true position is that of a cleric and begins firing off message transmissions in quick succession. He instructs Yerno to send a message transmission the moment she sees the scroll at the altar, then ends his turn. Caleb's ultra-fast silent casting produces an ice spike that kills the elder professor in the match's rule set. The elder professor panics and calls for Ember to resurrect him, stunned that Caleb's speed and silence casting were real. As Ember attempts Phoenix regeneration, Caleb throws Banshee's tears to disrupt the action. A piercing scream effect erupts, leaving Ember and the others confused by the sudden interference. Ember is hit by the Banshee scream and becomes stunned for 20 seconds. At the altar, the escape scroll finally appears, and Yerno excitedly calls out that it has arrived. Yerno reaches for it and starts to initiate message transmission to escape. Professor Haley warns that will not work and uses target range summoning to seize the scroll remotely. The summoning succeeds and the scroll flies into Haley's hand, stealing the win condition. Haley smugly praises their effort and moves to end the game now that she holds the scroll. She tries to activate message transmission to finish, only to realize something is wrong. Haley discovers the supposed escape scroll is not an escape scroll at all. Caleb reveals the real escape scroll was never summoned, and orders Yerno to end the game anyway. Yerno obediently completes the message transmission, ending the match on Caleb's terms. Night falls over the academy grounds as the event concludes and the scene transitions to the aftermath. In a grand hall, the crowd celebrates and the winners are congratulated publicly. Caleb politely thanks a professor for the praise, maintaining a composed front. The elder professor dismisses the group, saying they will return to the academy, and Caleb courteously sees him off. Someone marvels at Caleb's performance, reinforcing his growing reputation. Abizan, still injured, admits he has never cleared that game and asks to play together once his leg heals. Caleb learns Abizan has played before because his father commissioned it for labyrinth training, and Caleb realizes the professors wanted it as teaching material. Abizan's family explains they cherish him for a reason, hinting at a deeper family history. They recount that 12 years ago the Burdenin family suffered heavily from a labyrinth eruption and many relatives died. At the funerals everyone was consumed by grief, and the family struggled to escape the darkness of loss. Only 6-year-old Abizan remained cheerful, too young to fully understand death. His optimism helped the family recover faster, though the grief never truly vanished. Abizan's family thanks Caleb and Yerno again, emphasizing that saving Abizan is like saving the family itself. With gratitude expressed, the family prepares to move on, leaving Caleb with little more to say. A senior noble confirms a plan is underway and urges Caleb not to linger because gifts and victory prizes must be presented. They relocate to another place to handle the formal reward presentation. The noble explains that overly grand gifts could endanger a party in lower labyrinth layers, so rewards must be appropriate. He produces prepared items meant to be useful to Caleb and Yerno right now. Yerno reacts with delight as the giver emphasizes the rewards were carefully selected. Caleb notes the selection feels very burden-like, as if everything has been graded and optimized by the academy. Caleb receives a ring of transcription that grants utility magic transcription without consuming spell slots. He explains transcription copies existing text, and realizes this could let him replicate scrolls. Caleb plans to test the ring on the blank scrolls he obtained in a previous labyrinth run. Yerno is thrilled to receive her own item and asks if it is really hers. She celebrates a crossbow wrist guard that grants sentinel repositioning and enables magic bolts with the crossbow. Caleb promises to use everything well, and they are also handed 200,000 gold. They learn the gold is the victory prize worth 5 times the appraised value of the items they bet, leaving Yerno stunned. Yerno anxiously asks how valuable the bet items were, while Caleb remarks that such sums would make ordinary people tremble. The noble adds one more gift, claiming his handshake is the most expensive thing in Sohin. Caleb is told to report any future difficulties without hesitation, implying ongoing support. Caleb accepts with thanks, sealing the promise with a handshake. Caleb and Yerno leave the hall together, their footsteps echoing as the celebration fades behind them. Caleb's expression tightens, signaling he is already thinking beyond the ceremony. Izel approaches Caleb privately and asks for a moment to talk. She casts sound suppression magic to ensure no one else can overhear. Izel warns that what she is about to reveal is a secret no one else knows. She confirms Caleb's suspicion that she cooperates with the Academy's Possessor Club to obtain information about the deep layers. Izel clarifies she is not just gathering information but intends to go to the deep layers herself. She reveals her true goal is to kill the Labyrinth Master. A flashback explains Izel was a prodigy at 15, ranked first at an affiliated academy. Her rise was backed by her grandfather's relentless support. The Possessor Club approached her, teaching spell-binding methods and feeding her extraordinary information. Izel was sure she would become Sohin's greatest mage, until disaster struck 12 years ago. The estate was engulfed in flames as people screamed for Izel during the catastrophe. Her father ordered her to take her siblings to the warp device, refusing to explain as panic spread. He urged her to hurry, even as the situation turned violent and chaotic around them. A brutal impact lands nearby, underscoring how close death is as they try to escape. Izel cries out for her grandfather, realizing something has happened to him. A portal stands open amid the burning grounds, but the destruction continues to close in. A monstrous armored figure looms behind her wounded grandfather as he screams for her to run. Her grandfather shouts that the labyrinth has erupted, confirming the source of the calamity. Izel's parents stand by the portal, desperately holding the escape route open as danger approaches. Her father steels himself, face rigid with resolve and fear. He begs Izel to protect her siblings, placing their survival entirely on her. Izel is overwhelmed, crying as she is told she must survive. Reaching toward the portal, she calls for her father, wondering if the tragedy is somehow her fault. She admits she was consumed by guilt, fearing her association with possessors drew abyssal monsters to their estate. Izel insists the possessors are not the real evil, yet society blames them instead of the Labyrinth Master. She rages that the labyrinth's profits make people unwilling to consider killing the Labyrinth Master to end it. Even her own father prioritized city-level plans and labyrinth profits over her personal grief. She notes that even Ember's club gave up, claiming the Labyrinth Master cannot be defeated. Izel confesses her dream is something no one in Sohin supports, leaving her isolated. Caleb asks why Ember's club keeps feeding her deep layer information if they supposedly gave up. Izel says they claim to support her family's revenge, but Caleb recognizes they are exploiting her guilt for experiments. Caleb finds it strange they would send such a valuable piece to the deep layers to die, questioning their real motive. Izel agrees they are likely using her to achieve their own ends rather than truly backing her. Caleb states that if the Labyrinth Master is killed, the possessors can finally return home. He falls into grim contemplation, the implication hitting him personally. Caleb recalls an inscription: when the Labyrinth Master dies, the labyrinth closes and the war with otherworldly possessors ends. Izel adds that afterward the possessors return to their original world. Caleb concludes the club does not care if Izel dies because they can simply replace her with new chess pieces. Izel warns that Ember's club will try to use Caleb too, seeing his labyrinth knowledge as ideal for deep layer adventuring. Caleb realizes that is why they tried to recruit him before Black Dog, and he rejects being treated as a disposable piece. Izel says she risked everything to share the secret, and Caleb sincerely thanks her for the courage to tell him. Izel asks if this means they are on the same team now. Caleb pauses, weighing the trust and the consequences of accepting her. He answers that they are on the same team now and offers his hand in partnership. Izel smiles and says she looks forward to working together, accepting the alliance. Outside under the night sky, the private pack settles into a new, determined calm. A bright star glints overhead, marking a quiet turning point after the revelations. Yerno practices with her new wrist guard, repositioning with a sudden short-range teleport-like movement. She reacts in surprise at the sensation and speed of the skill activating. Caleb praises her progress and asks how it feels as she continues testing the movement. He explains sentinel repositioning is short-range teleportation and that it is exactly what Yerno needs most. Yerno asks Caleb what he will do now that he has learned such a huge secret. Caleb says he is serious about teaming up with Izel, and that if killing the Labyrinth Master lets him go home, he will do it gladly. He admits that no matter how successful he becomes here, he is not from this world, and he must fight while he is still young enough to have a chance. Caleb worries most about the 2-week rule limiting possessors, and wonders how others keep operating under it. He suspects there may be countermeasures that circumvent the rule, making the situation more dangerous than it appears. Yerno asks if Caleb will really try to defeat the Labyrinth Master, and he answers that they still lack enough information. Caleb decides his first step is to investigate the monument Izel mentioned during their next labyrinth run. He resolves not to rush, but to gather clues, deduce the truth, and build a plan, starting with ciphertext likely carved on that monument. Caleb reasons the monument's location changes with difficulty, and that Dalstream probably only translated it without decrypting the cipher. As Caleb and Yerno walk on, he commits to verifying the monument's secret quickly before Ember's club makes its move. Yerno gathers her courage to tell Caleb something important after hearing Izel's confusing explanation. She blurts out her faith that Caleb can defeat the Labyrinth Master because she believes he is the wisest person she knows. Caleb accepts the praise while Yerno reflects that meeting him in the labyrinth changed her life for the better. Yerno recounts how she went from scraping by to being enslaved in the labyrinth, and then freed again thanks to recent events. Overwhelmed by her new life, she marvels at attending a noble's party and wearing an expensive dress. Caleb downplays it as practical help, while Yerno credits him for never abandoning her in the labyrinth. Yerno excitedly concludes that staying with Caleb means she can reach the deeper layers too. She grabs him and demands he take her along, catching Caleb off guard. Yerno softens, insisting she is trying hard not to become a burden to him. Caleb hesitates in silence, weighing her request against his own plans. He decides he must catch the Labyrinth Master quickly, yet admits he is growing attached to the people around him. That night at the dormitory, someone urgently calls for Caleb. Caleb panics as he realizes Yerno has come to his room and is asking for help. Yerno explains her dress zipper broke and she needs assistance fixing it. Embarrassed but desperate, she asks him to pull the zipper down so she can adjust it. Caleb tries to stay composed, telling her to hold still while he checks the stuck zipper. He pulls harder despite her worry that the dress might tear. The zipper suddenly gives way with a violent rip. Yerno screams as her dress slips open and she scrambles to cover herself while Caleb freezes in horror. Caleb realizes the situation looks disastrous and feels immediate dread. He lunges to cover her and apologizes profusely as they both panic. They stumble together in an awkward tangle, trying to hide what just happened. Caleb thinks it is lucky nobody saw, because any witness would misunderstand completely. Their luck runs out when Back Attack opens the door and catches them mid-chaos. Back Attack demands an explanation, while Yerno screams at him to get out. Caleb admits he summoned Back Attack with message magic, and Yerno angrily kicks both men out as Back Attack jokes he ruined the mood. From the hallway, Caleb insists it was all a misunderstanding and tells Yerno to rest without getting strange ideas. Caleb then turns to Back Attack and notes he currently has no home and no money. Back Attack realizes why his brother Imus told him to join Caleb's party. Grateful, Back Attack asks to be accepted back into the party and vows to call Caleb brother. Caleb agrees and says he will contact Imus too, planning to enter the labyrinth next week as a 4-person party. Back Attack warns that recruiting Imus might be difficult, prompting Caleb to ask why. Back Attack explains Imus's wife beat him up after hearing she was revived in the labyrinth. Caleb learns Imus's wife forbade him from entering the labyrinth again, so Caleb decides he must speak with them directly. The next day, the group heads to Imus's modest home to negotiate. Imus's wife pleads that their children need their father and begins refusing Caleb's request. She firmly declares she will not send her husband to the labyrinth again, rejecting even huge contract fees. A tense meeting forms around the table as Caleb faces the family's refusal. Caleb calmly states the standard recruitment contract for 4-1 is about 1,000 gold as guaranteed income. Imus argues they still need more money for their children's education, even if it is dangerous. Caleb abruptly offers 10,000 gold, shocking everyone present. Imus protests that 10,000 gold is 10 times the usual fee and equals profits from multiple successful runs. Imus's wife accuses Caleb of trying to bribe her with money. She realizes an offer that large cannot be for 4-1 and suspects a deeper expedition. Caleb confirms her suspicion, forcing the stakes into the open. Back Attack reassures his sister-in-law, boasting he already flew around on floor 2 and can help. He claims that with Caleb and Imus they can handle floor 2 easily, and reveals the real target is floor 3. Back Attack is stunned that Caleb intends to push to floor 3 so soon. The scene shifts as preparations begin across the city. Imus admits he barely got his wife's permission but worries they will need good gear to reach the 3rd floor safely. He explains they need at least magic-grade artifacts, which can only be obtained at auctions rather than normal shops. Since the next auction is far off, Imus doubts their ordinary equipment will be enough, unaware Caleb and Yerno already have magic items. Back Attack suggests borrowing gear from shady rental places and back alleys if they cannot buy it. Caleb rejects rentals as too expensive for what they provide, leaving Yerno to ask what his plan is. Caleb tells them to wait and watch, confident he has another way. He heads to the Temple of Nathaniel, hinting his solution lies there. Inside, a clergyman says he heard from Bernard that Caleb handled most of Bernard's duties himself. The temple planned to reward Caleb with prize money, but he requests compensation in magic gear instead. The clergyman refuses, saying as an outsider Caleb cannot be rewarded with equipment. Caleb notes magic gear is rare and tied to institutional power, then points out the reward was originally meant for Bernard. The clergyman admits the professor ordered Bernard's share given to Caleb, but still hesitates. Caleb invokes Nathaniel, god of fair contracts and trade, arguing proper compensation is only just. Cornered by the appeal to fairness and scandal, The bishop yields and asks Caleb to state his request. Caleb prepares to name exactly what he wants from the temple. When Caleb returns, his party is stunned by what he has brought back. Caleb reveals a haul of high-grade gear including multiple magic-grade items and a treasure-grade Thunderstrike wand. Back Attack can hardly believe Caleb earned all this from the labyrinth job, and Caleb admits he still has more unsold loot. Yahello proudly shows her magic arrow bow, explaining Caleb received 3 reward items from the temple, academy, and guild. Back Attack inspects the plunderer's dagger, learning it is magic grade and ignites targets with flame when it stabs. Imus realizes if floor 1 rewards were this rich, floor 3 could be enormous. Caleb says that is why he paid the 10,000 gold deposit, urging Imus to secure his child's future with it. With their new equipment ready, the party's confidence rises. Caleb announces that when the labyrinth opens in a few days, they will head straight for the 3rd floor. On the expedition day, the 4-person party advances through the labyrinth's stone corridors. The oppressive sounds and musty stench return, signaling the labyrinth's familiar dread. Caleb admits that no matter how often he enters, the experience always feels awful. He wonders if he will ever get used to the fear and unease. Caleb notices Yahello is not visibly wearing the wrist guard she was gifted and questions her about it. Yahello says she hid the expensive wrist guard inside her gloves to prevent theft, and Caleb doubts that is necessary. Yahello insists hiding it is essential because someone might try to steal it. They reach the stair gate to the 2nd floor, a portal that must be crossed 1 person at a time. Imus explains only 1 person can pass every 3 seconds, and Yahello nervously addresses Caleb. Yahello imagines raiders waiting beyond the gate to ambush whoever emerges first. She asks if raiders could really be waiting on the other side. Caleb confirms it is possible and warns the first person through is always the most vulnerable. Shaken, Yahello asks who among them should go first if safety comes first. Caleb orders Imus to take the lead and activate Steel Parasol immediately, promising to follow 3 seconds later. Imus agrees but questions whether Caleb should really go second instead of letting the mage go last. Back Attack offers to go before Caleb, but Caleb insists going second lets him respond fastest if something happens, and Imus commits to the plan. As Imus enters the portal, Caleb reasons that raiders are unlikely to rush a prepared frontliner. He concludes it would be smarter for raiders to ambush the 2nd person instead. Even so, Caleb braces for unpredictable danger as his turn approaches. Caleb charges into the gate, trusting his timing tool to keep the interval. Moments later, Caleb calls out to Imus, sensing something is wrong. Caleb demands to know what happened, and Imus insists it was not him. They find the entry area littered with fresh corpses, and Caleb agrees Imus could not have done this in 3 seconds. Imus wonders if raiders killed them, but notes raiders usually avoid damaging valuable gear. A dead frog-type monster lies in blood, adding to the grim evidence. Caleb observes raiders rarely leave bodies in such a mess, and notes 2 victims died from ordinary stab wounds. He adds that the other 2 bodies are different and far more alarming. Caleb identifies 1 corpse as killed by a necromancy spell called Erosion Tumor that grotesquely spread through the body. He points out another victim's unfocused, misaligned eyes, noting birdfolk do not naturally have crossed eyes. Caleb deduces the birdfolk was driven mad by Soul Echo and then finished with rank 3 necromancy called Cell Suicide. Realizing a rank 3 necromancer is operating on the 2nd floor, Caleb is stunned because such a mage should already reach floor 4. Yahello reports Back Attack has crossed too, and Caleb decides they must keep moving forward. They emerge into a swampy 2nd floor, shocking Yahello with its terrain shift. The party trudges through foul mud and water as the environment slows them down. Caleb admits the situation is far worse than he expected. He declares it serious as they push deeper into the swamp. Caleb identifies the slain frog monster as a Bodian, and notes the same stabbing and necromancy patterns as the earlier corpses. Imus is horrified by the slaughter and cannot understand what happened here. Yahello trembles and admits she is scared, overwhelmed by the carnage. Caleb notes scenes like this are rare and senses the party's tension rising, which worries him. They find corpses strewn all the way to the gate to the 3rd floor, and Caleb wonders why a floor 4 level necromancer would do this. Caleb's dread hardens into resolve as he vows to stop the lunatic necromancer before real damage spreads. He orders the party to head straight to the 3rd floor and form up tightly. Before crossing, Caleb hands Imus a torch helm, saying he will need it from floor 3 onward. Imus thanks him and volunteers to cross first and wait, and Caleb urges him to be careful. The portal flares as the next crossing begins. Caleb worries the necromancer might be waiting right in front of the gate and prepares for contact. Imus drops through to the other side, where unfamiliar adventurers are already present. Caleb's eyes widen as he senses something unexpected at the gate. He realizes the people waiting there are not enemies but another party he recognizes. A dwarf and a wolfman shout in shock that Caleb has already reached floor 3, demanding to know who he is. Yahello happily greets them by name, and is amazed at how different she looks to them now. The dwarf asks Vertanen if he knows Caleb, deciding introductions are needed. Vertanen introduces their team's new mage to Caleb, drawing Caleb's immediate suspicion. The new mage introduces himself as Antonelli and says he has heard rumors of Caleb's silent, ultra-fast casting. Antonelli offers a handshake and says he looks forward to working with Caleb. Caleb confronts Emma for traveling with a mage who uses necromancy and turns corpses into undead, reminding her she is a priest. Emma insists there is a misunderstanding, claiming Antonelli does not use undead magic and they simply needed a mage to replace a bison. Antonelli calmly confirms he does not know undead magic, implying there should be no issue with a priest accompanying him. Caleb rejects the act, accusing Antonelli of trying to con people who can see through him. He cites the exact spells used on Floor 2, Soul Echo and Erosion Tumor, as proof of Antonelli's necromancy. Caleb recalls the birdfolk victim whose eyes showed the telltale madness of Soul Echo. He explains that combining those two magics enables the necromancy spell Raise Up Dead Body, exposing the real purpose behind the killings. Caleb demands to know why a Floor 4 level mage would hide his power just to join Vertainen's party. The dwarf tries to calm Caleb down and stop the confrontation from escalating. The dwarf admits Caleb is right that Antonelli is a Floor 4 mage, and says they met when Antonelli claimed he could not find a new party. Caleb insists that makes no sense in a time when mages are scarce and everyone is desperate to recruit them. He declares there was no reason for Vertainen's party to accept Antonelli, and calls the whole situation extremely suspicious. The dwarf admits they accepted Antonelli because it meant they could enter Floor 3 too and suggested going together. Caleb warns that rushing into Floor 3 with kind words was a huge mistake and that such friendliness is often the most dangerous. He directly accuses Antonelli of dragging a Floor 2 party into Floor 3 under false pretenses. Caleb reveals the real destination is Floor 3.5, catching Antonelli off guard. The dwarf repeats the accusation in shock, realizing the implication of a hidden Floor 3.5 route. Caleb explains that Floor 3 parties refused because it is dangerous, so Antonelli deceived a weaker party to control them and reach the tempting souls on Floor 3.5. A flashback figure, Hijikata, is invoked as someone who recently hinted at Antonelli's true goal for Floor 3.5. Caleb recalls the report that Hijikata's friend was dragged away by the Labyrinth Master on Floor 3, tied to a mysterious casket-like place. Caleb accuses Antonelli of trying to harvest that soul from the casket, warning that doing so will kill all Floor 3 adventurers and trigger a catastrophic monster wave. Caleb is confronted over whether he even had the Adventurers Guild's permission to attempt something so reckless. The party's leader demands answers immediately, making it clear Caleb is the prime suspect. Yahello realizes everyone's fear of Caleb is justified and braces for violence. Yahello draws her bow and declares she will shoot the moment Caleb attacks. Caleb's calm smile only heightens the sense that he is dangerous. A dwarf mediator nervously urges Caleb to calm down before things escalate. The dwarf also orders Yahello to lower her bow to prevent an accidental fight. Yahello hesitates, torn between caution and the dwarf's command. The leader insists they should at least let Antonelli explain himself first. The dwarf argues necromancy is not automatically evil and notes Antonelli is a guild-verified mage with merit. Caleb counters that credentials do not prove Antonelli lacks sinister intentions. Antonelli admits he has heard Caleb's reputation among mages and now understands the attention Caleb gets. Antonelli confesses he planned to take them to Floor 3.5 together, stunning the group. He coldly explains he targeted them because newcomers to Floor 3 are easy to lure. Antonelli apologizes for hiding the truth but claims he never meant to harm them. He insists he could keep everyone safe and only needed help searching for the soul casket. The wolfman explodes in anger, refusing to be led to Floor 3.5 like fools. Caleb bluntly states that, under the floor's effects, they would have followed anyway. Caleb explains Floor 3 periodically casts confusion magic that clouds judgment and drags adventurers toward Floor 3.5. He adds that even defensive priests can slip, and a small lapse is enough for the trap to take hold. Caleb concludes that once confused, they would realize too late they had already reached Floor 3.5. A veteran recognizes why Caleb insisted on special equipment to counter the confusion. They identified the torch helmet as the key item granting confusion immunity and cold resistance within a limited radius. Caleb calls Antonelli's deception and dangerous plan unacceptable, while Antonelli insists it is a misunderstanding. Antonelli reveals he has another reason for seeking the soul casket, prompting Caleb to press him for specifics. Antonelli says the adventurer sealed in the soul casket is his friend and that he once belonged to Hijikata's party. He introduces Hijikata, a dual-sword party leader from the east. He also names the other members, the spirit race shaman Yuri and the goblin warrior Gildal. Antonelli claims he struggled alongside them on Floor 3 before leaving for a new Floor 4 party. After Antonelli left, Hijikata's party lost Gildal in the labyrinth, creating a crisis. He says the remaining two blamed each other and began to fracture, like the so-called labyrinth intestine theory. The dwarf recalls the theory that the labyrinth functions like a giant demon's intestines. Caleb explains the theory. The labyrinth lures adventurers with treasure, and then digests parties as they descend. He describes the deeper floors as stages of digestion, with the labyrinth master saving the strongest survivors for last. Antonelli adds that once digestion begins, misfortunes pile up and accelerate a party's collapse. He claims that when he left, Gildal was already lost and Hijikata's party had entered that downward spiral. Antonelli says Hijikata still refuses to give up and has challenged the labyrinth again, and recent events proved a way to save Gildal. He pleads that Hijikata is making a final life-or-death gamble and begs to retrieve the soul casket to return it to him. The dwarf grudgingly accepts the motive and decides to let Antonelli's deception slide for the moment. Caleb requests to verify the story via message transmission, and Antonelli agrees to the check. They wait in tense silence for the reply. Impatient, the dwarf warns Caleb they cannot keep waiting and suggests asking Hijikata later in person. The wolfman and the clerk-like woman agree the confession sounded sincere and further suspicion would be rude. Antonelli notes Hijikata being from the east might mean he cannot use message transmission magic. Caleb briefly doubts himself, wondering if he is overreacting and wasting time. A message arrives mid-apology, cutting through the moment. Hijikata's reply states he does not know Antonelli and that Antonelli is not part of his party. Caleb's eyes harden as the lie is confirmed. Caleb regrets nearly letting it go, noting even Easterners can use message transmission nowadays. Antonelli's grin turns predatory as he realizes he has been exposed. Caleb recognizes the situation has turned dire as Antonelli begins casting skull armor. The hourglass system activates, signaling it is now Caleb's turn to act. Caleb steels himself, certain Antonelli's story was a trap. Caleb reasons that necromancers need souls, so Antonelli likely came for the soul preservation casket on floor 3.5 after hearing of Backstab's revival. He concludes Antonelli planned to grow stronger by absorbing exceptional souls, using others as disposable shields. Caleb realizes the strongest prize Antonelli coveted was the third floor's exit boss level soul, making brutal harvesting inevitable. Caleb decides he must end this quickly before Antonelli can escape or start killing. He judges Antonelli would have fled to the fourth floor even if Caleb's party died, confirming the betrayal. Caleb admits his gaming obsession taught him to anticipate dirty tricks and plan counters. He taunts Antonelli and prepares a precise, non-lethal disabling strike. Caleb rejects using dust explosion at close range and chooses to disarm Antonelli instead of risking collateral damage. He enchants his wand with superconductivity to deliver a guaranteed shock. Caleb calculates that stacking the effect will stun Antonelli despite any level gap. He orders Yahello to shoot Antonelli's wand hand, but the system announces Caleb's action points are spent and his turn ends. Antonelli seizes the opening and surges with electricity as the counterattack begins. The shock backfires on Antonelli, forcing him to cry out as the current bites into his arm. Antonelli's wand is knocked away and skitters across the stone floor. The party is stunned that the disarm actually worked. Caleb snatches up the fallen wand before Antonelli can recover it. Antonelli lunges in desperation, taking a brutal hit that draws blood as the fight turns against him. Yahello stays ready, tracking the chaos and waiting for the next command. Antonelli is slammed down hard, his resistance collapsing under the party's coordinated pressure. Antonelli's confidence breaks as he realizes he is losing control of the situation. He is struck again and left bleeding, while the others close in. Imus, the heavy warrior, leaps in to pin Antonelli and prevent any escape. Antonelli is crushed under the impact, coughing blood as his body hits the ground. Caleb approaches while the others surround the restrained necromancer, ensuring he cannot move. Antonelli begs them to listen, trying to talk his way out while pinned. Caleb grabs Antonelli's robe and searches him for hidden tools. He finds the item Antonelli was hiding and confirms his escape plan. Caleb identifies it as an escape scroll used for emergency retreats that teleports the user to the staircase leading downward. Caleb explains Antonelli prepared it for a monster wave and intended to run back to his original fourth-floor party. Antonelli pleads for mercy, terrified now that his tricks have failed. He admits he was attempting illegal soul harvesting but insists nothing has happened yet. Antonelli claims he has not hurt anyone, trying to reframe himself as harmless. He desperately appeals to Emma, begging her to side with him as a fellow party member. Emma cites the Adventurers Guild contract, reminding him the rules are binding. She states that any act endangering an entire floor of the labyrinth is strictly prohibited. Emma adds the contract allows fellow adventurers to execute such an offender, leaving Antonelli shaken. The dwarf falls silent, absorbing the grim legality of what must be done. With heavy resolve, the dwarf declares it a pity but accepts Antonelli's fate. The dwarf's axe comes down, ending Antonelli and leaving blood pooling on the floor. The dwarf admits he suspected something was off but let reputation and medals override his instincts. He reflects that Antonelli's story and the crowd's trust made the deception easy to swallow. He concludes anyone could have been fooled and feels ashamed for nearly enabling disaster. Caleb acknowledges the desire to protect a former party member, but orders Vertainen's remaining trio to return to the second floor. He warns that without magical equipment they cannot safely explore the third floor, making their continued presence reckless. Caleb bluntly states the third floor is simply too dangerous for their party. The dwarf accepts the order and promises to repay Caleb later for the help and gear. Vertainen's group departs through a portal, thanking Caleb as they leave the third floor behind. In the aftermath, the party stares at the blood and struggles to process how close they came to catastrophe. Imus and the red-haired rogue praise Caleb's decisive leadership, still amazed by the turnaround. Yahello laughs with relief and checks on Caleb, asking what is wrong with him now. Yahello proudly reveals she had been in a battle stance the moment Caleb suspected necromancy, surprising him. She boasts that she only lowered her bowstring and still fired instantly to hit Antonelli's wrist. Caleb dryly reminds her she did that because he explicitly told her to. Caleb shows a wizard's eye scout item he used to confirm Antonelli's hidden escape scroll and other gear. He notes Antonelli carried multiple magical tools, soul-binding equipment, and spare wands, like a walking treasure room. Caleb decides it is time to move on and continue their exploration. The party resumes adventuring together, stepping forward with renewed focus. They arrive in a frigid, mountainous ice region where the cold immediately becomes a threat. Yahello shivers and complains she should have worn warmer clothes. Caleb tells her to stay close to Imus because the torch helmet's warmth and immunity only extend within range. He warns the confusion immunity works only within 10 meters, so no one can fall behind. Yahello hears something strange in the ice canyon and alerts Caleb. Caleb identifies the presence of a frost hunter nearby and orders everyone to watch for ambushes. The party advances cautiously through towering ice walls, expecting a sudden strike. A frost hunter bursts from above, launching an attack from the ridge. The enemy fires an ice spike downward, aiming to skewer the group. Imus deploys steel parasol to block the falling spike and shield the party. A pack of white wolves charges in, turning the ambush into a coordinated assault. The red-haired rogue orders Yahello to return fire from the ridge to suppress the attacker. Yahello unleashes a triple shot, sending 3 arrows toward the frost hunter's position. Her arrows slam into the frost hunter, disrupting the ambush and forcing it back. The rogue adds magical throwing knives, cutting down wolves as they rush in. A surviving wolf snarls and lunges, refusing to retreat despite the losses. Imus counters with smashing Gaia, swinging his heavy weapon to scatter the attackers. The shockwave flings wolves away, breaking the pack's momentum. Caleb notes the frost hunters fight with planned rotations, confirming they are organized predators. Caleb uses dust explosion to finish the engagement, blasting the battlefield with a controlled detonation. As the smoke clears, someone calls out to get Caleb's attention. The red-haired rogue excitedly demands Caleb look at what he found. He shows off an enormous mana stone taken from the frost hunter, stunned by its size. Caleb confirms stones this large do not appear below the 3rd floor and notes 3rd floor profits start at 100,000 gold. The rogue asks if they should mine the frost hunter's mana stone too, eager to maximize loot. He freezes in sudden realization at the value, momentarily speechless. He blurts out that it must be C rank and admits he has never seen one before. Caleb tries to keep everyone calm, noting only Imus is maintaining a straight face amid the greed. Imus openly fantasizes about paying his child's tuition with the haul, and Caleb despairs that even he is tempted. Yahello urges them to hunt more immediately, declaring they are rich now. Caleb reluctantly agrees but warns them to be careful as their excitement overrides caution. The party's auto-hunt rhythm kicks in as they charge forward, focused on farming more targets. Another brutal strike lands off-screen, signaling yet another fast kill in their hunting spree. A Kappa rogue complains about freezing feet despite cold-warding magic, revealing itself mid-chaos. Caleb snaps at the Kappa to wear shoes, unimpressed by the complaint. The Kappa insists Kappas do not wear shoes, while Soil, a Tier 3 Yoho tribe shaman, scolds it for getting frostbite last time. The Kappa stubbornly declares that refusing shoes is part of being a Kappa. Hijikata's group, lost for 3 days in the shifting ice layout, complains they still cannot find the stairs and cannot get their bearings. The Kappa panics at the implication of their situation, fearing the worst. They realize in horror they may have looped back to the 3rd floor starting point again, confirming they are trapped in a repeating maze. Hearing that a 4th floor mage lies dead, the group realizes something is badly wrong on this floor. They retrieve a mysterious note left beside the corpse, treating it as a deliberate clue. The note mentions Hijikata and a name, Antonelli, who clearly isn't part of their party, raising suspicion. Hijikata admits the note is the one he sent Caleb, implying Caleb's group is being framed for killing a 4th floor mage. A panicked Kappa calls them outside immediately, insisting they stop theorizing and look. Rushing out, the fox-haired woman and Hijikata are stunned by what they see. Outside the gate, multiple frost hunters and wolves lie slaughtered across the icy slope, evidence of a recent massacre. The Kappa concludes the frost hunters tried to flee and were wiped out. Hijikata notes this is Caleb's party's first time on the 3rd floor, so the carnage doesn't add up. They decide to follow the hunting traces to uncover what happened. Elsewhere, Caleb senses they've finally found what they were searching for. Caleb's team arrives at a towering monument labeled the Large Steel of Calamity. They choose to camp beside the stele for the night to investigate safely. Caleb begins examining the stele's inscription, focusing on deciphering it. The elf companion finds the inscription unsettlingly strange and hard to interpret. Back Attack reports 3 odd boxes beneath the stele, and Caleb suspects they're part of its mechanism. When questioned, Caleb confirms a scholar published a translation, but it wasn't a full solution. Caleb clarifies the cipher itself remains unsolved, so he'll reframe it into clearer language to crack it. He interprets the warning as the Silver Dagger Union forbidding certain actions during labyrinth exploration, hinting at hidden rules. Caleb emphasizes the key phrase about overcoming the grudge of the deep, meaning the Labyrinth Master. He explains that defeating the Labyrinth Master frees possessed people from false bodies and returns them to their original world. Caleb notes he's never seen boxes like these in the game and suspects inserting items could reveal new information. He admits that's why they came here, needing more intel before contacting groups like the Ember Club or Black Dog. Night falls and their campfire burns as they continue planning under pressure. Caleb struggles with how to break the cipher, testing patterns and reading directions. The elf suddenly senses someone approaching and warns Caleb. A familiar Kappa bursts in, shouting that he's found them, confirming another party has arrived. Hijikata's group greets Caleb warmly, praising his reputation and the rumor that he killed a fourth-floor mage. Caleb tries to deny it and demands to know how they heard such a claim. Hijikata explains they found the message beside the corpse that morning, shocking Caleb that the body remained for days. Hijikata says the third floor's cold prevents decay, and the wolves and frost hunters being thinned kept the remains intact. Caleb can't accept it, since frost hunters constantly patrol the staircase gate, making the situation impossible. The fox-haired woman realizes that would mean no patrol passed by for 3 straight days, which terrifies them. Hijikata insists everyone saw the corpse perfectly preserved, deepening the mystery. Caleb reasons that if even wolves didn't touch it, something unnatural must be protecting it. Caleb asks Hijikata if he noticed anything odd about the mage's head, hinting at undead-like reattachment. Hijikata is confused by the implication as the corpse's image lingers ominously in their minds. Hijikata suddenly recalls the head had been severed, a crucial detail they missed. Caleb snaps them back to urgency, saying this isn't the time to stand around. The armored man suggests Antonelli's soul may have gone into the 3.5th floor reliquary, contradicting the belief he was executed. Caleb explains madness can seize someone instantly, changing everything in a moment. He compares it to Back Attack's earlier transformation when he jumped through the first floor gate to save a teammate. Caleb recalls how Back Attack became an exit boss and appeared behind Imus, showing how sudden corruption manifests. Caleb deduces that if Antonelli was seized by madness before decapitation, the process could have begun. He concludes Antonelli would have become an exit boss too, and the danger was inevitable. The fox-haired woman panics at the idea of 2 mad adventurers on the same floor, something she's never heard of. Caleb says it's possible, and the group fears Gildao may also have become an exit boss. Caleb questions Imus about Back Attack's new movement skills, but Imus says those weren't abilities he knew. Pressed, Back Attack admits he doesn't know how he learned them, he can just use them now. Caleb notes it was already strange Back Attack had so many skills for his level, and begins explaining the mechanism. He states the Labyrinth Master grants a mad adventurer the power they most desired at the time. Caleb recalls Antonelli begging for his life and craving eternal life, pointing to what power he would gain. He identifies that power as licheification, a trait common when necromancers become exit bosses. Caleb explains Antonelli's head appearing attached suggests licheification began right before death, letting him rise and descend to 3.5. Caleb warns Antonelli would harvest both his own reliquary and Gildal's, triggering a monster wave soon after. The fox-haired woman and Kappa panic, shouting that everyone must flee if a monster wave is coming. Hijikata refuses to run, insisting they must go to the 3.5th floor instead. He argues they can't let Antonelli take Gildal's reliquary, but Caleb says it's already too late. Hijikata protests that Antonelli is a friend from the east and hints at the hardships they endured together. Caleb counters that his deep game knowledge tells him the timing is gone and the window has closed. Caleb warns the soul harvesting may already be finished, meaning the worst outcome is likely. He says the reliquary was looted and Gildal probably became an exit boss as well. Caleb states bluntly that if Gildal's reliquary is taken, they'll have to face 2 exit bosses. Hijikata demands to know what Caleb plans to do about the monster wave, fearing reckless action. The elf hears countless footsteps rising from below the mountain, confirming the wave is imminent. Hijikata and Caleb realize the monster wave is already moving toward them. The air fills with the rumble of approaching bodies, forcing immediate battle readiness. The group forms up around the steel, bracing for impact as the wave closes in. The mountain pass looms ominously as the sound of the horde grows louder. Caleb declares it's too late to run now, locking them into a stand. He eyes the steel, thinking its activation might stop the wave, but they still haven't decrypted it. Caleb explains steels contain overwhelming Hyter magic, which is why monster waves target steel areas first. Someone grabs their pack, preparing to reposition and fight rather than flee. Caleb orders everyone to gather tightly around the steels to maximize protection and coordination. A dark mass of enemies surges across the ice toward them like a living tide. A monstrous wolf leads the charge, roaring as it closes in. More wolves and fur-clad monsters rush forward in a coordinated assault. The pack floods around the steel, threatening to overwhelm the group's position. Caleb commands everyone to hold formation and tells Imus to take the front line. The icy cliffs tremble as the wave's pressure builds around them. A violent impact shakes the mountainside, signaling the wave's full force arriving. The Kappa screams for everyone to look, warning of something even worse than the charging monsters. A massive avalanche begins to break loose, turning the battlefield into a death trap. The avalanche crashes down toward the steel and the surrounding horde, swallowing the valley. Hijikata and the fox-haired woman think it's over, stunned by the scale of destruction. Caleb urgently orders Imus to deploy the parasol to survive the avalanche. Imus shouts the activation phrase, committing to the defensive tool. A turn-based hourglass system activates, granting heat gust stacks but consuming their action points. Imus deploys the parasol, forming a protective barrier against the crushing snow. The avalanche's force slams into them, threatening to shatter the defense. The parasol's barrier holds as the snow roars past, barely keeping the group alive. Caleb realizes even 4 heat gust stacks won't stop the avalanche and switches tactics. He triggers Dust Explosion and gains a temporary hourglass, buying extra action points in the crisis. Caleb activates a special hourglass ability to stop time briefly and fires multiple heat gusts in rapid succession. The fox-haired woman is stunned by how many spells Caleb can cast under pressure. The barrage continues, showing Caleb is actively casting to shape the disaster's flow. As the snow settles slightly, someone weakly checks on the group's condition. They emerge in a carved-out pocket around the steel, asking if everyone is okay after the near burial. Caleb warns they can't stay, because the monster wave will resume, and stairs to the 3.5th floor should be nearby. Caleb starts explaining that if Antonelli finished harvesting the soul, he'll return up the stairs soon, when someone spots him. Caleb reacts in alarm, realizing Antonelli is already moving far faster than expected. A distant figure greets them calmly, and Back Attack is shocked that the enemy can speak. Antonelli boasts that he's finally achieved the ultimate necromancy he sought. He taunts Caleb, claiming Caleb's actions helped him reach even higher floors and greater power. Hijikata notices something and calls out, while the fox-haired woman demands to know what's wrong. Hijikata's eyes widen as he senses the truth through his perception. He screams that Gildel's soul is inside Antonelli's body, raging at the betrayal. Caleb confirms Hijikata used foxfolk soul tracking, and grimly notes the labyrinth favors tragedy over happy endings. Antonelli declares Gildal can no longer return to their world, cementing the loss. Hijikata repeats the revelation in fury, unable to accept what Antonelli has done. The armored man restrains Hijikata and orders him to calm down as Hijikata tries to charge. Hijikata insists they must kill Antonelli now while he's alone, before things worsen. A sudden new threat drops from above, forcing them to react mid-argument. A blinding lattice of ice forms overhead, signaling a trap or barrier being erected. The ice structure slams down around them, enclosing the area and cutting off escape routes. Hijikata stares at the unnatural construct, shocked by what Antonelli is capable of. Caleb identifies the situation. The Lich is reviving corpses into undead, turning the battlefield into a nightmare. Caleb orders everyone to stop staring and run immediately before they're boxed in. Antonelli casts Femur Wall, raising a grotesque barrier of bone to block their path. A towering mass of bones erupts, forcing the group to veer and scramble for another route. Antonelli mocks them, promising they won't escape, as Caleb and the elf realize they're being herded. Antonelli declares no one escapes and begins a deadly spell he calls Symphony of Death. Caleb shouts at Antonelli and holds up a small jar, using it as a provocation and leverage. The jar is identified as a soul-binding jar, a tool that stores souls obtained by soul harvest. Caleb explains it's priceless to a necromancer, and will still draw Antonelli's focus even as a lich. Caleb throws the soul-binding jar away from the group to pull Antonelli off them. Antonelli screams in panic, recognizing the jar as his and reacting instantly. Caleb orders everyone to escape now while Antonelli is distracted. The group sprints down the snowy slope as wolves and undead continue to pour in behind them. Imus tries to cast Ice Spike to slow pursuit, but the terrain and chaos make it risky. A massive ice projectile crashes down near them, nearly wiping out the runners in one strike. The impact shakes the ground, emphasizing how close they are to being crushed. Caleb fires lightning shock to break through and disrupt the immediate threat. Electricity crackles from Caleb's hand as he commits to covering the retreat. The lightning hits the charging wolves and undead, stunning them and buying seconds. The fox-haired woman stumbles while running, struggling to keep pace on the slick slope. She gathers power in her hand, preparing a spell to clear their path. She unleashes Foxfire of Delight, blasting a stream of flame to drive enemies back. The fire erupts across the snow, creating a burning barrier that momentarily slows pursuit. Caleb yells that they can't keep fighting and must prioritize escape. He commits to fleeing first, pushing himself to keep moving despite the terrain. Caleb slips badly on the steep snow, realizing his poor agility makes this descent deadly. He desperately reaches for something to grab before he falls off the slope. Caleb manages to latch onto the icy cliff face, halting his slide at the last moment. Someone shouts for Caleb to be careful as he clings to the edge under attack pressure. A wolf leaps toward Caleb's position, aiming to finish him while he's vulnerable. Caleb casts Superconduction, channeling electricity through the wet ice to counter the leap. The wolf is struck by the electrified effect, snarling as the shock disrupts it mid-attack. The shocked wolf tumbles away down the cliffside, clearing immediate danger from Caleb. Caleb hauls himself back up, shaken and admitting he nearly died as the chase continues. Yerno sees Caleb slipping and urgently reaches out, insisting he grab her hand. Caleb clasps her hand and manages a strained thanks as they teeter. Still shaken, Caleb tries to steady himself while realizing they are not safe yet. They tumble off the icy ledge together as a white wolf also drops nearby, and Caleb calls out to Yerno in alarm. Yerno recognizes the danger and blurts out a name in panic as they keep falling. Both of them plummet fast, cursing as the ground rushes up. A red-haired ally spots them falling and shouts the warning to others. As they spin downward, Yerno realizes the fall may not kill instantly but could cripple them, which would doom the group. Caleb's eyes sharpen as he searches for any way to reduce the impact. He notices the wolf that fell earlier and thinks its thick fur might cushion their landing. The hourglass system signals it is Caleb's turn, and he decides he cannot stop the pain but can prevent lethal injury. Caleb orders Yahello to move as he gathers magic in his hand mid-fall. He uses magic to yank the wolf into position as a living cushion, exhausting his action points. They slam down onto the wolf and snow with a violent splash of powder and ice. Dazed, Yahello asks if they survived, and Caleb confirms they did but warns it is not time to relax. Yahello remembers Caleb's bag was dropped during the slip, and he says he retrieved it for her. A wolf's paw steps closer, signaling the pack is closing in. More wolves arrive, and Caleb notes they must stall until their allies can reach them. Yahello steels herself and tells Caleb to treat this like their final battle. The wolves charge in a coordinated rush, red eyes blazing. Caleb triggers a dust explosion to blast the front line and buy space. He realizes there are too many enemies to wait out the hourglass cooldown at this pace. Caleb follows with lightning shock, electrocuting a wolf mid-lunge. Even as wolves recoil, Caleb admits it will be hard to hold out until they regroup with the others. A sudden golden glow behind him makes Caleb turn, startled by a new development. Yahello activates Sentry Redeployment, launching herself forward with a radiant boost. Her reckless dash draws the wolves' attention away from Caleb and into her path. Caleb yells at Yahello for pulling aggro as an archer instead of letting a vanguard do it. He freezes as he realizes what she is attempting. A glowing tethered arrow reveals she used a magic tether skill, and Caleb demands to know why. Yahello produces a shining stair scroll, preparing to use it despite the risk. Caleb recognizes the stair scroll and panics that she intends to send him away alone. Surrounded by wolves, Yahello begs Caleb not to die as she commits to her plan. With tears and a forced smile, she insists that at least Caleb must live. Caleb tries to stop her and unleashes Heat Wave in desperation. He curses Yahello as a fool, realizing she is sacrificing herself. Caleb is pulled through a portal at the 4th floor stair gate, shouting to know what she is doing. The portal's glow fades, leaving the snowy battlefield behind. Alone in the stone corridor, Caleb rages that she sacrificed herself to save him, then remembers he still had a last resort survival spell. He wonders if Heat Wave completed before the teleport, and reassures himself he finished the chant in time. Caleb admits her resolve moved him, but he cannot accept being saved at her expense. He demands to know what she planned by staying behind alone. Caleb vows that when they meet again, he will scold her severely, refusing to accept her death. He senses someone nearby and snaps to attention. Soil appears, asking if Caleb also used a stair scroll to escape here. Outside, the mountain wind howls, underscoring the chaos on the snowy floor. Back at the battlefield, Yahello stands alone inside a warm circular zone while wolves surround her at the boundary. The wolves snarl as Yahello realizes she is completely encircled. She panics at being left alone and wonders what she can possibly do now. Yahello tells herself that getting Caleb out safely is enough, even if she must face the rest. She notices the snowy mountain feels strangely warm and suspects something about Caleb's heat wave. Yahello is confused when the wolves only stare and refuse to attack. She realizes they cannot cross into the warm zone and recalls Caleb's chant before he vanished. She connects the barrier-like warmth to Caleb's heat wave spell. Yahello wonders if Caleb already had a solution and feels both relieved and guilty. She freaks out that she sent Caleb up the stairs without knowing his plan, realizing she may have made things worse. As she spirals, Gappa arrives and happily notes it is warm enough to breathe, while she screams about messing up. Yahello jolts in shock at the unexpected arrival. Gappa recognizes her and calls her Godpapa in surprise. Yahello screams that he is a monster, and Gappa angrily points out they were together moments ago. Yahello apologizes for not noticing him and agrees they should escape together to regroup with allies. Gappa deduces she used a stair scroll to jump to the 4th floor gate entrance, and Yahello realizes Caleb likely went there too. Gappa urges them to leave before the warm zone magic fades, even if it was created by Caleb. Yahello asks how they can get out when they are already surrounded. Gappa grabs her weapon and declares they will escape using Shadow Leap. Shadow energy ripples as they begin hopping in short bursts, slipping through gaps while the wolves remain at the warm zone edge. Gappa proposes repeating small shadow leaps each cooldown to inch away and escape. He admits he is weak to cold and needs a way to prevent confusion, making a safe route essential. Yahello suddenly gets an idea and decides they should head for the 3.5th floor stairs. Gappa is baffled, so Yahello explains there is a space in front of the gate that leads to the 3.5th floor. She suggests hiding there and ducking into the gate to warm up and clear confusion whenever needed. Gappa agrees the 3.5th floor has no cold or confusion, but worries they might get stuck and fail to regroup. Yahello reveals her bag contains a message transmission wand and notebook, letting them stay in contact. She explains they can coordinate and gather the scattered party through message transmission, and Gappa finally understands the plan. Gappa praises her as far more capable than he expected, and Yahello smugly claims she is Caleb's right-hand man. A few minutes earlier, Caleb had instructed Yahello to send messages and rest on the 3.5th floor to handle cold and confusion. He specifically told her to wait there until he arrived, ending his turn after giving orders. In the present, Caleb worries the instructions are complicated but begs Soil to simply stay alive, Yahello included. A message arrives from Yernal saying she and Gappa are hiding near the 3.5th floor stairs halfway up the snowy mountain. Caleb relaxes slightly, seeing the message got through safely. Soil asks who sent it, and what it says, and Caleb reports Yernal and Gappa have met up and are hiding at the 3.5th floor. Caleb asks Soil what happened to the others, and she says Hijikata, Imus, and Back Attack were fighting together last she saw. Caleb notes Imus has a torch helmet, so cold and confusion should not hinder them, meaning the situation is not worst case. Soil warns that if another monster wave hits, they will all die, lamenting that things would be different if Gildal were with them. Caleb confirms Gildal was incredibly strong, and that having him would have made even the 3.5th floor safe. Caleb suddenly realizes they cannot even approach the flag objective anymore and is jolted by the implication. He asks in alarm whether there was also a flag on the 3.5th floor. Soil explains the 3.5th floor flag depicted a monster with a human upper body and spider lower body, a crying spider doctor figure. Caleb is stunned by the description, sensing it matches something important. He thinks the Steel's cipher might finally make sense. Caleb recalls solving the cipher by reading only letters in prime number order from the Steel text. That decoding yields 3 clear monster names: Dagger Raptor, Gourmet Whale, and Pitiful Spider Doctor. Caleb remembers the coin he found on the first floor was called Dagger Eagle, which the labyrinth labels Dagger Raptor. He links Soil's flag to Pitiful Spider Doctor, confirming the pattern. With the pattern established, Caleb prepares to state what the Steel's cipher is really describing. He concludes it concerns interfloor villages swallowed by the labyrinth, and the 3 boxes placed before the Steel. Caleb explains they must insert each floor's coin into the boxes in sentence order. They currently only have the first floor coin, so they must collect the others from each floor's treasure room to activate the large-scale annihilation Steel. Furious at the lich behind the disaster, Caleb swears he will kill it again and again. Elsewhere, someone trudges through snow, admitting they barely escaped. Hijikata's group runs across the icy field, shocked that a monster wave actually broke out, and predicting the monsters will block stair gates to prevent escape. An older elf warns the second floor connection gate will be blocked first, so they must hurry, find Antonelli, and head down to the 4th floor. A wolfman scout spots someone ahead and signals the others to look. They recognize the figure in the distance as Antonelli. The group rushes toward Antonelli, calling out and demanding why he missed the meeting spot. They grab him and plead for an answer, but he remains unresponsive. Antonelli begins chanting obsessively about goblin souls, his voice turning eerie. The chant escalates into a maddening loop as his eye glows with a corrupted spiral. Back Attack recalls, asking what happened to Antonelli as his face looks wrong. Antonelli suddenly recognizes them with a twisted grin, as if mocking their concern. He claims he will take them to the 5th floor by trapping them, promising to harvest them. A message from Hijikata is sent, stating he is with Imus and Back Attack. The message adds they are hiding in a small cave about 200 meters south of where Yernal fell and asks if Caleb can find them. Yernal reads it and insists Caleb would never abandon comrades, believing he will come for them. She reasons Caleb will try to gather the whole party into one place and trusts he will find everyone. Yernal sends Caleb the cave location via message transmission. She steels herself, realizing she must report everyone's situation in detail to help Caleb coordinate. Yernal declares that everyone's lives rest on her fingertips and embraces being the command tower. Caleb receives her note and approves, telling her she is doing exactly as instructed by keeping Hijikata's group still so they do not miss each other. Caleb prepares to act as the hourglass announces it is his turn again. He decides they must clear obstacles first and triggers another dust explosion against the wolf threat. Caleb tells Yernal that with Soil's soul-tracking ability, finding Hijikata will not be a problem. He orders Yernal to explain the situation to Hijikata and Gappa to calm them, then uses dust explosion again to keep routes open. The blast roars as his action points run out, and the system ends his turn. Torches flicker in the stone corridors, hinting at a shift from the frozen battlefield to interior routes. Caleb uses a compass to quickly locate the treasure room and announces he found it. Inside, he obtains the Gourmet Whale and Pitiful Spider Doctor coins, completing the set of 3. He notes the only other worthwhile loot is a few potions and a hooded cape. Caleb adds that Soil is not in a good state, worried about her condition. Soil stands trembling and crying, overwhelmed by fear and stress. Caleb observes she is panicked beyond easy comfort but acknowledges her reaction is understandable. He explains the exit room near the treasure room was open and that Gildal, the exit boss, had opened the door and come out. Caleb says Gildal is likely roaming the 3rd floor hunting whoever stole his reliquary, and the enormous footprints confirm how dangerous he is. Since the tracks lead toward the snowy mountain and the Steel, Caleb concludes they have no choice but to proceed because Gildal cannot be turned back. Soil breaks down, accepting that Gildal's former self is gone, and they must face him as an exit boss. She begins recounting how she first met Gildal back when she was only a 2nd floor adventurer. She remembers struggling after leaving One for Sohan, facing prejudice against foxfolk that made finding a party difficult and joyless. She recalls how foxfolk parts sold for high prices on the black market, making it impossible to trust people freely. In that bleak time, she felt relief at a rare moment of acceptance. She remembers a beginner party welcoming her, saying a second-floor adventurer joining them would be a huge help. A wolfman in that memory challenged the prejudice, insisting beastskin like him had no right to judge fox folk. The group invited her to grow together by entering the second floor as a team, and she cautiously agreed. She recalls thinking that by steadily building experience and trust with them, they could truly grow. She believed they could live as adventurers together for a long time, making the present loss hurt even more. Back in the present, a hostile voice asks if they should begin, signaling an ambush about to start. A bandaged, crazed attacker appears near the stair gate as Soil lies vulnerable and the others tense up. Soil, confused and frightened, asks why the attacker suddenly switched equipment, and whether they have seen such a technique. The attacker explains the move is called Leap Ambush as he lunges in close with a vicious grin. A blade strikes Soil's leg, drawing blood as she screams in pain. The ambusher flips away while Soil collapses hard onto the stone floor, bleeding as the attack's momentum carries through. A mage urgently calls for binding tree vines to restrain an attacker. A fox-haired beastskin girl is suddenly ensnared and slammed down, shocked and terrified. Someone approaches, apologizing coldly as if what comes next is inevitable. The aggressor rationalizes the cruelty and blames the fox for having 3 valuable tails. A vicious beastman admits the tails can be sold for a high price, revealing the motive is profit. A wolf-like thug argues they need gear to reach the 3rd floor and that one fox orb could buy multiple items. The attackers dismiss any guilt and strike without mercy. The fox girl grits through pain and fear as the assault continues. Tears well in her eye, showing she is helpless and desperate. The wolf thug is suddenly knocked off balance by an unexpected counterattack. The fox girl cries out as blood sprays, and she recognizes the thug as Gappa while condemning his attempt to kill an Easternine. A calm newcomer tells the frightened fox to come with him, offering rescue. The rescuers promise they will protect her from now on, and she begins to believe them. Later, the fox teases Gildal for acting cool while nearly naked, while a goblin companion complains about freezing. Gildal wordlessly adjusts his clothing, still trying to look composed. Gildal insists goblins do not feel cold, trying to shut down the complaint. The fox explains this is how they formed a party, with Gildal becoming her benefactor. Caleb reveals their missing comrade is trapped in the labyrinth and has been killing innocents, and he refuses to let him remain a monster. The fox begs Caleb to help this time, pleading for a chance to save their friend. She steels herself and declares it is time to save him, pushing the group forward. The earlier banter repeats as the party's tension breaks with gallows humor about Gildal's state and the cold. Gildal repeats his claim that goblins do not feel cold, still bluffing. The narrator undercuts the bluff, noting Gappa later caught a terrible cold and was actually sensitive to it. A red-haired ally asks how they ended up losing a comrade named Gildal. They explain a dispute erupted on the 3rd floor over paying Soil to cast cold resistance magic. Credit deals were common, but Eastern parties lacked guild protection, leaving them vulnerable. They demanded immediate payment in magic stones, were refused, and the argument escalated toward violence. The fox is shouted down and intimidated as the conflict turns ugly. An armored thug proposes they sell the fox's tail on the black market to pay, openly threatening mutilation. The thug is struck hard, the first blow of the fight landing decisively. Caleb rages at the audacity of threatening his party member and drives the attackers back. Gildal grimly asks if they were prepared, implying he expected betrayal. They recount it was 8 against 4, yet they won, with Gildal alone taking down 4 enemies. After the battle, Gildal vanished, and despite searching they could not find him. One member vows that if they cannot turn Gildal back into a human, he will retrieve the body and give a proper funeral. The red-haired man swears he will definitely kill Antonelli, the one responsible. He predicts Caleb would suggest retreating to the 2nd floor, but instead asks him to look after Soil and Gadasmi. Caleb accepts, saying he will take full responsibility for what happens next. Caleb refuses to go to the 2nd floor, choosing a riskier route. The others are confused as Caleb warns the 2nd floor gate is probably already occupied. They realize the usual order is broken and the exit room placement has changed. They suspect Antonelli has become an exit boss at the 2nd floor gate, blocking escape. Caleb explains the labyrinth likely mistook the area and generated a new exit room elsewhere. Gappa doubts it is possible, but Caleb insists he has seen it happen repeatedly in the game. Caleb points out they encountered no monster waves because everyone went to occupy the area before the 2nd floor gate. He reasons that the empty exit room Gildal left should still contain an exit gate, but moving now will trigger the next monster wave. Caleb tells them not to worry too much, implying he has a plan. He orders them to activate the steel and deal with the Lich immediately, stressing there is no time. Caleb sends a message to Yerno's team to come out on his signal, then states they will activate the steel at the Snowy Mountain summit since the 2nd floor is occupied. The goblin panics at Caleb's plan, while the elf tries to keep composure as the stakes rise. They realize Caleb solved the cipher, but the elf worries about the swarm of monsters at the summit. The elf admits the monsters will not wait while they input answers into the 3 boxes. The goblin recognizes that with the 2nd floor block they have no choice, but fears the trap ahead. The elf calls it a death trap, yet insists they must trust Caleb's plan. They realize someone must draw the summit monsters aggro, and the elf awkwardly claims Caleb will handle it somehow. The goblin curses Caleb's recklessness as the elf suddenly senses something approaching. A message confirms they are moving now and that Gildal is also heading toward the steel. Caleb wants to explain to Yernal's team but says there is no time, urging everyone to hurry to match Gildal's pace. Caleb maps the routes and notes Gildal is climbing the third approach toward the summit. Gildal presses onward alone through the snow, determined and fast. From above, a floating eyeball scout watches the path, tracking movement. Caleb identifies the item as Mage's eye taken from Antonelli and uses it to monitor the approach in advance. He says he placed the eye above the third approach and notes Gildal is already halfway up, so they must hurry. A companion warns it is dark and everyone must be careful not to slip on the ice. Caleb explains he even removed the torch helmet to stay hidden and plans to wait until Gildal and Antonelli clash at the summit. Caleb admits Gildal's chances are slim against an undead army and a lich. He fears that if Antonelli kills Gildal, the lich will revive him as undead and enslave him. The worst-case vision hardens Caleb's resolve to stop Antonelli before that happens. Caleb commits to preventing that scenario at all costs. Though anxious, Caleb insists they must approach carefully without being noticed. He realizes Yernal has likely detected their footsteps and pinpointed their position. Caleb estimates they are about 100 meters from the steel and says Gildal starting the fight will be their signal. He repeats the plan. Once the fight begins, they must rush and activate the steel immediately. Caleb suddenly senses something off and freezes mid-step. Checking the Mage's eye feed, Caleb realizes Gildal has disappeared from the route. Yernal appears ahead on the mountain, already out in the open. Caleb panics and scolds Yernal for coming out before the signal, realizing she has jeopardized the plan. Yernal hesitates, caught between fear and confusion as she tries to respond. She shouts a warning to be careful, finally understanding the danger too late. Caleb hears footsteps and realizes Gildal did not come this way, meaning something else is approaching. He concludes it only makes sense if Gildal teleported, and wonders who is coming instead. A low growl answers him, signaling an imminent ambush. A fused ragged zombie appears, a grotesque composite of multiple adventurers, and the party recoils in horror. Caleb explains that when a lich fortifies an area it creates ragged zombies, but this one is unexpected. He realizes it was made by combining 3 adventurers, not monsters, into an orc fighter body with an elf druid and a feline beastkin. Caleb is shaken, demanding to know where such a monster came from. The ragged zombie charges and slams down with crushing force, forcing the party to scatter. Imus braces and blocks a massive strike, barely holding the line. Gappa leaps in with a furious sword strike to counterattack. The red-haired fighter rushes in, teeth clenched, joining the melee. The team surrounds the ragged zombie and lands coordinated blows, trying to stop its momentum. The monster roars back, unfazed and enraged by the assault. It swings wildly, forcing Gappa to dodge while others strike from different angles. A red targeting line flashes on the monster's eye, hinting at a lethal focus or skill. Imus is knocked away by the impact, and the group is pushed back across the ice. Caleb shouts for Imus not to fall, alarmed at how quickly they are being overwhelmed. Caleb unleashes superconduction, sending lightning into the ragged zombie to paralyze it. The monster snarls through the electricity, resisting the shock. Caleb realizes the level gap is too big and the shock is not working, then urgently calls for Yernal and Gadazmi to come out now. Yernal and Gadazmi sprint toward the steel, realizing these ragged zombies were once 4th-floor adventurers turned into Antonelli's allies. Antonelli's voice laughs as he greets them again, delighted by their arrival. Antonelli boasts that thanks to them he has achieved the ultimate form of his necromancy. Caleb snaps back at Antonelli to shut up, refusing to be rattled by taunts. The hourglass system activates, signaling it is Caleb's turn to act. Caleb admits the plan has gone wrong and there is no time to explain a new one. He decides to focus on dealing with the ragged zombie for now and stacks superconduction to the limit as his turn ends. Lightning engulfs the fused monster, but it still roars and fights through the pain. The ragged zombie slams the ground again, shaking the battlefield and threatening to break their formation. Caleb orders a back attack and tells someone to take the torch helmet and lure the monster into the oil trap they passed earlier. The red-haired fighter launches forward to execute the lure, committing to the risky maneuver. Gappa uses Shadow Leap to reposition instantly, striking from an unexpected angle. A dark burst erupts as the monster is hit, and Imus charges in to capitalize. Caleb commands everyone to buy time and hold out for just 10 seconds. The group sprints across the snow, racing the countdown under heavy pressure. Gappa dashes and slashes, trying to keep the monster's attention away from Caleb's objective. Gappa triggers Berserk, his aura flaring as he pushes past his limits. A sweeping barrage of sword arcs carves through the air, cutting down incoming threats around them. Gappa blocks a heavy blow at close range, straining to keep the monster from breaking through. He curses the beast and raises his blade again, refusing to yield. Gappa spins into a wide, multi-directional slash, clearing space and buying seconds. He realizes the attacks never end and fears they will be wiped out if this continues. Antonelli hovers above, laughing as if the struggle is entertainment, while the undead mass closes in. Gappa decides that if he is going to die, he will take the sneering necromancer down with him. He charges with a suicidal vow to drag Antonelli to death, screaming for him to die. Antonelli's eye gleams as he reacts instantly, anticipating the desperate strike. The ragged zombie intercepts with a brutal hit, smashing Gappa aside and stopping his charge. Gildao crashes down nearby in a violent impact, finally reappearing amid the chaos. The fox girl and goblin spot him and call out in disbelief, stunned that he is here. Caleb realizes Gildao is chasing the lich who came to catch them at the summit, and orders Yurnal and Gadazmi to move him to the second approach. Caleb tells the rest to hide at the 3.5th floor stairs until his signal, insisting they must exploit the aggro drawn to Gildao right now. Gildao clashes with a white-furred undead beast, trading heavy blows as the fight shifts. Antonelli casts Corpse Explosion, detonating bodies and fiery blasts that rip through the battlefield. Explosions scatter the undead beasts and send debris and flame across the snow. Gappa screams Gildal's name, desperate to reach him through the chaos. The goblin panics that they will die here together with Gildal if they cannot escape the onslaught. The fox girl breaks into a run, crying out as she pushes toward Gildal despite the danger. A massive blast erupts overhead, forcing the party to reposition as the battlefield becomes a burning kill zone. Caleb curses that his allies cannot control their emotions as another dust explosion detonates. With explosions escalating, Caleb decides he has no choice but to activate the steel quickly. Even as dust explosion continues, Caleb recognizes Antonelli's toughness as a fourth-floor necromancer is far beyond expectations. Yurnal urgently points out something about Gildal's situation, trying to draw Caleb's attention. Caleb notices a strange ring of footprints in the snow, suggesting a teleport or trap pattern. The fox girl is suddenly seized from behind by a huge blue undead, her face tightening with fear and anger. Her eye widens as she realizes she has been captured at the worst possible moment. She trembles in the monster's grip, struggling to breathe and move. The undead's veined hand tightens around her, threatening to crush her. The blue undead charges forward with a roar, dragging the fight into a new, deadly direction. The goblin realizes the monster remembers them and shouts that they are always together, trying to rally courage. Caleb coldly observes that a boss consumed by madness cannot make rational judgments, hinting at an exploitable pattern. He concludes their behavior is driven by habits formed over a long time in the labyrinth, and that those habits bind them to each other. Caleb realizes the battle has shifted into an unfamiliar, game-breaking situation as enemies press in. He triggers Dust Explosion to blast open a tiny breach in the bone barrier, admitting he still doesn't fully grasp this world. Caleb spots an opening and understands the barrier can be exploited. He confirms the barrier has been pierced and rushes to capitalize while Yurnal covers him. The hole is small, barely big enough for a fist, forcing a precise plan rather than a charge. Through the gap they glimpse the rune-covered steel beyond, and Caleb decides the opening is sufficient. Caleb orders Yurnal to prepare immediately, and she snaps to attention despite her fear. Yurnal panics and begs for instructions, and Caleb tells her to wait for his setup. A floating mage's eye familiar jitters into position, ready to scout through the breach. Caleb adjusts the mage's eye to get a better angle on the steel's location. With the view aligned, Caleb confirms the adjustment is complete. He hands Yurnal a small pouch and tells her to attach it to the magic tether, confusing her. Caleb explains it is a coin wrapped in a scroll and urges her to hurry. He instructs Yurnal to use curved shot to arc an arrow through the breach and strike the steel. Yurnal asks what exactly to hit, and Caleb specifies the steel near the 3 boxes in front of it. She worries she cannot see the exact position through the barrier and hesitates. Caleb promises to call out the position and moves into place to guide her. Yurnal draws and releases, committing to the shot as Caleb watches the barrier's edge. Dark clouds swirl as the arrow curves toward the steel, heightening the pressure of the attempt. Caleb tells her to use the sound of rain to map the target's position. He reminds her she has sound mapping, so she can locate it even without sight. Elsewhere, allies struggle against monsters, underscoring how little time they have. Rain begins to fall around the steel and the 3 boxes, providing the sound cues Yurnal needs. Yurnal focuses, listening intently as her ability builds a mental map. She locks onto the target and announces she has found it. The arrow's path tightens as it curves precisely toward the steel through the breach. The arrow strikes the steel cleanly, exactly where Caleb intended. The scroll-wrapped coin impacts and drops, and the mage's eye tracks the fall. The coin tumbles free, revealing a spider emblem token as it bounces toward the boxes. Caleb watches the box's indicators, waiting for the exact trigger moment. As the coin hits and falls, the system announces the hourglass is activated, and it becomes Caleb's turn. Caleb's eyes sharpen as he seizes control of the brief action window. He pushes his wand through the barrier hole and uses the mage's eye to confirm and fine-tune his aim. Caleb commands the coin to move, initiating telekinetic control. Green telekinesis grips the coin and guides it toward the first box. The first box registers success, as Caleb confirms he has it under control. He carefully shifts the coin into the next boxes one by one, spending his limited actions with precision. The system ends his turn once all action points are consumed, and Caleb is satisfied the setup worked. Caleb calls it a huge success as the steel begins to respond. A golden pillar erupts from the steel, startling the surrounding monsters. An ally shouts that Caleb decrypted it and assumes they are saved, but doubt creeps in. They notice the light is strong yet nothing else changes, and the monsters remain. Gadazmi bolts forward to check what went wrong despite the danger. He demands to know if Caleb truly solved the cipher as he runs. Yerno proudly confirms Caleb solved the steel's cipher. Gadazmi points out the magic is not working since the monsters are still present. He reads the condition aloud in shock. The caster must touch the steel directly. Yerno panics because the steel is swarming with monsters, making direct contact nearly impossible. Caleb calms Gadazmi, saying they anticipated this complication. Gadazmi recognizes the scroll Caleb used as a blank scroll and questions the plan. Caleb explains that storing 10th tier magic in a scroll normally evaporates within a minute due to its power. He reframes it. The magic can remain in that scroll for about 1 minute, which is all they need. Caleb begins transcribing the 10th tier spell onto the scroll, racing the evaporation timer. The scroll flares with intense golden light as the transcription takes hold. Yerno and Gadazmi are stunned that Caleb is writing down a vanishing 10th tier spell mid-battle. Gadazmi realizes Caleb never intended to approach the steel himself from the start. He suspects Caleb planned everything the moment he solved the cipher. Caleb calls Yerno and Gadazmi to attention as the transcription nears completion. He declares the spell is ready, holding the finished scroll and wand. Caleb tells them to prepare to go home, implying the spell will clear their path. The steel's golden beam intensifies, signaling imminent large-scale activation. A red-haired fighter shouts for others to come his way as he draws the pursuing boss onward. He sprints with a hulking ogre-like monster and wolves close behind, aiming for an oil pit trap. Caleb assesses the boss as overwhelmingly strong, beyond what a full third-floor party could handle. He orders the red-haired fighter to lure the monster into the oil trap they spotted earlier. The red-haired fighter steels himself, deciding to take responsibility and finish the job. He boasts he is not like someone limited to simple message transmission, trying to prove his worth. He reassures Caleb he will complete the mission cleanly. He commits to stopping the threat so it cannot return to the Lich. With grim focus, he prepares a decisive strike as he runs. He unleashes Magic Throwing Blade, hurling a weapon at the charging boss. The thrown blade whistles through the air toward its mark. The red-haired fighter urges the monster to keep coming, baiting it further. The boss barrels forward, refusing to slow as it closes on the trap. The red-haired fighter darts past, positioning to force the monster into the pit. He raises a heavy flask-like container, ready to trigger the trap. He throws the container down with full force to break and spread the oil. The container detonates in flame against the boss, igniting it and enraging the creature. The boss's feet splash into the pit's slick surface as it loses traction. It slides deeper, the oil and ice making escape difficult. The monster crashes and skids, momentum carrying it into the trap's center. It slams down hard, churning the oil as it struggles. An ally steps to the edge, ready to capitalize on the opening. The red-haired fighter bids the trapped boss farewell and strikes to finish it. A blade pierces the monster, locking it in place as it roars in shock. Flames surge violently, the trap fully igniting around the impaled boss. The inferno blossoms into an explosion, and the red-haired fighter savors the heat. He suddenly senses something off and snaps to alertness. He looks back and realizes Caleb's plan has also succeeded as the steel's light peaks. The Lich and its remaining beasts scream as the golden annihilation wave reaches them. The blast surges forward, swallowing the battlefield in blinding radiance. The explosion expands outward, erasing everything in its path. The Lich and Wolf are caught in the beam, their forms overwhelmed by the light. Nearby allies brace against the shockwave, shouting as the force passes. Caleb's group shields themselves from the blast's edge as the annihilation continues. The golden beam finally begins to fade in the distance. Caleb notes the terrifying scale of the 10th to large-scale annihilation effect. He observes the field has been swept clean, impressed by the spell's completeness. Caleb confirms the area was wiped as if erased, validating the gamble. Gadazmi asks in disbelief whether it is finally over. Caleb states all monsters have been eliminated, and the survivors stare at the cleared expanse. A lone figure still floats above, revealing the Lich survived. The Lich snarls, furious and wounded but not destroyed. Caleb warns it is not time to relax because the Lich remains. Yerno cannot understand how it survived the steel's magic. Caleb explains the steel was made by interfloor villagers as a defense against monsters. Because those villagers were also swallowed by the labyrinth, the steel could not recognize an exit boss that was originally human. Caleb orders the group to reposition first, prioritizing safety and angles. Allies realize the Lich is staying airborne and refusing to come down. Blood splatters on the ground, showing someone is badly injured as the Lich waits above. Caleb deduces the Lich is waiting for Gildal to die so it can raise him as undead and turn him on them. He adds that while the Lich is in the air only a few can reach it, making a killing blow difficult right now. Caleb explains the Lich's undead regeneration means anything short of a lethal strike will quickly heal. Hijikata rages at the idea of standing helplessly by while the Lich stalls. Caleb insists there is one method to end it. He reveals a Lich has a soul container called a life vessel, and breaking it stops regeneration. They must strike when the Lich falls after taking a fatal hit, using that moment to destroy the vessel. The problem is the vessel is tiny and hidden somewhere in the Lich's body, so finding it is the challenge. Caleb orders Soil to track Gildal's soul, using it to locate the life vessel. Soil panics because breaking the vessel would also erase Gildal's soul trapped inside it. The fighters grimace, torn between saving the living and honoring the dying. Yerno and Gadazmi look stricken as the weight of Caleb's order sinks in. Caleb admits it will be painful but says there is no other way, cursing the cruelty of this world. He tells Soil to steel herself because only she can do what is required. Soil doubts herself and asks what happens if she cannot do it. Caleb says even with another approach, Gildo's soul disappearing is unavoidable, and he acknowledges Gildo's importance to Soil. He urges them to let Gildo rest peacefully, but Soil begs him to reconsider. Soil pleads that she will do anything if Caleb can help her save Gildo, and Caleb answers that no one can save him now. She breaks down, hearing that even the highest mages could not change Gildo's fate. Soil is left trembling, forced to accept the truth. Caleb questions whether there is truly no way at all, searching for any loophole. He admits the only remaining option is not really a method, just a desperate gamble. Soil demands he tell her immediately, and Caleb warns it is dangerous and uncertain. He cautions she might die or suffer for nothing, and she accepts the risk if it might help. Caleb repeats that no person can save Gildo now, then suggests salvation might come from something that is not a person. Soil realizes Caleb's gamble depends entirely on luck rather than certainty. She speaks to Gildo's fading presence, promising they will find him even if the labyrinth digests him. Soil vows that if they can separate his soul from the lich, he could live again. She resolves to appeal to the labyrinth master, and begins gathering power. Soil unleashes Foxfire of Delight, channeling a fierce purple spell fueled by desperation. She declares she would even sell her own soul as the Foxfire surges upward like a pillar. The purple blast slams into the lich midair, forcing it to react under sudden pressure. The lich snarls in rage as the attack overwhelms its defenses. A red core within the lich fractures, suggesting the hidden life vessel has been struck. The lich is blasted sideways through the sky, losing control and altitude. It begins to plummet, and Hijikata charges beneath it, screaming as he prepares the finishing strike. Steel and wind slash across the ground as Hijikata closes the distance at full speed. Hijikata crosses his blades in a decisive X-shaped strike aimed to end the lich as it falls. As the final blow lands, Hijikata declares the ordeal is over. Hijikata promises to let Gildo rest peacefully now, accepting the cost of victory. As Hijikata moves to finish off the wounded Gadazmi, the goblin desperately tries to stop him. The goblin blurts out the real crisis. Soil has suddenly vanished. A strange spiral structure appears where she was, confirming she was taken rather than simply fleeing. The party gathers around the phenomenon in disbelief, calling for Soil and demanding to know where she went. Gadazmi, barely conscious and freezing, mutters about the cold as the situation turns chaotic. Hijikata realizes this is tied to Soil's cold resistance spell and demands an explanation. The goblin panics, struggling to speak while the others wait for answers. Soil is shown elsewhere, wide-eyed and tense, as if she has just realized what happened to her. Hijikata confronts the newcomer Caleb, demanding whether he recognizes them and how this is possible. Caleb coolly reacts, impressed that his gambit is playing out as intended. Caleb admits he can hardly believe his plan worked, his confidence sharpening into a smirk. He explains he just witnessed someone being captured by the labyrinth master, something he'd only known abstractly before. Caleb shifts to triage, insisting they immediately give Gildal a healing potion because he is near death. Hijikata complies, moving to administer the potion to Gildal under Caleb's direction. Still furious and confused, Hijikata demands Caleb explain what is happening, and Caleb tells him to stay calm and listen. Caleb reveals the shocking twist. Soil has become the exit boss for this floor, stunning Hijikata. He clarifies that becoming an exit boss requires being the strongest adventurer on that floor. Caleb adds that Soil, a three-tailed fox folk, was the easiest target for the labyrinth to seize even within their party. With the previous exit boss, the Lich, now dead, Soil's desperate wish to save Gildal became the opening for this change. Caleb explains the labyrinth master chose Soil as a substitute because her desire was strong, prompting the goblin to call him insane. Unfazed, Caleb insists it was risky but fully calculated, while the party presses him on how they can possibly find Soil now. Caleb points to the abandoned exit room Gildal once used, arguing it should gain a new owner. Yerno catches on, concluding that the newly reborn Soil will be placed there, and asks how they locate her reliquary. Caleb says the reliquary should be near the stairs to the 3.5th floor, since the Lich reached that area quickly after harvesting the soul. A red-haired ally called Back Attack returns reporting success, and Caleb praises his timing. Caleb assigns the search team, Yerno, Gadazmi, and Back Attack, while ordering everyone else to guard the front near Soil's exit room. He hands over a communication device, reminding them the exit room is next to the treasure room and to contact him if anything happens. Gadazmi can barely believe the plan could work, overwhelmed by how unreal it all sounds. In the dungeon corridors, Gadazmi is stunned that they found Soil's reliquary in about 10 minutes, while Back Attack praises Caleb as a master. Back Attack jokes about demanding heavy compensation for this ordeal, and Caleb warns him it's fine to take rewards but to stay focused. Caleb makes an odd promise to go with Back Attack to a back alley after everything is over, and Back Attack eagerly agrees. Despite the progress, Caleb's inner unease grows because events are going too smoothly compared to his predictions. At a massive door, Caleb declares that once they bring Soil out from inside, it will all be over, leaving Gadazmi to watch Gildao while Caleb and back attack proceed. Caleb reassures himself that his calculations have been flawless so far, even as tension hangs in the air. He reaches for the door, silently praying there will be no unexpected twist as he opens it. The moment the door parts, Caleb's eye snaps wide in alarm, signaling something has gone wrong.